From the squirrels first. What? No way. Doesn't even make sense. Live Congress. Oh, it's okay. Hook Global. I have a feeling that. Yeah, multi-part impeachment plan against Trump. Whatever. No, I'm pretty sure because you can't impeach somebody more than twice. What? Ooh. Interesting. Wow. Please? I just like. Oh, okay. We're gonna watch the rest when we come back. I'm gonna go ahead and put the. You know what? I'm actually gonna put it on Opera instead. Okay, I'm switching my thing. Be right back. What? Wow. This is some bullshit. Okay. This is fucked. Yeah, I'm coming, Jack. This is some bull-ish. Good. You. History.
Yet crumbling in lockstep. Canada's middle class.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Class is drowning in debt and housing costs. The UK's factories are ghosts. Its taxes choking what's left. Australia's flooding with newcomers while wages flatline and homes turn to fantasies. Same story, different accent, and across 3 continents, stagnation, soaring wealth pursuit, and a quiet erosion of what once made them strong. Problems are almost interchangeable, and every time I've covered these countries before, the similarities were uncanny, like the same script copy-pasted across the map. So, how did this happen? More curiously, why does it feel so deliberate? It's not chaos. It's
why am I so upset?
It's called managed
Hopefully you're still
decline.
there.
Managed decline. And the good news
Right now it
is
says
most
0.
people don't want managed decline.
It's fucking
But they
super
want
not accurate.
managed decline.
Not that I give a shit, but
Seriously, this has happened before. Let's rewind
I am
back to
upset
Rome.
because
As
Google
you know,
Chrome
the parallels are
is
almost
constantly
undeniable.
like, you have to disable your ad blocker, and then my ad blocker doesn't work. I switched to Opera because I like it more,
By the 2nd century AD,
but
Rome's economy
now it's
was
not
in
loading
the
videos anymore.
conquer,
Maybe I have to
plunder,
either
defeat.
create cache or
But when the
re-download it. I don't know.
conquest slowed, so did the spoils. To keep their elite rich,
Oh
they
my God.
turned inward. Massive estates called
I can't really ask you because you're a guy and you're gonna be like, yeah, no, they're fine, but I think my shorts are too short. I was gonna ask you, but I realized that asking a male, are my shorts too short? They're gonna be like, nah, they're fine.
The backbone of the Republic were crushed, pushed off their land, drowned in debt, replaced by cheap foreign hands. By the time of Tiberius and Gaius in the late 2nd
Let me go
century
get my hat.
BC, the problem was so severe they tried land reforms to redistribute property back to ordinary Romans, internet wealth. Both were assassinated by the Senate. Status quo, as always, on. Even Rome's population declined and birth rates dropped. Once the pride of Roman citizens were filled with followers, foreign mercenaries from the very tribes Rome had once fought. By the 5th century, General Flavius Stilicho, himself of barbarian descent, were running the show. And in 410 AD, when the Visigoths sacked Rome, many of them were former allies who had been on the imperial years earlier. There's this quote from historian Peter Hedda describing late Rome. The affluent lived in slums and survived on handouts, while semi-Romanized Goths defended the frontiers. Vast estates all up the countryside, leaving farmers who were buried in debt, and all the while, the empire collapsed under the weight of its own size. Sam said earlier, the concept of managed decline has quietly migrated from the rulings history into modern policy. Originally, it was a business term. It was used when a company was too far gone to save, but management focused on slowing down the collapse, salvaging businesses up on the
But he looks like a schnauzer because I can only get the top. I did the bomb when he's asleep.
By the early 1980s, it entered government strategy. When Liverpool erupted into riots after years of economic decay, Margaret Thatcher's closest advisors floated the idea of abandoning the city to manage decline. Let the industry rot, let the people move, contain the damage. Don't waste time on revival. Thatcher ultimately rejected the idea, but the phrase stuck around because quietly it solved some inconvenient problems. When the effort required to fix something becomes greater than the political will, managed decline offers an easy way out. Stop trying to save it, just control the collapse. And what began as a tactic or dying companies is now happening on a national scale. Canada, the UK, Australia, these are no longer systems anyone in charge seems particularly interested in fixing. Debts climb, industries die, borders stay open. The middle class is squeezed until it vanishes. And instead of turning the ship around, governments are focused focus on slowing the city because that's all managed decline really is. A decision not to say. Literally. And if you enjoyed this video so far, a great decision you can make is to subscribe and give the video a thumbs up. Nowhere is managed decline more apparent than the economy. In Canada, in the last decade, business investment per worker has fallen by 20%, while productivity has barely budged. Since 2015, Canada's GDP per capita growth has averaged just 0.9% per year. By 2022, it wasn't just lagging, it was dead last among OECD countries. And the response, rather than fix the underlying growth,
Good job. Can I do a little more?
deep employee growth. In
A little more?
2023 alone, the population surged by over 1.2 million people, the fastest pace since 1957. But nearly all that growth has gone into inflating housing demand and pushing up GDP on paper. In reality, the country's housing stock per person is shrinking, and infrastructure hasn't kept pace. Home prices remain out of reach, real wages are stagnant, and young people are drowning in debt. Across the ocean, the UK has been living in its own economic nightmare. After 2008, the UK's productivity flatlined. From 2008 to 2019, GDP per hour worked grew just 0.3% per year, the slowest rate since the Industrial Revolution. Meanwhile, real wages in 2023 were still lower than in 2008, marking the longest pay stagnation in over 200 years. Investment has dried up. Business investment as a share of GDP lags behind in every major economy.
Good. Here,
Employment
real good.
growth, the UK
We'll leave
has
you.
broke together.
Good job.
The same place
Got a throat cut off.
Rapid
Feel better?
population increases, with net migration hitting a record 745,000 in 2022. But
Whoa.
public services, housing, and infrastructure have been left behind. Is on life support. Housing is scarce and wildly expensive, and the tax burden has reached its highest level since the 1940s. And then there's Australia. Between 2000 and 2020, GDP per capita growth slowed to just 1.1% per year, down from 2.3% in the decades prior. Productivity growth has nearly stalled. And while Australia posts flashy GDP numbers, much of it is built on mining exports and record migration, not genuine economic dynamism. In 2023, Australia's population grew by 660,000 people, the highest number ever recorded. But instead of wealth traveling down, housing prices hit record highs and rental vacancies. Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know is ChatGPT.
To the people over 40 who don't know how to use AI, tomorrow morning we're starting the 28-day AI challenge for beginners over 40. Just 15 minutes a day to level up your life. In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable. In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy. In 3 weeks, you'll wonder why.
You can put it on, please.
Vacancies dropped below 1%, real wages fell, and infrastructure groaned under the weight of rapid growth. And here's the common thread. In all three countries, business investment per worker is falling, productivity is flatlining, wages are stagnant, but GDP keeps growing. Why is that? Because the population keeps growing.
Okay.
Managed decline is less about falling off a cliff, it's swapping out real, sustainable wealth creation for paper growth. Build less, import more, inflate the numbers. How did three wealthy, stable nations all end up circling the same terrain? It wasn't bad luck or random mismanagement. There's a pattern, and it starts with a shift in priorities. In the late 20th century, Canada, the UK, and Australia made a quiet trade-off. They abandoned a long-term nation building for short-term gains. Instead of investing in industry or national self-reliance, they handed the reins to finance, estate, and migration as the primary engines of growth. Why build factories when you can just sell houses to each other at inflated prices? Why invest in homegrown talent when you can import cheaper labor? Why prioritize national prosperity when global capital offers bigger profits elsewhere?
We like to say people cunning, not necessarily men.
Australia.
Yeah, fucking tool.
The economy around property speculation.
We like to say humankind, not mankind. It's offensive.
Designed to pump the housing market, even if it cries to locals now.
I voted for him.
Immigration policies were sold as
Thank He's a great politician. I was very fooled. I was very convinced that I'd have a weed store.
While wages stagnated in the UK, the architects of austerity gutted public services while pushing policies that favoured multinational finance over local communities. London's banking sector boomed, northern manufacturing towns withered, and every
Okay, maybe I'm not gonna wear fuzzy socks.
prioritised
Back
global
up.
markets, maximize short-term profits, and if the people complain,
Let's
tell
wear
them
fuzzy
the
socks
economy is
today.
growing. They're growing for who? Because while the numbers might look good on a spreadsheet, its decisions followed out the foundation of prosperity, replacing real protections. In Canada, over 1.25 million arrivals in 2023, a number that used to be
I
unbeatable.
can't bend my leg high enough to put my sock on because my even though my back grows short. I put donation. I had to take them back out. I need bigger shorts, and even they don't fit.
700,000 people added in just 12 months. Not a single major party wants to slow
Why
it
did I
down.
put your leash in
In
color?
fact, the Prime Minister can even be seen dining with people who run ghost colleges that import fake students to houses. The UK.
No wonder why fucking people here can't go to school. I applied to like so many fucking colleges, and it was only because the secretary was a really nice lady, and she was like, "You've applied here before, haven't you?" I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Cause it's just rare, cause the people don't usually come in person and apply." So she's like, "Let me just check to see if you have a file or something." And she said that the lady told me that they did see my application. I did like 3 different applications. It's like $30 or something every time you do it, put in an application, even if you get rejected. But I put in 3 different applications, and she was like, "Oh yeah, they did look at your application, and they went back to your grade 9 because your grades were so good for your last 2 years of high school. So they went back to your grade 9 to see if it was consistent, and you don't have a record for grade 9." So yeah, because I had family problems, so I got a NE, not evaluated, which is automatic 60. It means that I didn't show up to school, but I passed my exams. So she was like, "So you're not missing credits, but they won't be confident that you'll be able to show up. So you have to go to your school board and get them to fax over a letter explaining as to why you have no record for grade 9. Like, yeah, but they're not going to do that. Like, so there's no way I can actually go to college because all the colleges, all the CJEPs here are going to look at my grade 9 because my marks are too fucking high. Does that not make any sense to you? Like, I dropped out in grade 9. I didn't even do like maybe half the year. Like, I did, probably less though. And it still says and they're like, "So why did you pass?" Like, they bumped me up. I basically got bumped up grades. Every year since grade 7, I literally failed. 7, 8, 9, I failed all 3 years. Never went to summer school either. And I wonder why people don't like me at school. There's a Okay, forget it. Okay, we'll be back. Oh, I have cushions in there. Okay, good job. Hey, you want to come drink some water? Want to come drink some water, Bobby? Where did I put that? Some food. We'll get you the fan and some food. Oh, I need to change the shirt. Way too hot out there for this. I need to find the air conditioners. Fan food, fan food, fan food. ADHD. Oh my fucking god. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Oh, no, it's not over here. I say all the way over here, and it's actually really not that far. So this extension. Pretty sure that's like something you're not supposed to do. I think you're supposed to plug extension cords into more extension cords. But I do it anyway because I like to live dangerously. Oh, because it doesn't work. And that other extension cord. Not long enough already then. It's not plugged in. Oh, it is because it is not plugged in. Indeed. Okay, so now we're going to do even worse. Now we are plugging in two extension cords into a power bar. Yay! Crisis averted. Now I don't have to like fucking do 10 million other things to do this one thing. Good. Food. Water, food for Jack. Oh, my tummy tum. Oh god. I'm not sure why, but for some reason, every time I get my period, I'm like in a lot of pain. And cleaning and doing a bunch of shit. Because for some odd reason, I guess it's probably because I try to listen to what my brain is telling me. That's why I don't have to diet. Because I don't eat vegetables and salads because I like them. I would love to just eat steak for tacos for literally every meal. I used to eat McDonald's 3 times a day. It was bad. But no, my brain tells my body, or no, my body tells my brain that's what I need, and my brain picks accordingly. Like if fucking my iron is low because I have an iron deficiency because I decided to be a vegetarian for like a year and a half, but I didn't take vitamins or really eat vegetables. I mostly just ate noodles for a year and a half. I haven't starved myself yet. Here. What do I? No? No what? Some water if you want. Well. Okay. Whoa. Here you go. I'm gonna play the food. Where are Jack's plates? Cool. I hid them. Come on. So, oh. On my back. Wow. This is why we paid a lawyer. Like, it's a lot, but you know what? Everyone else spends the fucking weekend in jail. Well, my boyfriend gets to come home. Like, it's crazy. Because even for Dom's charges, got charged with contraband tobacco. Dom was so pissed about it because fucking he panicked. He's old. Like, Dom can't fucking do jail time. But the cop said, if you let me search the vehicle, then I won't fucking give you a hard time. And I'm not. But then he searched the vehicle and there was obviously contraband smokes in it. And then he was like, hey, so we're taking the smokes and we're impounding your vehicle. And he's like, you said that you weren't going to if I let you search it. And he goes, yeah, but if I didn't find anything. Like, cops do that all the time. Every time a cop or like fucking if you're in jail and they try to give you a deal and be like, oh, you'll get, or like fucking if you're getting charged with something and they say, oh, you'll get a reduced charge. They're lying. And it's absolutely legal for people of authority to lie and be like, if you tell me that, it's basically like Perry, if you tell me the truth, you're not going to get in trouble and then you still get grounded. Like, I was like, Dom, what are you talking? Like, literally, you never let them search the car. Like, he was like, because they fucking surrounded me. It was 5 cop cars fucking stopped because they followed him from the store to over the bridge. And fucking they stopped them over the bridge once they were off the reserve. Because cops can't fucking stop you on the reserve. Only the peacekeepers can stop you. Because you have to be native. Like, so they followed him over the bridge. Fucking, you never fucking talk, and you never rat. Even if the person is fucking deserves to be in jail and you don't, you fucking do not rat. Because they'll make sure you stay in jail forever. And it's never like, oh, no jail time. It's always a reduced sentence. Like, because if you rat, you're going in for a reduced sentence, you still have to fucking be with those people that you ratted out. Like, they're going to make sure you never get out of jail. Let's see. Maybe go drink some water if you're choking to death. Poor Jan. But they try to make Dom do community service. Dom's never even had like a legit job. He's a hustler. I hate using that word. Fucking douchebags. I hustle. I'm self-made. I work for myself. I'm like, no, that's just because you're so difficult. You cannot be hired anywhere else. Like, because Dom is fucking difficult, but he's really good at running businesses. They tried to tell him to do community service. He was too old. Can't do community service. And basically anyone who has charges, like, a lot of the time, fucking people who have super long sentences, like my friend Tim, who was caught and raided by the SWAT team for drug trafficking on ketamine and other shit. And he had a super long sentence, and he was only supposed to serve part of his time on weekends. Okay, good, thank you. So I'm supposed to serve his time on weekends, and he'd go in on the weekend, and they'd be like, "Fuck it, go home," because we don't want to have to book you for a weekend just to let you out after the weekend. It's fucking stupid. And like the people who have like super small petty crime, they fucking will throw you in jail just for not doing your fucking community service or doing fucking probation. Like parole officers are fucking garbage. One of my ex-boyfriends from like high school, I dated him for like maybe 2 weeks or something, maybe a month. But the Stephen Porter guy's dumb as shit. Fucking gets in like so many fights and gets his ass kicked and then just curls up in a ball. I'm like, just at least throw some punches. At least fucking fight back. If you're gonna run your mouth and not act like you're talking tough shit, like, yeah, you might get beat up, but at least fucking throw some punches. Don't just curl up in the fetal position. Like, the fuck? He stabbed a guy 10 times. And then he came to my house after he got out of jail. Hid fucking weed in my mailbox. I'm like, aren't you on probation? He's like, yeah, my probation officer's trying to get in my pants. I was like, You're a little bit full of yourself. Pretty sure your probation officer's not trying to get in your pants. He was like, "Oh, really?" And he showed me texts of like her asking him out for drinks, and them texting at like 1 o'clock in the morning and shit, like inappropriate text. And he was like, "Oh yeah, she's totally trying to bang me." I was like, "Wow, okay, she was trying to sleep with you. That's probably not ideal. Whatever." So my boyfriend's lawyer got him no probation because he's doing volunteering because they don't fucking set you up with community service. You have to go find somewhere that'll take volunteers, which is easier said than done. Because I used to volunteer. I was telling someone this. I used to volunteer at an animal shelter, and then SPCA took it over everything, so I can't volunteer anymore. I was like, okay. They used to literally throw me the keys and be like, write your name and the date. They don't show ID or anything, like, and they're just like, do whatever. We don't really give a shit. Like I could literally take all these dogs, and they would be like, okay, more room. Like, they're unwanted dogs. And if you try to like ask them questions about stuff, they're like, I really don't have time to answer your questions because we are just so busy. We really appreciate you helping, but they're like very rude about it too. They're like, I'm fucking like, I have a million calls, and there's fucking animals everywhere. Animal sounds. It was very chaotic, but very expected for an animal shelter. Oh my god, Berger Blanc still open. They closed a few times because last time I worked there, or I volunteered there with my mom and my sister, they had 3 trailers full of cats, and after 3 days, if they don't get picked up, they euthanize them, and they all got Reno. There's like 300 cats that got Reno and died in trailers. You could fucking see the fleas fucking jumping off. We threw out our clothes before we went in. Went to the front door. We fucking took off our clothes at the front door and threw them out. Because we have our cats at home, so can't risk them getting fucking super sick off of, like, I got ringworm from fucking, because the place I used to work at, Safari, pet store, they said all the cats are from SPCA, but they weren't. We used to take in drop-offs. And it was usually the same fucking people always coming back. But, like, and you can't really say no to them a lot of the time because, like, you'll just find a box of kittens at the front door when you walk into work the next morning. So, and one of the kittens that we adopted, and they sell them for $300 pop and say that it all is through SPCA. So, anywho, got a cat with ringworm, and they fucking were in this little cage upstairs, hidden for fucking probably 3 months. Getting the cats are not meant to be in cages all day and all night for 3 months. Like, that's so fucking cruel. Sheena got in shit for that one, and we had to wait a super long time for their medication because everything is with something called Access Vet. So when you buy a cat or a dog for like $700, $800, $900, you're not paying for the dog, because I know the prices that the breeders charge, which is like $200, $300 more. Like, you're paying for the contract that says if anything happens to your animal within, it's another insurance scam, but just using animals. If your animal has a viral infection within the first 14 days, we cover the charge for the vet. And if it has a hereditary illness, so a heart murmur, hip dysplasia, anything that is genetic from their family, from their parents, it's up to a year. But those are usually diseases that only show up after 5 years or more. So, yeah, that was a huge scam. Okay, let's go see if the dog will eat. Look at this. This is my dog's plate of food. It's Caesars with cheese and turkey. And then sometimes he'll go, I'm like, okay. Because he just wants something better. You hungry? Thank you. I'll turn your coffee machine back on. Oops, there's a little joint. Here's your shit. I go to where we hang out, where I hang out. He doesn't hang out there anymore. I still love my drug addicted hobo friends. They're fucking crazy people. But, right. Fucking, I went back there for like a couple days, like consecutive days in a row. So anytime I refer to my significant other, I have to say Joker. Because if I say Yan, they go, who? Same with like fucking Tim. If I say Tim, they're like, who? I'm like, Storms. Because I use their actual names, not their fucking stupid street name. My street name was Finance. Because I used to always be writing down my my budget to see if I could find like money that I can squeeze to like buy like a beer or like a 5-piece. Not a 5-piece. Hey, hey, hey! Stop it! Whiskey? Hey! Stop eating stuff off the floor! Food, forget. Oh no. Oh. What tacos? Okay, cool. I have to make food. There's already food made. Okay, we're gonna switch surgery. Oh, look who it is! Come on, Whiskey, come. Hi. Come on. Whiskey, come. Get inside. We want for a walk without you. Come. Stop. Whoa. Hey. Whoa.
So it took me half an hour longer because I walked Fisher Frank to the legal aid office.
Okay.
Because I go. Thank you. So I smoked a joint with him. It was like, oh my god, so he told me a bunch of stuff back in the day. My brother was part of his streetliners. That when he was dreaming about being chased by a gang or beat up and shit like that, my brother was part of those dreams.
Cedric?
Yeah.
Why?
Oh my god, because my brother was a tyrant. When you think about it,
So I used to torment him?
he used to torment a lot of people, and then for fun. And I mean, if you didn't think the way he wanted you to think, or didn't do whatever the fuck you wanted him to do, he was beating you up. But he's not even.
Your brother.
Yeah, but he's not even someone.
So he's like you though. He's very tiny, but he
No, he's tall, big. The difference between him
doesn't look like.
and I is like I know how to fight truly. He doesn't. He's just big and strong, so he can beat up people that barely know how to fight. But when he gets someone that can't stand his ground up, he just starts yelling, and he's not really.
Yeah, you don't really talk about ever times that you and your brother like getting into fist fights.
No, because once when we he just pushed me, I grabbed his hand, I did this. And he
Oh.
went on the ground on his ass. And I was like, "What the fuck you think you're gonna do? You always thought you were fucking stronger than me because he got hit by a car. Okay, it's not because I was that strong or whatever. He got hit by a car and he got a surgery and he's got like 44 metal plates in his body.
44?
Yeah, he got hit by the car, got stuck into the wheel, got removed from it with whatever tools, and then he went to an helicopter in Kamloops to go to the hospital.
Oh yeah, okay.
So I have bad news, but they're not that bad.
What?
I have to go to jail, but I don't have to stay there overnight.
What?
So I'm going to jail on Sundays only from 9 to 5 for 20 days. What's the good news is I don't sleep in jail. I only go to this on Sundays. It's like a day of work. And it was supposed to be 20 days each cases.
And you're not getting probation.
It was supposed to be plus a probation, plus and everything. But then when the judge said, okay, you plead guilty for the probation, the 40 days of jail, and the suramount and the fees or whatever.
Okay.
My lawyer fought for no probation because there's no way, because it's 5 years ago. So the guy before me was 3 years ago, and he had some community services, and they fucking bashed him. So I was like, oh my God, I'm in trouble. I'm so in trouble. So the judge was like, calm down, Crown. Okay, we're going to pile up those files. So now it's 20 days each, but it's piled up. So I only do 20 days for the two of them. But it's always a sixth or a 2/3. So it's either 10 and a half days.
Yeah.
I'll have to, no, 2/3. Which is that?
That's really not very much.
Let's see.
This just feels really stupid, to be honest.
Yeah, yes.
Go, come here.
It is.
It feels like you're clogging up the jail for
Okay.
no reason. Really.
Yeah, but then you remember what
What happened with Tim? Yeah,
So
I
they might
just
just
said
do
that on my live
I
stream
might
too.
go show
Where
up.
like they fucking literally, they're like, we don't want to go through the paperwork of booking you, so they would just tell them to go home.
So 2/3 would be 13 days. 2/3, but it's a small sentence. Usually it's 6-month sentence. You do 2/3.
But you're
Other than
not
that,
getting probation.
It's 1/6. I don't have a probation. I didn't even sign any paper when I went out of there.
So it'll be time served.
Yes, because I pled guilty. Because I didn't do what they asked me to do 5 years ago, obviously. And then they fought to change my file. So now I'm not like a dangerous fucking criminal or whatnot. I'm
Can you go to the States now?
no, I still have
Oh.
I'm non-heavily criminalized.
Okay, so
So
you're
I'm
not a dangerous criminal.
I'm not a dangerous criminal.
Okay.
So instead of like the guy said at the desk, oh, you can't leave because I can't print the paper because we didn't say anything about the probation in front of the judge for the verbal.
That's a you
process.
problem. That's a you fuck up. That's
Such
not a me
a
fuck
fucking
up.
damn problem. So I go back. I call my lawyer. I'm like, yo, they made me go back in court. It's like, what the fuck? So I wait. My lawyer's like, well, if he told you to go in front of the judge, go in front of the judge. Go ahead, whatever it is. It's like, but probation? Oh, it might be a probation of 1 year. It's like, okay, fine. I'm okay with that. It's like not disrupting the peace.
Not,
No,
yeah, but
like-
they do random drug tests or whatever.
No.
They did for Jesse.
Yeah, no, but him, it's a probation on sursis. It means that he's in jail but at home. Kind of.
Really?
Yeah. Because he still has condition. So
Curfew. He had a curfew?
So he's in jail at home.
Really?
Yeah, when you have a curfew, you're in jail at home. It's called a sursis,
House arrest.
house arrest. And the procureur was like, oh my God, I'd never give a sursis. He gave one to someone. And he's like, I gave like 3 in my
For
whole
someone
career.
who served his sentence for 15 years for being a teenager that stole a car and ran away.
That's crazy. So they call me back. I'm in the fucking in front of the court talking with my lawyer, and they call me back in the interphone, whatever. I go back down. It's like, oh, sorry about that. There's no probation, so there's no sign. There's no paper to sign here. So here you go. Here's your little where you need to be on Sunday. I'm like, you're fucking kidding me? Like, I was waiting that whole time just for you to give me this.
How are you going to get all the way there on Sunday?
on the bus?
Isn't that super far?
Well, it's going 800 going west.
Isn't that towards Brossard?
No, it's no, baby. Bordeaux Joe. Let's check it out right now. So I you won't have me away from home overnight.
Yeah, that's all I really care about.
It's fucking complicated for me though, but that's what you want. No, I don't want to be gone like 10 days in jail
No,
or like 6
no.
days in jail.
I couldn't do one. I had a hard time doing one.
I told my lawyer, it's like, dude, tell him I work. He's like, how many days of you work?
Sometimes 7. Yeah.
It's like 7.
I'm lucky if I get a
So,
day off
I'm
a
like,
week.
wow, that's not working. I'm like, yeah, but if you, he's like, because we can maybe try to ask for 1 day a week. I'm like, 1 day a week? Like, if you're talking to me, like, I'm not staying in jail overnight, I'm okay with that. And he's like, okay, but I was like, I'll just tell my employer I can't work on Sunday. I don't give a fuck. It's court order. Sunday's good. He's like, okay, Sunday's
You're
good.
basically giving me my weekend now.
For 10 days.
Yeah. You get to go see all your friends.
No, they're not my friends.
I know they're not your friends. I'm making a stupid joke.
So when I saw, my God, man, Fricka Frank,
Yeah.
he doesn't stay sitting. He's on speed now instead of doing heroin and all that.
Good.
I'm super proud of
That's
him.
better.
And then he said, "Fuck, man, dude, you look like you don't even do drugs anymore." I was like,
I don't
No.
do drugs
He's like,
anymore.
really? You don't even smoke weed? I'm like, whoa! And that was crazy. Said I didn't do drugs. So I know my lawyer was talking to the guy that was obviously giving him trouble. And I went to see my lawyer. I'm like, hey, if there's not a lawyer, I know him for like over 15 years. And I told him, he's my lawyer. He's a really good one. He gets me out of trouble all the time. And he's like, oh. And my lawyer came and was like, thanks for your reference. I'm like, yeah, right on, no problem.
Well, it's surprising. Hey, it's actually kind of surprising that he still takes your references after fucking what's his name, Moras. Didn't you recommend Moras to him, and Moras just didn't pay him?
No, that's the thing. If I refer someone and they don't pay him or shit like that happen, it's on them. It's not on me.
You know, that's why I don't recommend most people for jobs anymore.
Yeah.
If I am employed, I usually don't recommend majority of the people I know because I know that they're either not going to show up
That's
or they're
the
going to
thing.
fuck it up, and then
I
it makes
walked
you look
with
bad.
him to the office of the HLZ, which is 2 street up on Maisonneuve, the Place du Prix there, where the SAQ is.
Mm.
The ticket thing, whatever.
Mhm.
I went with him on the 8th floor at the door. Like, there you go. That's where you have to go in. He's like, okay, that's where I go in. Go in. I told him by, and that's where we split. Because I wanted to pay my lawyer, so he has to go on legal aid. I texted my lawyer, like, hey, I walk Mr. Chevalier to the legal aid office. Make sure he doesn't cause you any trouble. Ah!
Yeah, OCVs. Yeah, it's getting lighter. It's mine or a new one?
So I have some positive and then negative, but after that, look, I don't have to go in court anymore.
At all?
No.
You do your 10 days or your...
My thing and time served and I'm free. Wow. That sounded easy, but it has a little weight to it. Free. Baby!
You should be
Come
happy.
here, you love. What?
I'm so happy for you. You're such a good boy.
What? Hard cooking around. One jail day a week.
Zach, come here.
1 day of jail a week. Stupid. This is such a waste of.
Yeah, but I have a
everybody's
feeling they're
time.
probably eventually, like, after, like, 2 or 3 Sundays, they're just going to be like, forget it.
Hopefully. Hopefully.
Because it's just you're clogging up the jail, you're making them do a bunch of paper for no reason. How are you going to get there, Yan?
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe you could take the train.
Well, it's I know that there's a subway. There's a bus that goes from one subway. I'm not sure which one it is, and goes directly in front of the jail. Because when you get out of jail, this is all you get back to civilization.
Oh.
You get that bus. You tell the guy, "Hey, hi, I just got out of jail. Then you give me a bus ticket because I came out of my 1/6." And they're like, "Yeah, I know what it is." Let you go in.
You could take the train to Lucy, LA.
Where did you check where it was? Really?
Yeah, it's an hour and a half, though. Lionel Grew. You have to go to Lionel Grew and then to super far.
The last subway station. It's Henri Bourassa, isn't it?
I just said Lionel Grew.
No, but then I have to go
Oh, yeah, Henry Barca.
Henri Bourassa, then I take the 69. Nice.
Huh.
Take the 69 too. I don't really need to know the stop because you can see the jail for a while before you get to that stop.
What's going on? Let me see. Let me see your face. Let me see your face. I'm not doing anything. I'm just rubbing your face for you.
I never thought I was gonna have to.
Want painkiller, maybe? What?
Oh, cool.
Jacko?
My
What's up?
lawyer loved my my comment. Ah, merci, tu es vraiment génial. thinks you're really awesome, I guess.
You are really awesome. One day I'm gonna go around. You know what? I was thinking of doing a instead of writing it, because no one likes to fucking read anymore. Everyone has fucking listen to audiobooks and shit. So like, instead of writing out people's stories, doing like a documentary style. Because I want to fucking get like people like you, Jesse, Rhea, Matthew, all those fucked up stories of like how you guys fucking ended up in such.
The same goes to you. Thanks again.
Yeah, no, your lawyer's really good.
I never seen that one day at jail.
I heard weekend. Yeah, I heard the weekend.
They argued in front, outside. Like they wanted me right now to call Derek and ask him for my because I used my paper for the last cases.
Yeah, so they have it in the files, but
yeah,
they can't go pull it out.
There, so can pull it
Yeah,
out.
but how am I supposed to know? Fucking what am I supposed to do?
So I call
file
Derek,
folder?
doesn't answer. Text Derek, hey, I need this. Because they're asking me for it now. But, oh, I'm not home right now. She's not home right now. I'll be able to do that in an hour.
I'm in front of
So I tell my lawyer,
a judge.
and he's like, okay, so hey, I promise you, look, I know him for over 15 years. I promise you, you'll send me the paper, I'll send it to you. Let's just deal with this. It's like, okay, fine. And I'm still in the way.
Because you know what? What's the ultimate goal here? To take someone who is not an actual criminal and
they called my putting your life around.
Yeah.
They called it very interesting.
Yeah.
In the positive way that like almost impossible.
Yeah, I've literally almost only known people who are either addicts or have mental health problems. So yeah, it's basically unheard of unless someone has a life-changing event where they like even like near-death experiences.
Look at Frank. How did you stop doing all this? Like I found out in my life. It's easy. He's like, that's such a cheap trick.
No, I think it was that or you're gonna die.
Yeah, but I didn't really care about the latter. Like not being happy, I always got like a death wish and a thirst for danger.
Yeah.
Which don't really mix together.
No, very much not.
With the skill I have, it's even don't mix together because I get over through danger and I don't get killed. So it's pointless. No,
usually the only reason people quit their drug usage is not to rehab, but because if they go to rehab, they end up back on drugs. It's just a matter of time.
Especially when they're not the one paying for it.
Especially when they're not the one paying for it. Especially when it's not through an ultimatum of their family saying, we're going to abandon you. Maybe put shorts on. Silly. They're all folded in your cupboard.
You're all folded in my cupboard.
Oh, there's a much easier way.
Shorts. They don't have a button. I don't know. I have the Army Dickie shorts.
You're gonna have to wake up at 6:30 in the morning.
That's fine. It's fine. If it's something I need to do.
I guess it's not winter either, so it makes it a little bit easier.
Huh?
It's not winter either, so it makes it a bit easier.
I'm not going to work. You know what I'm doing?
Going to sleep.
I'm going over there. No, I don't even have a cell.
I'm
going over there, sit on the fucking round table of whatever. It's the new 00, 00, and the AA range. So when you do weekends, when you're part-timer, because you can't have a cell, you can't be placed because you're not sentenced.
It's like going to the hospital, being in triage. They fit in your hallway.
So what's the advantage of this? Is there? Well, it's kind of a disadvantage for me, though. There is no VIP. There's no president of the wing. So there's nobody that controls this place. So I just get in there. I can do
General population.
General population. Without anybody that can take control of it, because nobody is ever there longer than 2 weeks. When you say 2 weeks, always think. When you say time in jail, always think Small sentence, 1/6 of it. Big sentence, 2/3. You never do a full sentence. So when you do 25 years of jail because you just did involuntary manslaughter, because it's involuntary, it goes to what is it? 1/6. So you do 7.5 years. You don't do 25 years in jail because you kill someone. But then when you go to jail and you do 2/3, you end up doing 21, 22 years with probation. You never do 25 full.
That's ask Jesse about it because I'm so confused.
But when you're minor, it's different. There's no 1/6, 2/3. When you're minor, you're sentenced, especially if you're minor, sentenced as an adult, full time. And when you transfer from juvie, you get to 18, you transfer to jail. If you're not lucky, well, if you're not lucky, if you're lucky, you transfer to a.
That doesn't make any sense at all. Why would a minor be chargeable first for a full sentence and adults are only
Because
charged a portion of their sentence?
they consider you a full-fledged criminal at your age. So if you're a full-fledged
It
criminal,
doesn't make sense.
that's
You're a teenager. You don't know better. It's a mistake. That doesn't even make sense. You're literally making it so that they become criminals. You're making it so that fucking
people.
poor teenagers
But I
become
mean,
criminals.
people that's from mommy and daddy's house that are not stuck in the system yet. If you're stuck in the system, they own you. You're called PJ, which is Protection de la Jeunesse, which means youth protection.
Yeah.
Which means they
They're
can't.
in your life until you're 18.
Yes,
and then
but
as
they
soon as you turn
can't
18,
do what
you're
they
gone.
did to Jesse to you. Because you're protected. They chose whatever move you're gonna do, so they want to.
That's what they did to Rhea.
reform you.
That's what they did to Rhea, and that's why Rhea didn't get taken away from her mom, because the ultimatum was you put your kid in rehab, or and she does some jail time. She went to juvie and then followed up with rehab. I'll go roll you one. There's tacos. You want tacos?
I want tacos. I want coffee. I want love. I want a button on my shirt. Shorts. I want a button on my shorts.
Oh
It's too fat.
no! Put a belt on.
I'm just at home. I'm going there.
Yeah.
Okay. Coffee first.
Yeah.
That's still good, maybe not, eh?
Yeah, why not? A waffle.
Well, because there's a lot of flies that are flying around. I found. Ah!
You got a high.
Huh?
You got a high.
Yeah. Oh, hi! What?
You're stupid.
Because I did get a high talking to you about all this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I got a high. Yeah, I did get a high. Who is it that behind me?
Pixie.
Oh, the one that you like?
Yeah. Oh, who? Jared yesterday. Jared was like, I need some advice. I got a new dog. It's a Dalmatian.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, it's
What's
exactly
the
what I
question?
know.
What's
It's a
going on?
Dalmatian mixed with a Shepherd.
What's his question?
I don't know. I didn't, because he fucking asked me and I wasn't paying attention, so he left. But I was like, I really hope it's not your first dog, and I really hope it's not a female. Because if so, you're fucked.
Dalmatian are very
They're
aggressive.
very aggressive. They're
They're
nasty
very
dogs.
territorial. So you know that.
Especially if it's female, you're
you know
fucked.
the movie 101.
Dalmatians,
It's
yeah.
so not accurate. You
I
wanna
know.
why? Because if they start having too much baby, they start like killing them off.
Yeah, they eat them.
So there is no such thing as 101 little
No,
Dalmatian.
and Dalmatians are fucking nasty. I had a friend. I stayed at her place once. The girl with the creepy father that tried to get me in leather when I was like 16. Brought me to a thrift store. Was like, "Do you like to play in mud?" Yeah, and my sister came and picked me up 2 hours away on Nuts Corner in the middle of the night, saying we had a modeling interview the next day. We actually did, but they found a firearm under his bed. But they had a Dalmatian. You couldn't sit on the bed. The Dalmatian's on the bed. You try to sit down. I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck? I didn't do anything.
Ooh, I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'll go.
I'm coming out.
Well, I'm gonna go do my garden thing. But I fucking because I was busy walking the dogs. Look.
Good
Look.
job.
Oh, booby.
There you
Your dog wouldn't go in.
Why not?
I don't know. I just threw the ball in. I was scared.
Why are you being chicken shit? Oh, that feel bad. He loves the water. Oh, you okay? He sneezed in the water.
He started rubbing his face on rocks.
Hi, Whiskey. Come on.
Look, I had to throw the ball.
How you doing, Bobby?
Yeah, but he's on these. That's why he's on the door.
Good job,
tethered.
Diego.
Wait, what?
Because he's tethered.
Oh, well, that's kind of like, unless you're there with me, I can't have both of them and then have him off leash.
No.
I use the long leash, but I won't risk both of them
I'm actually
being off
happy-
leash at the
I'm
same
actually
time.
happy about that.
Well, I'm not stupid. Like,
No, you're stupid. I think I knew that.
no, my dog almost died twice because of my thinking of, oh, like, he wouldn't do that, or oh, like that won't happen, and then it ended up being like I fucking go do something else, and then it ends up happening where he almost fucking drowned and got bit by a dog. And I was like, no, it'll be fine, and then he almost died. I was like, wow, just in like 5 seconds of me fucking walking away, I was like, he's not gonna jump in the pool, and then what does he do? Jump in the pool.
9 till 5. So I need to bring something to eat with me while I'm going.
They won't even give you food.
Not in the morning. I'll just have not in the morning. I might not have supper either. So they just give me
Lunch.
lunch.
Like, what if you want to lay down?
Huh?
What if you want to lay down?
No.
If you're not feeling good.
No. Not really. If I want to lie down, I can just fucking go in the corner of the range and. I don't know because it's the new range. Because it's the new range, they'll just give me a cell. I'll be able to lay down.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So I'm just used to the old ways when you get in there for only little times like this, you get into a cell, well, a range, and then there's no cell for you. So when there's deadlock times you have to go in, you have to go and share a cell with somewhere there's already 2 people in, and you just sit on the bench and wait until the deadlock time is done.
Where am I going?
Yeah, where are you going? I'm going right
Oh,
there.
Jared is there. Border Collie mix with a Dalmatian.
Oh, Border Collie. Wow, this dog must be the most smart dog on the fucking planet. Your dog's smarter than you, Jared. Just take that in consideration.
He never had a dog before. Adopting it from a shelter.
Is it male?
It's a male.
Okay.
I need to match my energy. Yeah, well, actually, kind of like fucking.
Being whiskey.
Well, no, because Jared's a bit of a misogynist. No offense. A little bit of a woman hater.
But he's still on your channel giving you power.
Yeah, well, most women haters are just not good at talking to women. And I'm not the typical female. I'm basically like an 80-year-old man.
Thanks.
Well,
I'm dating an 80-year-old man.
seems like that's like the only people that I can relate with is like old truckers. The trick is to not try to be cool. What?
The trick is to chew your food.
No, the trick is to not try to be cool.
Yeah.
The more you try to be cool, the more of a fucking loser you are.
Yeah.
But also not
That's
doing.
That's why nerds are nerds, because they dream to be cool.
Yeah, there's difference between nerds and geeks. Like, and even like the geek thing, all the gamer girls kind of fucking ruined it. Because they're like, gamer girl, I play Call of Duty, I have pink camo controller skin. Like,
Yeah, I see.
yeah, they kind of just like ruined gamer girls. Or if like fucking people are like doing like the exact opposite, only just to try to be like different from everybody else, and that's like the sole reason why they do it. Fucking just makes you a fucking asshole. What is that?
Me.
Oh.
My wire's broken.
Where are the air conditioners?
They're gone, baby.
Are they downstairs or up here?
They're gone. They're gone forever.
You know.
I don't know.
I'll go check downstairs before I fucking start.
We're still freezing at night.
Yeah, but for
Yeah,
the
but-
dog. It's too hot and humid. The dog
Just
will
leave
go
the for now. Leave
the fan.
the curtain closed during the day, and the windows open during the night. It'll be fresh and nice and
You're not
fresh.
listening to me.
No, you're not listening to me.
I am.
No, you're not.
I'm the one who has to be here all day.
Fine, do what you must.
What? Install the air conditioner? Like I do every year?
But in May,
It's like what is it with you and Dom? Guys like to fucking just suffer the heat.
it's the electricity, bro.
Oh.
You really want to know?
Well, I'm not saying it has to be on. I'm just saying for when the dog overheats.
Okay. Not that I want us to suffer, but I also want us to eat. My next paycheck is going on into Hydro this week. Looking at a little bit of money for next week.
Okay.
Next week food.
I didn't grind enough weed.
Huh?
I didn't grind enough weed.
I do that sometimes, and I still roll it. And I'm like, oh my god, I just roll like the half of the amount of a small paper to 1 1/4.
Hmm.
And this is not working. I'm smoking paper right now. Bury this, please. I'm
Why?
going to jail.
But you're not going to be gone for more than like the day, so.
An actual normal day, 8 hours.
So do you not have to do community service?
No. I do not have to do volunteer either, so I can unapply.
Oh.
The guy didn't care.
What do you mean?
The crown,
The judge?
not the judge. The judge was there to judge and give me a judgment, which was because he told me. It's not because he has something agreed with him or he's trying to give you something. Like, I'm the one that decides at the end. And he cut everything in half. I'm like, this is too much.
What's the crown? Oh, the prosecutor.
The prosecutor of the crown. That's why I call it the crown. Because they call it the crown. Just call yourself a fucking prosecutor. That's what you are. You prosecute people, prosecutor. Like, in my book, it's not a fucking compliment. Anyhow. Yeah, he was such a dick. Oh my god, he was such a dick. All of that in this is the worst part. All of that, the reason is we do not want to waste time and country real money. I'm like, fucking kidding me right now?
How is this not a waste of money in every possible fucking way?
I was like, oh yeah, I'm about to.
All of these
do that shit.
fucking court dates.
Oh my god.
All of like
So-
the weekends that we're going to go, be going to jail. Like,
Frankie's
what?
a little bit.
Yeah.
He's rocking. He still has his guitar and the fucking. They let him come in with a guitar. He even had a bag of speed that he dropped on the thing because he kept it in his pockets and didn't see it.
I say it all the
Okay,
time. It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
the first fuck up you do when you're a frequent speed user. You never put your drugs in your pocket.
Yeah.
You never put it in a
It's a
baggie.
yeah,
You put it
yeah,
in
yeah.
a concealed container
Yeah.
that looks similar to your drugs.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
gum container, anything.
So he's sitting like this
yeah.
on a bench, and the guy comes behind him, the security guard. It's like, so sit properly. He's like, what do you want? Like, he was talking. I told him, like, hey, shh,
Yeah.
try to be silent, and he listened to me. Good thing. He
Because
stopped.
you're the best with people who
And
are
then
not.
the other
in their
guy
right
told
mind.
after he moves his arm because you can't sit like you're on a couch. Fine, I understand that you can't be like this on the fucking seat. So he put his arm down, but he has his leg like that. He's like, you have to put your leg down. Like, hey. He gets up. He's like, first, you're not a cop. You're not a judge. You don't have to tell me anything, especially not the way I need to be sitting on a fucking bench. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stand. And he's like, you can't stand.
That's worse.
The Crown said, I don't think the judge gonna allow it to stand. My lawyer gets up, goes because it's his new client, right? So he gets up, he talks to the security guy. My client will stand if he wants to stand. You don't have to interfere with this. And he looks at the Crown. We'll pass him first, so he won't have to sit down. And he goes back to his seat. Frank looks at me. I'm like, don't you have a lawyer?
Your lawyer is very good.
Yeah, I'm happy with him, even though he cost me a lot of fucking money. $1,100 in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, but to get 5 years of
Oh my God.
every time we get pulled over or every
Oh,
time
this
we
guy-
see a cop
the
that
guy
you
before-
might go
before
to
me?
jail, like
The guy before me, he has done community services at sport gym, whatever. They do basketball with kids, and
Oh,
he's
wow.
there and he helps. So he looks legit.
okay,
And
yeah.
then the lawyer of the defense lawyer, tried to call that place, and there's no basketball thingy going on that day, so they can't reach the instructor. So they can't reach the instructor to confirm with them, sending him proper papers to confirm the community services that he done, because he needed to do 90 and he only did 30, and it's not enough in 3 years' time because usually give you 6 months to a year. So when it's like
You're doing it though. I'm doing the
Yeah.
thing that you want me to
Yeah.
do, but I'm just not
So
doing
they
it up
said-
to the standard you want me
They
to.
said we're not reporting anything later on. So it's either you get that man to get the paper with the phone, because we're what, 2025? It's
I
a
don't-
gym. It's open right now. Get an email, get a photo, get a text message. I don't care. Anything.
Oh.
Or we report it and we order the guy from the gym to show up in court to testify his hours.
How can you demand that?
So means it's the court. It's a judge. You can't do.
I'm not in control of what other people
Doesn't
do or don't
matter.
do.
If someone tells them that you're doing hours for you a certain place and it's not true, put you in trouble. And then the cops are showing up at the door, like the huissier,
Yeah,
and say
but
you have a court date to go
I
out.
almost literally, if I was an owner of that,
Well, you
thing,
would call
and-
them back and say, you know what, I do or I don't give him our community services and give him the proper paper. Because if he actually does it and not just signing off because the guy pays him, you need proper documentation. You go on the side, you get a form, you get the hours done, the signature of the person, not just a little blank paper written with a pencil saying like, yeah, he did 30-hour community service for me, Jacques Belair.
Yeah, but do you have any idea how many times it's happened to me? Like, even Caitlin, when she did her stage, like, she almost fucking failed her, like, LaSalle College. It's $8,000. It's a private college.
Okay.
So, like, she almost failed at the end when you have to do your stage because the kitchen that at first hired her, after, like, a week or something, they were like, oh, we don't need you here anymore. Yeah, and she almost failed her stage because they basically fired her. And she was like, yeah, but like I have to finish my hours or else I'll fail my class. Like, so Allison ended up taking her at her place, but what do you want, Jared? I'm here laughing. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, it's a puppy. That's even worse. That's even worse. You're oh my god, Jared, you have no idea what you just signed up for. The chewing your shit. Like,
Take him out every 20 minutes.
not every 20 minutes, but at least 2 hours. It's not a walk, it's exercise. Like,
No,
biking
for
or-
the pee. And
oh yeah.
for
Oh
him
yeah,
to
when it's a
learn,
puppy. Oh
When you
yeah.
want to get him clean, you have to bring him
Oh no, I'm
every
not down
20
for
minutes
potty
outside.
training. I'm not super, like, even the pee pads and shit, and your fucking place smells like piss, and
No.
fucking they missed the pee pad, and you have to fucking clean the piss off the floor. Oh my god. When they walk in their own shit and piss on top of that. That's cool. Poorly named after planets? What the fuck you got against fucking name your dog after a planet? That's kind of cool.
What's the planet?
Because there was like 9 puppies,
Yeah.
and all the puppies were named after planets.
Cool.
Like they're poorly named after planets. What are you against planets?
So which one is his?
Yeah, well, which one's yours? They named the dog Mars. That's my
Yeah.
planet.
Cool. There we go. I have a feeling it was gonna be that one. This is salad and tomato. I'm not gonna do that.
Yes, it is the God of War, which is also funny because my name Madison means brave warrior. So
Go.
so it's funny. I had to name one of the dogs Uranus.
Huh?
So one of the dogs has to be named Uranus.
Uranus.
Yeah, but
Ha
apparently we all pronounce it wrong. Apparently it's Uranus.
Uranus.
Yeah, not Uranus.
No.
It's Uranus.
Uranus. Uranus.
What?
What?
I'm gonna rename him after my grandpa's self-given name. R.I.P. He called himself Grandpa Ranger, so my dog will be a ranger.
That's also cool.
Oh, that's so cute! I had a guardian angel kitty named Scout.
And I mean,
More like a dog. My cats are also like dogs.
I mean,
They fetch.
he's right. He's right to do it because it's a puppy. It's not like the dog is 2 years old and hardly has a name. It's a puppy. You got
Yeah,
a puppy.
it's puppy. You can name it whatever the fuck you want.
It's a puppy. You got a puppy for you to be able to name him whatever the fuck you want.
Oh my god, we went to see a dog once. Me and mom and sister, and the dog's name was Pom Pom.
Pom pom.
I'm like, we're gonna have to rename you. Like,
You know what a pom pom is?
no,
It's the thing on top of your.
a pom pom.
A pom pom.
Yeah, same thing in English. She like broke it. We just abandoned the dog downstairs.
I did. Are you going back?
Yeah, but he's not gonna want to come out.
Are you going back up? Up and down. Up and down.
I'll take your dog outside with me though.
I'll accept your dog up here.
Well, maybe you can get him to eat so I can give him his pill. I had to basically carry him back because he was too hot. I cut some of his fur off, but it was still too hot for him.
Okay, I'm gonna tell Derek I'm doing weekends.
What? Yeah, might as well. You know what? Because at least it'll also get Derek into the habit of giving you your weekends even after you're done. Because, like, you shouldn't be doing contract jobs, like, not outdoor contract jobs on the weekends. Especially in the West Island. People complain. People get upset about it. Like, it is. It's unprofessional. And it's like, contract jobs are all about your reputation.
If I'm gonna be
And,
unionized, I work on a weekend, time and a half, motherfucker.
right?
Calm
Like,
down.
he's lucky you guys even do the fucking stupid jobs that he's trying to convince you to do. Laying down grass. Fucking fixing the deck.
Oh, I didn't say. Oh, my
no, I
god.
don't want to hear it.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah, yes, you do. He called Cody freaking out.
What?
Freaking out. He called Cody. He's freaking out. Because I didn't answer my phone.
Come on, Jack.
And it's like, so I received, I called, Georgia because I didn't receive, e-transfer. She didn't pay him yet.
You fucking idiot. Oh my god, are you so stupid?
She didn't pay him yet. And when we went into the grass, because the grass started to grow. So where we destroyed it, there was no grass, really. And then we changed it with the sod. And we even did a little more than what we destroyed because we had leftovers. She's not happy about it because it didn't do the whole yard. Like the whole thing. Like every single little nook. I'm not a landscaper. Like every other little nook. Because the grass now is not the same level. Like it's gonna settle.
That's why you cut the grass! Don't want to?
Let it, you have to water it so the sod dirt goes down into the ground and
Yes.
mix. And then
She knows that. She's
Know her.
being an asshole. She's giving you a hard time. Her life is based on literally paying to abuse
So-
people.
So I told him, you know what she's gonna do next? Told him for me, and then I told him, like she's gonna let it die and blame you and not pay you.
Oh my god, that's exactly what George is gonna do. Like literally, an elderly lady is just taking you for a ride.
Yup.
You know what? He fucking deserves it.
Yup.
I almost hope that she continues to not pay him. Because, like, you need to learn your lesson. This little old lady is taking you for a fucking ride. Like,
So stop trying to be nice and
and stand up to an old lady that is fucking literally abusing your employees, and then you're fucking literally just gonna be like, yeah, okay, it's fine, don't pay me. Like, you're a fucking chump, man. You imagine Dean ever fucking putting up with this shit?
Fuck now.
Like, it's a very easy way to deal with this. Not take her call. Like,
literally.
just be like, we're not serving you anymore. Sorry, because it's just too much hassle. It's too much.
Her wall was perfectly fine. By the way.
True, that literally.
No, but think about it. Her whole wall was perfectly fine. It just looked whole. We could have just grinded and pointed. She made us do it all brand new. Why? Because she had a scam going. She knew what she was doing. You think someone's gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna repair this, I don't need to. Because it's like, oh, you're fitting the category. You don't have your RBQ license. You don't have this. You were running off of your, if she's Jewish or whatever, from whatever place, she'll know. She works at McGill. Or like, whatever she does at McGill.
Okay, well, no. People that work in education, it's no one can tell them they're wrong. No one can tell them because obviously
But I
they're
think she's
smarter than
working
you.
in the administration of this.
Yeah, but still, they're gonna be like, I work at McGill, so obviously I know.
She's not even a teacher.
Yeah, probably not.
Like an accountant or something like that.
Well, people who say they're doctors, they're
It's
like, they're
my house
doctors.
worth millions of dollars. I'm like, I'm the Mont Royal. I'm in Ville Mont Royal. You bought this $1 million? Wow. Like, you got ripped off. Like, that's what I said. You got ripped off. And then I couldn't fucking hold my phone.
Oh no, it looks like like the suburbs of Chattagee, like the more newly remodeled parts of Chattagee, to be honest. Literally fucking an arm's length away from each other.
Maybe you just forget your driving.
You too.
Oh my god, you're the best.
I know, I work so hard.
We both work so hard.
Well, when you said you were hungry,
I was starving.
first thing I did was look at the fridge.
I stopped at the dépanneur at the Bélier camp station. I bought everything was so fucking expensive. I bought myself a $2 croissant.
Yeah, but it's the station. Anything that it's in the metro station.
The pizza place that was 99 cents a slice of cheese pizza.
Yeah.
It's $6.99
Oh my
for
God.
a slice and a soft drink.
I can get a full pizza for $4
You
at the
cannot
grocery
get
store.
a slice without a soft drink.
What?
So that's the combo. So
So it's gonna be
it's $6.99
whatever.
with the slice and the drink. You cannot just get this.
You guys just almost both died.
Yeah, I hope you learn from that. Because I obviously did it.
And you know what? The thing that I don't understand, how is it a business that has this marketing survives and the amount of businesses that I knew that after COVID, they just couldn't come back from it. Because, and it had nothing to do with their quality of service or their fucking marketing. Like, it's just like, how the fuck do you have these kinds of prices and your store is still open? Everything's run by the fucking Jews. Everything is bought. All the restaurants are all run by fucking Jewish people. Wow. Literally, all our businesses.
Long as my dog.
I love you so much.
I love you, baby. I came home.
I love your home too.
Yeah, I'm closing this door.
Yeah.
Because
So the dog
danger,
needs to go.
danger.
Hey?
Uh-huh.
Hey?
Danger.
Okay. Let's go do this. Beaver!
I'm gonna wear my orange shirt to go to.
Oh, God.
What?
You're funny. I'm gonna have to throw it out when you're done.
What?
Oh, you look so terrible. You're never gonna want to wear it again after. You're gonna have to throw it in the garbage if you do that.
It's just a joke. It's just a shirt. know why? Because I wasn't aware of my situation thoroughly, which was irresponsible of myself, and I walked in a fucking police station knowing better.
We had no choice. We would have lost the house.
Yes, but still.
Because of Quinn, we wouldn't have been able to get the
But
fucking the welfare check.
We did it because I chose to do it the right way.
There was no other way we could have gotten that welfare check back. We
Every-
would have fucking not been able to put a grant. We would have lost the house.
Every time I'm needing money, I can just lose it and just go. I'm not saying that could happen, but it would never happen. But I could just be a criminal again. But maybe I wouldn't have those kind of trouble, but I don't want to live like this.
I hate that fucking feeling
I
that.
want you to have any doubt or being scared of any moment that someone can knock at the door and be like, "Hey, you come with us," and then I'm like, I don't want that.
Yeah, but sometimes it feels like it's gonna happen fucking regardless, whether we do the right thing or not.
No, not anymore. Right thing, and it's not ever going to happen. My lawyer will call me on my phone, tell me it happens.
Hi, here you go. Fever. What on? Here. Fever.
And I'm still in the idea that I owe my lawyer a lot of fucking money, and he's like not asking me for it. So,
Yeah, but that's obviously you know what? I kind of feel like our landlord's kind of like this, where it's just like there is a strategy to it that you have to kind of abide by.
Yeah.
But like the reason that you're doing it is not just to make other people's lives terrible, and you make your buck that you need to make. Like I just don't. Maybe it's like all of them at one, like even cops. Like I'm assuming you didn't fucking sign up to be a cop to be at a fucking traffic light or dealing with these, like,
No, that's true.
stupid fucking
No,
things.
that's
But
true.
you know what? After a certain amount of time, it's compassion fatigue. It's like when nurses in old folks' homes, they start not feeling bad about being like too physical with like elderly people, because it's like same with animals too. When you have so many animals down you, it's hard to be so emotional about it, and you stop feeling emotions towards something that you obviously should fucking care about. And obviously people who are putting people in jail should really fucking care and consider what they're mentally doing to people,
Well,
because a lot of it is mental. Like
Frank told me if I would have known years before that I was actually autistic, I would have fucking dealt with it a different way. And he was like, just
what?
like,
He is.
but like he is. So now
I've never even had a full conversation with him, and I can tell he's autistic.
it's when he said that, it fucking literally explained a lot about him.
Yeah, but it's kind of like with you and your absent seizures.
Yeah.
Where it's like, how come nobody noticed this? It's
Yeah.
like it's not up to the person who has it to
No.
realize that they have it. It should have been up to, especially the fact that you guys are in the system all the time. The system should have people that are very aware or very trained in how to spot kids that have a disorder of any kind. And it's like no one at any point was like, hey, maybe this kid is not just a fucked up, useless piece of fucking ass. Like maybe there's something mentally not right about him. Why he can't keep up.
As fuck, man. He was crazy. Like, and whatever people were accusing him of doing, this guy was only super fucking loud.
Yeah.
Offensive in his terms. Like,
That's what
you
Jesse
don't
was
want to
saying.
be black
a lot.
or gay when this guy's around.
You know what? That's what Jesse was saying, where he would like, I told him, I was like, Jesse, you're not a criminal. And that really fucking affected him. He's like, I'm not a criminal. I'm like, I know you're not a criminal. But like being treated like a criminal and you're not, eventually you're like, what? It's like when fucking people call me an alcoholic. I'm like, well, I'm going to start fucking drinking. Because if everyone's going to be like, oh, you're an alcoholic, might as well fucking drink more. Like,
Oh, you're
ew. Wow.
no bite. Hey, no biting.
Yeah,
stop
really
that.
working yesterday.
Stop that right now. No biting. No, no, no biting. No, no biting.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You can't take it. You're not a kid no more. You're not a kid no more.
Okay. We'll do this.
We go do this right here. We go sit my ass like a fat fuck, my fat fuck chair.
Look at my dog to eat, maybe.
Go eat your dog. Okay.
We're not even.
Come up.
You got your coffee.
Huh?
You got your coffee.
For fuck's sake. Did I even finish making it?
No, did you put sugar in it?
I don't know anymore. Yes. And then, what would I do without you? I would drink shit-ass fucking coffee, and I would be. I don't know. I don't know. I could not know.
What?
I could not know where I would be.
Okay, so I guess you can't bring anything with you into the jail?
No. Like what? A phone?
A food?
No.
Because this sounds like a very easy fucking way to get shit into a prison.
No, but that's the thing.
If you're someone
new
who comes
range.
in for the
No.
one day.
They fixed that. It's dry jail now. Nothing anymore.
There's phones. Fucking
Yeah,
Carlisle is
They-
on
they
the
come
phone
in-
every day.
yeah. The only way that they go in is with the shoes. Because we got a shoemaker or whatever in Hochelaga. Known the guy for 20 years. He makes the shoes and he hides the phone inside the shoes. So you have to destroy the shoes. Because they do take a drill. If they have one suspicion, they take the drill and they drill through the sole. Don't care if you have holes
You
or
just
gel.
destroyed property.
They're gel shoes. You're aware of this before you get them sent to you, and even when they arrive, you might not get them.
I feel like this should have been an issue that was resolved differently. I feel like they just you're creating problems,
Yes.
and then you're like, it's like a
Yes.
Donald Trump thing. I'm literally creating a problem so I can fix the problem.
You know why they stopped having cigarettes in jail? Because Pierre Carl Pelado, you know who that guy is? No. L'Auto Québec, Vidéotron. The
Okay.
owner of that.
I did not
The one
know.
the one that last time wanted to redo a referendum and be Prime Minister of Quebec, but because he didn't get in, he just completely.
Before Pauline was doing.
Just after. I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, no. The last time that they
Pierre
tried to
Carl
really bring up the
Pelado,
referendum before they.
PKP.
I think I do remember this vaguely.
So his wife works for Nicodem. She owns it.
For what?
Nicodem, the patches.
Nicoderm. Yeah.
The patches. She owns it. Now it's fucking in jail now. People smoke those patches.
Shut the fuck up.
That you just follow the money. Just follow the money. Don't care. The first day that happened, no more cigarettes. Somebody took baby oil, a bunch of it, and they put someone on fire on a chair or whatever.
We were in alternative and they took away smoking in alternative at one point.
Yeah, but you're
And I was
still
like, this is a bunch of teenagers that are already fucking angry, angsty teenagers, and
Yeah.
you're taking away their nicotine.
But then he's not. Then they still have the reason that it's under 18 years old. You're not supposed to smoke. Alcohol, tobacco, you're supposed to be 18 years old.
I have anonymity
mean-
over what I do.
You're in jail. You're gonna stay there for the rest of your life. You're 86 years old. You can't smoke cigarette. The fuck are you guys? Like, come on. They barely let us go outside anyway.
I would never stop trying to break out of jail. I would every time I could, I would try to break out of jail. Until I broke out of jail and I would fucking flee. I was like, there's no way. I would fucking stay in jail. There's no way. I'd fucking end up getting
That's
killed
pretty much
trying to
what
get
they're
away.
making me do right now. They're making me go back and renew all of my connections that I have when I was a criminal.
This is so stupid. Like,
Because you get in jail because you get in jail because you rob a car. You end up you get out of there with a degree on how to steal a bank. Like,
well, that's what happened to Rhea. Rhea got sent to juvie for fucking
Pot.
selling pot, and now she's a heroin addict. Like, she's still the
Okay.
most high-functioning heroin addict I've ever known. But still, Rhea would have not been hanging out with us if it hadn't been for the juvie. Like,
should have stayed a nice little kid.
she would have been a preppy, fucking normal, very progressive member of society. But instead, they sent her to juvie, and now she's a heroin junkie. Like,
Love you, baby.
love you.
Give me all the food.
How many days did you originally get? How many Sundays?
20.
20, but it's
each
probably gonna be
cases.
10?
Huh?
But it's probably gonna be 10.
Well, it's only when I get to the office of the
Oh,
jailer.
because it depends how crowded it is, right?
It's gonna be a sixth or a 2/3. So it's either 3.33 days. Look, a six. Do 20 divided by 6.
What times 6 equals 20?
Huh?
What times 6 equals 20? That's how you do that.
What times?
What times 6 equals 20?
I don't even understand what you're saying.
Anyway.
It's 3, but it gives you 18. You know what I mean?
Wait, what did you ask me? What am I doing? 20 divided by 6?
Yeah, so it's 3.33 periodic. Ha ha! Woo! Nice, easy. It's small numbers, so it would be 3 days if it's a 6.
That's ridiculous.
But then if it's not, it's 13.33 periodic. I think 20 divided by 3 times 2. Yeah.
Oh,
20 divided by 3 times 2. 13.33333333. Not bad, huh?
well, I only learned division in grade 8,
I
so
just did those calculations so many times because I did too much.
because it's like the standard that they give to everybody, whether you're a real criminal or just like a fucking idiot.
Yeah. So it's either those two.
Someone who
those
got
two.
too drunk and decided to steal magic cards.
So let's say 4 and 14. It's between those two numbers, which is stupid. Because 3 days. Think about it. It's not that I'm not happy about this, but you're making me even more pissed off with all the resources that you're actually wasting now to make me do 3 days of jail. Could have just let me go do my volunteer on
That's
my
what
own.
I'm saying. Like, why couldn't they? At first, we were like, hey, well, it's impossible to find community service. Now I fucking find volunteer work, which is apparently same as community
'Cause
service.
now I'm on the list,
But now I can't do
and I
volunteer
have to
work.
wait for them.
You know what
to...
it probably is? Probably they have so many cases like this guy where it was like, hey, I
Yeah,
have to do this thing
yes.
for jail. Can you just sign my thing for me and say
Yeah.
that I'm doing it? It's probably
Yeah.
because why wouldn't they do it where they have an organization that is in need of volunteers?
Which,
Where they so that they can communicate and they have oversight directly to say that these people are actually showing up to go do volunteer work.
yeah, because
Doesn't
now they're
make
they're
sense.
just barking orders that everybody will do this, do this, do this, do that, but then you don't have anything to help us.
You're
to
telling a
actually do
homeless
it.
drug addict to go find volunteer work. That's
Yeah.
literally not possible. You need to have a phone. You need to be able to tell them what your address is.
Yeah.
People are not going to give you anything if you do not have an
You know what
address or a phone
You know
number.
what it took for me?
I
how
can't even find it
a
on
phone?
Facebook without a fucking phone.
Yeah, like I have my phone with internet. You know how long it took me and what it took me to be at the point where I'm still enough in my life to have an actual phone number you can reach me at?
That doesn't change every month.
Yeah. Or every 2 weeks. Fire? Hey, look, we do the same
My feather too tight. You just don't have a button.
because they're too tight. Right. And boom.
I'll put a button on it. It's easy. I just need sewing needles.
Just need
I
new
have no
shorts.
sewing needles.
New
Yeah,
shorts.
those are nice. Those are okay.
The button on the pocket inside. Fucking dicks. Really. Fucking pair of dick shorts and you don't have any inside button for replacement. Well, maybe these shorts are good for you.
Do you see the shorts that I wear? Not very similar.
No, yeah. I needed to poop, but now that we talk, it's just compressed. Poop later. I'll poop later. Your dog's sleeping. He's not gonna eat his food.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna show up to that door, that jail door, and the guy inside's gonna be like, dude, I can't do this.
I'm wondering how many people are going to be showing up at the same time as you.
Yeah, probably a bunch, or maybe not.
Because I feel like they're
But the
probably
thing
not
is,
offering
he's gonna-
community
he's
service
gonna-
anymore.
that he's gonna kind of think like, okay, you're gonna come here once a week, every Sunday. I'm gonna have to take you in, process you, and then at 5 o'clock, process you out again.
That's so much paperwork for
That's
literally no
so much
fucking reason.
paperwork. So much paperwork.
I think it's because they're not offering community service anymore. I don't think they're doing the volunteer
You know
thing
that
anymore.
the jail and the court don't really talk to each other.
Yeah, because all the police fucking stations also don't talk to each other. Yet SAAQ, they know everywhere where I have a ticket.
Yeah!
But the police organizations who gave me the tickets can't seem to manage to fucking talk to each other and
Yeah.
fucking tell me what the fuck
It's like
is
they
going
write
on.
it and here it's on your hand, people.
Why
And
is it that SAAQ is the only person that I can go to who can actually tell me where all my tickets are? And I have to go to Palais de Justice, Municipal Court, Chateauguay. I have to go to all these fucking different places because they cannot communicate. I don't understand. This is fucked up. Like,
Have you seen like other films?
no, I was looking for it actually. I couldn't find it.
Really? Maybe it fell behind the thing. No.
Okay.
Oh.
Is someone too hot? Here. Fever. Oh. There you go. Everyone gets a little bit. Oh, fever. You guys need some water, eh? Okay. Oh, shit, I fish my drink. Oh. I'm saying, just learn how to be a better criminal. But I just suck at crime, and there's only so many times you can fuck with doing crime before you're just like, maybe I shouldn't do this anymore. Like, okay, do it. Do it. Hey, sorry, Jesus, whiskey, come here, come inside, come, whiskey, come here. Shit, my bad. Sorry, squirrels. Okay, maybe you come inside for a bit first. I'm giving my squirrels a bit of water. Hey, stay here. I wonder where any dog treats are. Are the dog treats upstairs?
Yeah.
Can you give him some?
Who?
Whiskey? Go see Daddy.
You're not supposed to take a dog with you? No?
Yeah, but just while the squirrels eat their peanuts. Go see Daddy. Go see Daddy. Go. What's he got for you? Sorry, everybody. Sorry. You okay? Here. Not bad. Sorry, guys. Come on back. Come get your food. To like throw them to you guys one by one because. Ooh. Gross. I need a different shirt. Move. Hi guys. Oh my god, there's so many of you. Here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, none? Here. Here. Here you go. You're funny. I like you. You're my favorite squirrel so far. Hilarious. Everyone got some? Okay. Put our booties on. How long have you been standing there? No, no, no! No!
20 seconds.
Turn around. Back up.
Whiskey.
What? Okay. Let's freak out. Okay, first of all, I need a tiny little table so I don't spill another entire fucking drink. I feel like I'm wrapped in saran wrap. I can't breathe. The table's too big for me to move. Okay, where's my table? I got an idea. Yes. You know, some people pop up in your fucking social media and you're like, oh, I'm so glad I don't talk to that person anymore.
Never stepping on this scale again. Here's why. I got so
Yeah, that's another
fit,
table.
my old clothes don't fit anymore. This is why I love the Body Pod. My shoes count. It's no longer enough. It is bankrupt for being in CBC. That is the Canada Broadcasting
I know you're upset.
Instead of following Florida's civil rights,
What?
they decided to let men into women's locker rooms. That is wrong. We are not going to stand for it. Let me be clear. Florida law protects spaces designated for women. No local ordinance or woke corporate policy can override that. Lifetime Fitness tried to hide these rights, not Planet Fitness. Tied into Sprint County Code, but the law is crystal clear. And so is my law. Men do not belong in women's restrooms, locker rooms, period.
Oh my God.
A very funny product. So I don't know if you guys know that. Men do not belong in women's spaces.
It is, but it's safe. And they're like, oh, that's not safe. Absolutely, it is a fucking safe.
See what happens when this common sense. And advances to the trans activist agenda. We see assaults, exploitation, and fear. No business is going to be allowed to facilitate the invasion of women's restrooms and locker rooms. Not in Florida. Just as we are taking the fight to social media corporations for facilitating the exploitation of children, we will defend the safety, privacy, and dignity of women and girls. If Lifetime Fitness does not immediately reverse this dangerous policy, my office will take swift legal action. Florida is a law and order state. We will not back down from the fight to keep this state safe, strong, and free. This man speaks common sense. I also like Florida. It is a law. It's also one hell of a place.
Yeah, that's what you people shit in a hole. They shit in a hole and drive it. That's all I got, guys. Just fuck off now.
A young girl or a woman without consent was indecent exposure.
No, guys.
You know what?
Not you.
Was it called Lifetime Fitness? A bag of fat, civil law. If that's going to be how the law is dismissed, let it be. If they want to sit their business, let them do it. And in the lawsuit, in their business, you can see the way the free
state of Florida is going. You can see to some extent the way the logical part of America is going. Women's rights are rights for women. They are not rights that can be co-opted by men and stolen by men. Because these men think in whatever DSM mental condition that they have, that they are women. You can think that you're a woman, that's fine. You can think you're the Queen of England, that's fine. You're not going to get people to call you queen. You can think that you're a lawyer. You can identify as a lawyer, but if you were to ask people to call you Esquire and you weren't a lawyer, you wouldn't get any points because of how you identify. Whatever consenting adults want to do for themselves or among other consenting adults, more
Identify
power
as a
to you.
kitty
This
cat.
is
I
no
don't really
longer
give a
about
shit.
a
I'm not
consenting
saying you're a
adult
cat.
doing what he wants to his own body or doing what they
fucking
want
thing,
to
you're a cat. Whatever.
This is now adults demanding of others what they see and where they hang. America is clearly righting this ship, at least in certain states, the states that people actually want to live in. Canada, on the other hand, seems to be on the wrong trajectory of logic, science, and all things decent. There was a movement called Defund the CBC back in the day. It's CBC, Canada Broadcasting Corporation. It's a crown corporation that
All don't
is
go into
funded
the
by
office
taxpayer
ever.
dollars to the tune of I think it's $1.6 billion in twin talents 16 years of life. Quinn didn't like to talk about his dead parents.
What is this?
Reminded him of his wounds every day. As an orphan, he felt that his parents had been deceived. He often wondered if they had known how he would be treated. To prohibit outdoor protests, the purpose of which was to protest the COVID lockdown measures. They got an injunction from the court to prohibit outdoor protests to protest the COVID lockdown measures because of COVID. That's how woke and insane Nova Scotia is. Nova Scotia, by the way, I believe it leads Canada in terms of number of people dying in waiting in hospital waiting. Nova Scotia writes an article by Andrew Lamb. Nova Scotia Health works to expand access to youth gender-affirming care across the world. In just over a year, clinics have opened in Kempsville and Brisbane. Written by Andrew Lamb, CBC News. Andrew Lamb looks like he's got very long hair based on his avatar. I'm not one to judge for obvious reasons. Nova Scotia Health works to expand access to youth gender-affirming. Gender-affirming care is a euphemism for child genital mutilation. Period. Full stop. And that's, by the way, this is going on Comic Food afterwards. Making one of those decrepit, shriveled up, sour, bitter Canadian red. They suck alone. Gender-affirming care is child genital mutilation. Full stop. Now let's read some of the article about it. I'm not quoting somebody. I'm quoting the article. The article is right. Human blockers are a reversible treatment that temporarily stops progression of puberty, providing the child with more time to explore their identity. For example, with clothing, without the distress that becomes with going through your developmental changes. When I read this, the first time I read it, after I stopped seeing red for a second, I'm like, okay, they're not quoting me. So it's not as though the author is quoting the author. I know, like, oh, okay, so that's it. No, this is not a theory. And then I'm like, oh, maybe Andrew Lamb is also a doctor. No, Andrew Lamb is not a doctor. We'll get there in a second. And I'll read it again just so you can fully appreciate the unsolicited, unlicensed medical advice. Andrew Lamb, we have a CDC just waiting for Canada. And so, puberty blockers are a reversal to the whole shit that temporarily stops the production of puberty. Temporarily block something that you don't have a primary window of opportunity to go through. It's not reversible. Anybody who says that should be charged with disinformation. And if they're giving medical advice without an license, they might, if I were a really aggressive prosecutor, I might think about charging someone under the laws of Canada for giving medical advice without being licensed. Puberty blockers are a reversible treatment that temporarily stop the progression of puberty, providing a child with more time to explore their identity. For example, without the distress that can come with going through developmental changes. The blockers are not a new treatment, and have also been used for children who undergo puberty too early. This is where we get into full-on retardation. Sorry, no other way to say it. They cite the fact that you give puberty blockers to someone who's going through puberty too early, also known as precocious puberty, if I'm not mistaken, as the excuse to stopping it or pausing it. It's both stopping it, delaying it, fucking with it when it's supposed to happen. And I think puberty has to delay for in that generally acceptable time frame, and that is the only time in which it occurs. It doesn't occur when you're 20. It doesn't occur when you're 18. And if you delay it for a little bit too long until you feel quite comfortable, they're like, oh wait, I don't feel quite so comfortable. Well, too freaking late. Now you got micropenis. Now you got bone density problems. Now you got a whole slew of lifelong problems, including sterility. So you want to go sterilize a child, give them micropenis, cause them developmental delays so they can never have a proper orgasm in their lives. You belong in freaking jail. Which brings us to the author, not a doctor. Who's the author? Andrew Lamb, associate producer. Andrew Lamb, PhD, is an individual. I don't know which way this is. I have no idea. But no one on God's green earth is ever going to be vague if they are a woman. Period. So this person, on the one hand, identifies as a woman. I presume that means he's a man. His name is Andrew. But it's not just one woman. They, she. This is a
You
test
have a
in
mental
the
health
patience
problem.
of polite
It means you have
society.
like
All right,
multiple
you want to
personalities.
dude, if you think you're
You think you're
a woman,
multiple
I grew
people?
up
You have
with
multiple personality
cross-dressers.
disorder.
We used to call them cross-dressers back in the
They're
day.
great. I
in
love
my
cross-dressers.
on my immediate family, so I can't
My
have
brother's
stolen
sometimes
cross-dresser valid. Within our family circle, my family, then within my wife's family circle, we knew someone. I don't know if they actually went through the surgery.
He's a cross-dresser.
They were an elderly couple, happily
I was like,
united,
oh, if you want to be a...
whatever it is. When
Okay,
someone
if you wanna
says,
be a
I'm not
girl, he's like, I
only
don't wanna be a
refer to me
girl.
as a she if I'm born a man and I'm a man, that's fine. Now you are actually abusing of goodwill and abusing of patience and tolerance to coerce someone into that which is linguistically improper and that shit crazy, period. Chinese Canadian and trans reporter for CBC Nova Scotia. They are the doctors also supplement the treatment with vitamins and dietary guides. Can you imagine this? What level of biblical monstrosity are we living through?
I don't
where
know.
this is what they are saying is acceptable treatment.
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know what it is. So now
And even now, they're talking about bringing back thalidomide.
and we'll see if you irreparably messed up your body in a few years. Mendes, Dr. Mendes, this is Dr. Mendes level giving this medication. They just don't have mean German accent. They have like Canadian accent. Patients hold the blood anytime, even after their penis is irreparably shrunk. And they're regularly reported right to jail for living setback, for living. To mutilate children and to invest in their physical character. And they're available. So for
Other parents know.
mental health.
Keep it a secret.
Jail. That's what's going on.
No, then you put my husband in jail for fucking a day.
They use it
For 20 days.
to lock you down. They use it to tyrannize you. They use it to censor you. And they use it to mutilate and abuse children and to propaganda people into thinking that this is liberating. It's not
Okay, whoa, look. Yeah, very good.
Even God, not because God has revealed himself, but because evil has revealed itself. It's like you listen to things like that and you look at what people are doing in the name of righteousness and you just hope to God there's a God, that there will be some form of cosmic retribution for this if there's not justice on this earth, because it would be too much to have to live with.
Hold up. Thank you. Very nice. Very good. go. Don't chase my squirrels.
Any of that without this flow of American weapons, bombs, missiles, and everything else. So we have a lot of leverage over there, and Netanyahu, I think that he's going down a path that cannot succeed militarily and will harm Israel. And I hope that Trump comes to that same conclusion. But overall, I really like the direction this is going, especially the neocon crime that you mentioned. That was great.
I'm pinching myself because I really, like, I don't want to get my hopes up in the situation. Like, is Netanyahu being boxed out? Trump, was furious that Netanyahu went around his back on a number of different issues. He doesn't like being upstaged. He doesn't like being, waking up and finding at 4 a.m. that Netanyahu has released a video message putting words in Trump's mouth. And you've seen the marginalization now of Mike Waltz within the Trump administration being pushed out in a lot of ways. So I don't want to get my hopes up too high here. Do you anticipate the United States really pulling back away from Netanyahu even more than we've already seen in the past 48 hours?
I certainly hope so. Not out of any animosity towards Israel. I have nothing but good thoughts toward the people of Israel. But because it's not effective policy, it's not good for Israel. It's definitely not good for us. Some of the things Israel did, if you're going to be honest, they're clearly against international law. And all you have to do is just look at any of these images of people being starved. And listen, I'll pull one issue out. The fact that Israel is openly blocking all food to the entire population there is an absolute black and white against international law. You are giving corporate punishment to the 2 million people in the Gaza Strip, allegedly to put pressure on Hamas. That is illegal, and we should not support that. And I hope that Trump says that's not good for us. That's not good for our image to actually support that. So we're going to pull that back, and then that will force Netanyahu to have some policies that he can afford to do, if it may be better for that. But at any rate, we don't want to be associated with something that is so heinous as starving kids to death.
Oh, right. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says, here's a quote, "There is no way that Israel will lay off Gaza, even if they get their hostages back." So he has at least dropped the veil that we're doing this to retrieve the hostages. He's saying, even if we get the hostages, we're going to keep going. He says, we'll take them and then we'll go in. There's no way we'll stop the war. He's saying we can make a ceasefire for a certain period of time, but we're going to the end. Now, that's the attitude they're taking to ceasefire talks in Qatar. What the Trump administration obviously has to do something about that. They can't allow a 30-day ceasefire and then go back in and completely raise the area. What do you make of this attitude going into negotiations? That's not a settlement.
No,
It's not, and I think that this is coming closer. I think that the cockiness and the arrogance, after a while, you don't even worry about pretending, because you've pretended on so thin of a lie in the past, and it seems to work. Maybe they're just not worried about that anymore. But I've been saying since at least the first month of this war, way back into 2023, that if the Israelis wanted the hostages back, they could have had them back. There was a deal to be made. There was something on the table. If it was important to you, you would have prioritized that above everything else. They were still inside the Gaza Strip. They weren't going anywhere. But he has chosen not to accept this last ceasefire. It was a golden opportunity. They would have had them all back by now if they had done all three phases of that. But Israel is the one that closed that back up. So action moves loud and
of television. So if they wanted these hostages back,
They were in.
and I also thought it was interesting that the hostage who President Trump was able to negotiate, Steve Witkoff, to get out of there, he was asked to meet with Netanyahu, and he said, "No, I don't want to meet with Netanyahu," because he knows.
See that part.
You know, he kept him there. I mean, by all accounts, Netanyahu was instrumental in perpetuating his hostage keeping. So again, this has been a disaster of their own making. It's going to be interesting to see going forward how much this can continue inside of Gaza. I'll just get you out of here on this, Colonel, which is,
Are you surprised by like the neocon meltdown? I mean, you get like Ben Shapiro coming out basically in many ways slandering the Trump administration for this hostage negotiation by not using Israel to carry it out. They're like upset
that we had an American hostage back.
Well, yeah, and you've also seen Mark
Go over there with
Levin.
it.
He's just been melting
Over
down
there.
over a number of things. He's been upset with Trump. So somebody who just a couple of weeks ago was really excited because Trump put him on some board member of something. He was all excited. Now all of a sudden he's going against it because Trump is doing what he's actually campaigned on, which is America first. That's what the
And it works,
American
doesn't it?
president is supposed to do,
Right?
is to prioritize our needs above any
And
other
not
nation.
constantly
And now
talking
people,
about how you're gonna
it just
fight other
shows that
countries.
some people actually don't want an America first foreign policy. They want an Israel first foreign policy, and then America if it works out. And I'm
Right.
categorically against that. And again, I just want to reinforce, I'm absolutely not opposed to the people of Israel at all. I have nothing but good things about them. I want peace for all of them and for the Palestinian
That's
people.
pretty
But
obvious.
priority comes to the American people from our president.
Right.
That's your
Clayton said
job.
he had one more
Fixing
question,
the
but I do too.
country that we live
When
in.
President Trump had strong
Love
words for
Ukraine.
Iran,
Love Israel.
he talked about how if he can't make a deal with Iran, he's ready to put maximum force economically. He did not make military threats. I mean, maybe a little, you could parse some out at the end, but to my mind, I heard, wait, he's actually not threatening war. He's threatening economic war. Now, we've already had sanctions with Iran in place for a long time, but do you hear hesitancy to go to war with Iran in those words? Because that's what I was hopeful for.
Yes, I actually covered that on my show earlier this afternoon because when you saw some clips from, especially from late February and early March, Trump was basically said, hey, if there's not a deal, bombs are going to start falling and we're in the last moment, folks. You know, we're right to the edge here of doing something. And there was something happened behind the scenes, and I'm trying to figure this out. But something really changed in Trump, and then he started switching to, actually, let's go down the diplomatic path. And I was the same with you. Well, I was listening carefully when he said that about Iran, and I noticed that the first thing he said was not there will be bombing. He just said maximum economic pressure, et cetera. And I agree that you could read that there's some parsing later on that it could imply that. But I think it's clearly he's laying out that his strong imperative, plus other comments he made during this speech, is that he does not want any war in this area. I don't think Saudi Arabians want any war. And if he wants all these big deals in there, the last thing you want is to have a war in the region. So I think his economic priorities are downplaying any kind of military.
It's a business.
Hi,
He's a
Arya.
businessman at heart, you know. So
This way.
yeah, I think maybe the right people have gotten Trump.
Come around.
You know, we were hopeful that some of these neocons would
no,
be
no.
edged out, and
This way.
it sounds like the
Come.
right conversations, the pro-peace
Come
groups are surrounding Trump and maybe blanketing him,
Come on,
maybe
this
protecting
way.
him from some of these neocons. That's
Wait,
the way
come.
that I'm seeing it right now. But
That way.
Colonel
Or we
Davis-
can give him a little
Keep
credit directly. This is along the lines of things he promised on the campaign trail.
Yeah, I think that one of the problems in the first administration was that he had the right ideas and other people were working against it. So by surrounding yourself with people who don't work against him, more of his good ideas come out. And I'm for that.
Yeah, like JD Vance, etc. So, Colonel, great to see you as always. Thank you so much for your insights on this. And we'll be watching. This is just the first leg of the Mideast trip here. A lot more news will be coming out of the Middle East in the next few days. Colonel, great to see you.
You bet. Appreciate it.
All right, coming up here on the show, we're going to talk about all of those children, the illegal immigration in the United States,
Hey,
and
go
why
play over there with
there's
your
such
dog.
an effort to stop the finding of these children. And who's behind it.
Go over there.
And the NGOs have been working overtime to try to keep us from finding those children. Is that a shock to any of you? We have an HHS whistleblower, Tara Rodas, is going to be joining us. She told the Biden administration, she told Congress what was happening inside the Department of Homeland Security, and they ignored her. And all these children were sold off into sex slavery. She's going to be joining us in moments. But first, how many of you have ever tried to do a fast before? Fast. You know how tough it is, right? The headaches, the cravings, the constant inner debate over whether to cave and grab a snack. But you also know what a game changer can do when you actually push through it and do it because it's transformative for your body. You feel lighter, you're more energized, your body just hit the reset button. People talk about all sorts of reversing like different diseases, chronic diseases, and inflammation in the body. That's why I was so excited when I discovered Prolon, with their 5-day fasting mimicking diet that gives you the same benefits of a full fast without having to actually go without food. And now they're taking it to the next level with their Prolon Next Gen. It's cleaner, more convenient, more flavorful than ever. You get soups, snacks, and drinks. And they're all plant-based, designed to keep your body in a fasting state while nourishing you at the same time. It's based on decades of research at USC and their Longevity Institute, and the benefits are real. Cellular rejuvenation, fat loss, more energy, even support for skin and metabolic health. I'm telling you, I just got their 5-day program, and I'm ready to dive into this. I just showed Natalie just arrived, and I'm ready to give it a shot. They have their new upgraded version right now, and I'm all in. Everything is ready to go. It's clearly labeled for the 5 days that you're going to do it. It includes everything: 100% organic soups and teas. So if you're craving a real reset, this is it. Get ready for summer, folks. Go to prolonlife.com/redacted. Use the code redacted to get 15% off site-wide, plus a $40 bonus gift when you subscribe to their 5-day program. That's Prolon, PROLON, life.com/redacted. Give your body the reset it deserves. You will feel the difference.
Well, the Trump administration says it will cut $450 million in funding to Harvard because they failed to address race discrimination by the government's own standards. Now, our next guest is not here to defend Harvard. Absolutely no fan of Harvard. None of us should think that Harvard is a great place for academic freedom and discovery, but there is a case to be made that Harvard should have academic freedom that is not governed by the government. Nick Carino is the executive vice president from FIRE. That's the Foundation for Individual Rights and Education. They're a legal organization that defends Americans whose free speech rights are violated on both sides of the political spectrum. He also hosts the So to Speak, the Free Speech podcast. Now, to be clear, on FIRE's own website, Harvard is last in rankings for free speech. FIRE founder Greg Lukianoff rails against Harvard in his book, The Coddling of the American Mind. I think we can all agree Harvard is a hellish echo chamber, to be sure, but the Trump administration seems to be violating their right to academic and educational freedom. Even if you hate the idea of Harvard, you should be worried about this for the repercussions it can have on us all. So thank you, Mr. Carino, for joining us. What is your take on why we all need to defend Harvard, whether we like it or not?
Yeah, well, you're totally
You're a
right.
fucking
They've
asshole,
been at
man.
the bottom of FIRE's college free speech rankings for the past couple of years. We've had our fights with Harvard going back decades now. But you don't solve censorship with censorship, and that's what we're seeing here. You see the Trump administration coming in and trying to essentially federalize or nationalize the university, requiring viewpoint diversity within the university through these sort of audits of faculty and students, these highly intrusive audits of faculty and students. they're asking the university, or I should say demanding that the university reform its governance procedures, even implementing new disciplinary procedures for students and faculty, targeting students and faculty who are involved in some of these post-October 7th protests for discipline, even if they've already been tried. So in that case, you risk double jeopardy. Harvard is a private institution. It has its own First Amendment rights. Now, people on the other side will say, well, it's the government's money, it's the government's rules. But the purse strings cannot become marionette strings. You cannot use funding to take away someone else's constitutional rights. And that's what we're seeing have happened here. So it's a violation of the Constitution, but it's also a violation of statute. The Trump administration is alleging violations of the Civil Rights Act under Title VI, which prohibits discrimination based on race, sex, and national origin, and has been expanded to also go after anti-Semitism. And there are statutory requirements through Title VI before you revoke federal funding. There needs to be an attempted a voluntary resolution. There needs to be a hearing. There needs to be evidence introduced. There needs to be notice to Congress. And even after all that has happened, you cannot revoke funding until 30 days after which that process has ended. The federal government did none of that here. It essentially said verdict first, trial later, if there's going to even be a trial at all. Right. So the administration is constitutional counts and statutory counts, and the ends don't always justify the means, even if you agree with what the administration is trying to accomplish.
Wow, you really nailed it, because I was going to say on Title VI, like, you know, is this a path down that, you know, is this a valid path for funding cuts? But you've laid it out. They've got to have a due process. They've got to see that there's a reasonable responsibility to try to solve this, but they didn't.
And there's a historical parallel here too. For over a decade, we've been working with conservatives to go after the Obama and Biden administration's attempt to weaponize Title IX, which prohibits sex discrimination in educational programs. And the Obama administration in 2011 put out a letter that gutted due process and gutted free speech protections for students and faculty on college campuses. And we never heard arguments from either side of the political spectrum. Well, that it's the government's money, it's the government's rules. But in this case, it seems like we're hearing that from conservatives all the time. It's like, well, we like the outcomes, and now we're going to say that federal funding can have strings attached. So for us, working on all sides of the political spectrum, we see this as very, you know, much similar to what we did in the Title IX context.
At the heart of this is constitutionally sound way of trying to go after this. Is there a constitutionally sound way for any sort of like future administrations to be able to tackle this, left or right? To be able to hold elite universities like Harvard accountable for like silencing dissent and pushing some sort of ideological, you know, orthodoxy on people?
Well, it depends. It depends what you are actually going after. If you are going after violations of Title VI and allegations of anti-Semitism, then you go through the statutorily required process. And you can't, in the process of doing so, also go after core protected speech. Now, you tend to see a conflation between unconstitutional or unlawful discriminatory harassment, which the Supreme Court has defined as conduct that is so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it effectively denies the student a right to an education. You've seen the conflation of that with chants like from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, as if this one chant is a form of unlawful harassment. And that's not the case. We've also seen the administration demand that colleges implement the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism, which includes a list of, I think, something like 11 different arguments that someone can make that could be anti-Semitic that include criticisms of Israel. So we've seen a lot of conflation there. And you also have President Trump, who will put out truth posts that say that Harvard has leftist bird brain professors, both professors on its staff. We might agree with that argument, right? But that's different than a Title VI complaint. So if you're just going after a university because you don't like its faculty, that raises First Amendment concerns. If you're going after a university because of unlawful discrimination, that is something the administration can do if it follows the proper process and doesn't target viewpoint or constitutionally protected speech in that process.
Now, one thing Fire constantly makes the distinction about when they announce their side on any given issue is there is already a law for crime. So if you disrupt a classroom, if you hold people hostage, if you are assaulting people, it really doesn't matter what your nationality is or which group you're protesting for or against. And so
Take your time now. Takes like a couple of millimeters for anything.
Chalk Black Unborn Lives Matter. This is a Black pro-life group, and
for
that
fuck's
group
sake.
who chalked Black Unborn Lives Matter was prosecuted for graffiti, whereas the Black Lives Matter group was not. And so you can have a unequal application of the laws that itself can be discriminatory. And so if they're not punishing the vandalism in the same way they would for another sort of speaker, then that itself can be a form of discrimination prohibited by Title VI.
But that's not what the Trump administration is going after, clearly.
No, it's not.
So
No.
it's not about that, where they could. Yeah, right.
No, they definitely could. But what we have here is an administration going after faculty and students at these universities who, as President Trump had said, he thinks are bird brains or woke or leftist faculty that he doesn't like. And so we need to stick to the law, because if we don't stick to the law, these same tools and these same abuses can be weaponized.
Generally, what you're saying today is that you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. You don't want to presume that this referendum is necessarily happening or that it will pass. Did you not think about these things ahead of time? Did you not think about what would happen if you opened the door and lowered the bar for citizens to initiate a referendum in this province?
Well, I guess I have to wait and see what kind of question comes forward from citizens before I would be able to make a judgment about whether or not it would impact rights. But what I have said is that you can't vote away treaty rights. You can't vote away Indigenous rights. You can't have a referendum on things that are enshrined in our various constitutional conventions and laws and court decisions. So I'll wait and see what sort of referendum questions come forward. But my expectation would be that that those rights would be honored.
Generally,
someone fucked it. I thought that question was going in a completely different direction. That was fucking a great question, because I think it started off as a joke, and I also did not expect the PQ guy to flip and go, yeah, definitely, they should totally separate if they want to. I didn't see that coming. Okay. Oh, yeah.
So here is first on the street interview from this TikToker. I think her name is Brooke Jones Inc. I'm just going off her username there, but she got this guy. She's interviewing this guy about temporary foreign workers, and we know that that's a dilemma here in Canada. We know that there's a huge disconnect between the unemployment of this country and the amount of jobs comparative with the continuation of bringing in migrants to arguably replace a lot of good-paying union-based jobs that are just being away from Canada, and a lot of companies abuse their policies. Well, this guy here is going to explain in detail how Canadian businesses are almost encouraged, because the Canadian government incentivizes these businesses to hire low-wage workers than actual Canadians. Yeah. Take a look at this.
The kids today are just struggling. The 20-year-olds, there's no jobs for them out there.
Who gets all the jobs?
The migrants. The companies get to hire the migrants. When they hire them, they pay them less. Yeah. Okay, and also they could get kickbacks from the government. I own a convenience store, for instance. I hire you, you're from India. Then I get an MLR9. I get to hire you, and basically what happens is I pay $20 an hour. The government every 3 months gives me a 30% kickback. I was in Prince George, my hometown. the people at the movie theater, the lady was telling me she doesn't want to work here anymore because everyone she works with is Indian and they all speak Punjab. So she goes to work. She's a Canadian kid who grew up in a small conservative town that can't work in a place because no one that she works with actually speaks English because they come here and they don't speak English either. If you were that person that owned the movie theater and your cost of doing business were, 30% went straight into just hiring the kids, hiring employees. Now, if that 30% have to pay 60% of that 30% because you got that all back, you're going to make more money. So what do people do? They take care of themselves and their family. So they will hire those people because their family is going to get rewarded as a result.
Fuck your 3 cars. Sorry. I don't fucking feel bad because you sacrificed
So
3 cars.
that's pretty interesting details they describe there.
And
And
they can go on vacation every
we
year.
know,
Fuck you.
because we covered this fair bit on this
Airport, never
channel,
seen a fucking airport.
after COVID in particular, we knew that after the lockdowns, when everything was shut down, when people were laid off, when people were told, you guys shut down your small business because it's a threat and this virus could contaminate these areas, so you guys shut down your small businesses. Even though they kept places like Amazon and Walmart and Costco and Loblaws and these big retailers open with only a certain amount of people, they told small businesses they had to shut down, they had to close up. There was a huge loss of their income, a huge loss of their life's work and savings to establish this small business. When things are starting to open up, a lot of these big name retailers and a lot of big corporations were then looking for to hire people because they were starting to open things up. Well, they just laid off a huge portion of their workforce, and then as soon as they started opening up, they went towards temporary foreign workers. Now, the whole purpose of the temporary foreign worker program in this country is only supposed to be used when a company or a business owner cannot hire a Canadian and needs a job filled immediately. That it's supposed to be a last resort. That if there's a case where they cannot hire a Canadian citizen and they still need to find someone to fill these job placements, then they go towards the temporary foreign workers. But we've seen over the years the importance. We've seen retailers like Walmart abusing this. We have seen fast food chains abusing this. We've seen a lot of abuse in these sectors of using temporary foreign workers and lying, making fraudulent claims about not having enough Canadians to enter that workforce so that they can get low-wage temporary workers, so they don't have to pay them a living wage, so they don't have to pay them a proper income as compared to a Canadian. They do that purposely. They do that intentionally. And
That's crazy because I started having a feeling that all the job listings, I've never gotten a job from fucking applying for jobs. Every job I've ever gotten was from word of mouth, from someone I know personally that hooked me up with a job. Every job I ever applied to, I'm going to get a call back. I've applied to a lot of jobs, and it's such other jobs. Working still fucked up.
right now we're seeing is that they're flooding more and more migrants into Canada to fill these roles that they know they can hire Canadians, but they're completely ignoring Canadians to go for the migrants,
for looking for
for
employees.
cheap labor.
And they go, oh, sorry.
And it's become such a dilemma that even the UN calls out Canada for this. They refer to it as modern day slavery. That you're getting immigrants into this country, dangling a carrot in front of their nose and promising them a job, promising them housing, promising a lucrative life here in this country, and then taking them on a ride and abusing them for cheap labor. That's what all these corporations are doing. And now there's more and more Canadians that are unemployed because of this trend, because of the fact that more and more companies are deliberately pushing away Canadian workers to hire temporary foreign workers.
Every
for
job
cheap
I've ever
labor.
applied to, I can't even count, probably over 1,000.
And now we're finding out that they're getting kickbacks for this. 30% kickbacks. So the CBC says from fast food to construction, employers turn more and more to temporary foreign workers. Approvals through the temporary foreign worker program rise in various sectors, analysis shows. So this is from last year, actually, June of 2024. Businesses' demand for temporary foreign workers has surged across the country in recent years, with employers given the green light to hire more than double the people through the federal program last year as they did 5 years ago. The program is designed to provide short-term relief to employers as a last resort. Just keep that in mind. The temporary foreign worker program is only supposed to be a last resort. But a lot of these companies are taking advantage of this to immediately hire temporary foreign workers so they don't have to pay them a decent wage, so they don't have to give them benefits. Because a temporary foreign worker has different rules and restrictions than a Canadian citizen. So they do that purposely. But this has been scrutinized for its potential knockoff efforts to the broader economy and the vulnerable position it makes in place of workers. Last year, employers were were cleared to hire 239,000 temporary foreign workers about the population of Regina. That's up from 108,000 in 2018, according to figures published by Employment and Social Development Canada. The program's growth coincide with the government loosening hiring restrictions to help businesses with post-pandemic labor shortages. Some economists criticize that move, saying it undermined healthy
Why
competition
would I trust
for
the
workers
people
in a market
who are hiring
economy.
to be like, these are
Here's
the
graph
statistics
here
for this?
where you can see
Obviously, they're gonna
there's
fucking lie
2018,
about them.
just above 100,000, and then all of a sudden from 2021 now to 2023, major increase. After they told you to shut everything down, a lot of people got laid off from not their got laid off, and they're hiring those positions of temporary foreign workers.
Yeah.
So
garbage.
This is kind of where Tucker Carlson, when he says the Great Replacement, kind of steps in. It's not
As much as I
meant
fucking
to be
hate Tucker
race
Carlson,
baiting.
he's very
It's not
fucking
meant
right.
to be anti-immigrant. I'm very much pro-immigrant.
This
But
country
there
would
has
not
to be
exist
legal
without immigrants.
standards available to make sure that we're getting qualified people to be in this country. Because right now we're just dragging people into these positions that don't have the skills, that don't have the requirements, but they're abusing these people for cheap labor.
Shocker. What? Our government
CBC
for
News
Canadians.
analyzed federal data about the number of positions on positive labor market impact assessments, a document providing there are no Canadian available to take the job. The numbers show that while farm and greenhouse workers have consistently been the program's most in-demand roles, demand for other jobs is on the rise. Across the economy, employers have turned to the program to fill roles ranging from administration assistants to light-duty cleaners to construction trade helpers and laborers. And if it was the case that there's no Canadians available to take on those jobs,
Add the French language laws
unemployment
to
would be at
that.
zero. Unemployment would be at zero. So why is unemployment high, but yet companies are looking for workers and they go and outsource to other countries to bring those people in? Why is that the case?
All the fucking money.
An increase in
Thought we did
positive
this many years ago, where we said you have to pay
LMAIA
everyone the same fucking
positions
amount.
doesn't necessarily
Doesn't
mean
matter if you're
that there
female
are
or a
more
person of
temporary
color
workers in the
or
country. For
fucking
example,
sword.
an approved
Pay
employer
everyone
might
the
change
same.
their mind before actually hiring one. Oh, they might change their mind. That's the silver line. They might change their mind.
Whatever.
But it reflects employers'
Why would
rising interest in the program, which by any metric is growing.
Well, no
Work
shit.
permit data published by Immigration, Refugees, and
And then
Citizens of
fucking
Canada
retard Derek
shows
can
the
be like,
number of
well, I
temporary
didn't
foreign
know.
workers in the country last year hit its highest point since records began in 2015. 2015. That's
What?
an
The government
interesting
fucked people
year.
over?
I wonder what big significant event happened in Canada that may have started this trend. Think of the name. He was like a prime minister. I
The
think his
person
name
who was
was
born
Mustin
and trained
Trudeau.
for his whole life
think
to
that's
do
his
this
name.
job.
I might be wrong. But here,
How did you fuck up?
you see the
literally
graphs
every
here. Look at
single
this.
fucking thing?
2015 compared to 2023. Look at that. 37% increase. Just 1 year. From 2022 to 2023. And they're saying, oh, there's not enough Canadians available.
Well, no,
that
and we'd
there's
better.
not enough workers. There's a skill shortage.
Yeah,
But
because you raised a bunch of retards.
They don't incentivize to actually help Canadians.
All these
to
kids want to
connect
be
to those
fucking
jobs.
influencers.
They don't actually
Not a
incentivize
fucking job.
to get to those positions. They rather take advantage of that situation and hire cheap labor.
I'm literally
But cheap
useless.
labor, are they going to have the same skill set? Probably not. Are they going to know about Canadian industries? No. But corporations,
on my
big
fingers.
companies, aligned with the governments, are going to exploit this. They're going to exploit this. Hence why the continuation of this open borders policy. Also, the fact that
We tried to do
NGOs
something
like
that
the
we thought would
Century
be
Initiative,
helpful and like
that Mark
open,
Carney is a now advisor, head
open-minded
of,
for helping
are
a
telling
broader
you that
community, and you
the
ended up fucking
country,
everything up for everybody.
Canada needs a population of 100 million by the end of the
Whoops.
century.
We thought
Why?
we were helping.
Because there's not enough people in future generations to take over. There's not the birthing rate is low. Not enough people are having babies. That's what they claim.
Because I was infertile.
But
from
again,
your
there's no
Gardasil
initiative to
shot.
actually get people to have children. There's
I
no
can't afford
initiative
it.
to make it
can't
easier
afford
for
me.
families to
I don't
develop.
have
There's
a
no
baby. I
initiative
can't even
to
afford to
help
have a
younger
dog.
people actually consider start a family.
Cool, the government pays you money. That's great. Let's rely on the
But they're going
government
to import a bunch of
finance my
people
child.
from God knows where into this country that we don't have the services for. We don't have the necessary
you have to go to the
needs
government
and
and be like, "You want to go
services
for
and
ice cream? Can I have money,
reliability
please?" Like,
and everything to adapt to this. There was a huge 9-month increase in the population of this country. It was like 1.4
They did it
billion
during COVID.
people in 9 months.
Yeah.
You think they're going to be able to build houses that
yeah, but they were
quickly?
the right color this time.
Or hospitals or schools? No, absolutely.
And they were willing to learn
absolutely
French.
not.
Spanish lady.
Fast
It's an
food
accent.
chains and restaurants
Dude,
are a
if you
major
speak
source
English to
of
me and I
demand
speak
for
English
temporary
language,
farm
I just don't know
workers.
what.
After farm and greenhouse workers, the roles with the most approvals last year were cooks, food service
The Asian guy
supervisors,
for the
food
Uber
counter
the other day.
attendants, and kitchen
I didn't fucking
helpers.
speak any
Food
English
counter
at all.
attendants in particular increased from 170 jobs
Guy
in
would rather get his car
2018
wet from the
to
rain. It smelled bad.
8,333 in 2023. The top 10 employers
Fucking jerk.
cleared to hire the highest number of them last year were all fast food operators. And we know from places like Tim Hortons, we know Burger
fast
King, we
food
know
operator.
McDonald's, their parent company, which are primarily international business venture firms that don't know about the restaurants, they just want a piece of the action, are telling fast food chains to hire more immigrants. They're purposely doing this as a tactic. Why? Because they want to cut labor costs. They want to cut down on the amount of labor, maximize profits by hiring people at stab wages, which is a form of slavery.
Yes, it is.
Which is a form of slavery, which is why even the UN is calling out Canada for this.
They immigrated people here that they dropped them off at a homeless shelter.
The relationship between the food service industry and the temporary foreign worker program has at
From the
times
airport, they
been
were standing in
thought,
front of the homeless
roughly
shelter
a
with their
decade
fucking
ago,
luggage.
controversy around the
Like
industry
Dolce & Gabbana luggage.
led the federal government to impose
Like,
a temporary moratorium
Now
on
they're
that
in
sector.
hotels
Temporary.
that are paid by the government.
Temporary.
And they get meals that are half fucking frozen.
Remember that was
still.
Justin Trudeau
Throw them out
before
and
he
use
resigned.
fucking whatever government
Oh,
money
we're
to go buy
gonna
food.
temporarily look into the immigration crisis. We're still going to have that 100 million people by the end of the century. That's
Do a
what
trading
my
places.
owners told me.
I'd love to do that.
That's all the businesses are telling me. But no. We're gonna have a temporary halt.
People are going back to their third world country.
And here is another graph here of
Vietnam.
low-wage temporary foreign workers approvals.
People
have
are like, what the
almost
fuck my father sent me here? This
quadrupled
place is fucking terrible. And they go back to
between
Vietnam.
2018 and 2023. So you're telling me there's not Canadians to fill all those positions?
I have an entire tent city full
Yeah,
of
if that
my
was
people.
the case, unemployment would be at zero. Would be at absolute zero. You're telling me that there's nobody to fill those positions, that they are
they're
so
saying.
desperate that they have to look outside the country, bringing stragglers from other nations to insource
Okay.
workers that they could use at scab wages.
And then the excuse is, well, they're
This
the
is
only
a
ones willing to
scam.
do that kind of work.
This
That's
is a
fucking bullshit.
scam. This is a scam
I literally dig through
interconnected
fucking garbage
with the
bins for
federal
fun.
government,
I enjoy it.
with immigration,
I don't have to. Like,
with
it's
major
now I do it 'cause I
corporations,
like it.
and this is why we have such the
I haven't bought
influx
anything in like
of
15
mass
fucking years.
population in a matter of months, and cities cannot hold it together. Cities and,
Yeah,
and counties
garbage,
and
garbage.
communities all
Not
across Canada don't have the
Trade
services to deal with this population increase at a rapid rate. And that is why we are calling for action. That's why we're calling for the end to the open border crisis. You can't have open borders and consider yourself a sovereign nation. That completely destroys the sovereignty. It destroys the security of this nation.
They're trying to just say that Israel.
And they do that purposely.
The fucking Israel first.
Even
Canada.
AI.
What?
Even AI. This is from the Google AI, I do believe, where it says, in Canada, wage subsidies for foreign workers are primarily offered through programs like the Temporary Foreign Worker Program and initiatives targeting
My best friend
newcomers.
just got laid off.
These
I wonder
programs
if that
often
fucking
provide
works.
financial assistance to employers who hire foreign workers in certain sectors who face labor shortages. So the AI was asked, do employers, as you saw in the video, do employers get subsidies for hire foreign workers? And turns out, yes.
Well, where are you? Fucking, why can't I fucking talk to text bullshit? How long? Oh god, you must be so bored. Great. Okay. Great. Maybe phone call. New on cam. Right, I should probably on cam is bad if I paid for it. Started learning coding. Coding's not the same anymore. With all the Python? Yeah, probably. I'm also going to BC at the end of the month. I miss my husband. And then, because every year I do it too late. Okay. Peripheral vision. Hey, come whenever we're in here. We can see and we'll get brunch. Oh my god. And do it. Throw up a You're stupid. I love you. My favorite. I miss my best friend so much.
Yes.
As soon as this fucking garden
The
gets done,
government will say that,
I'm
oh,
gonna
that
go fucking
business
see
is
that bitch.
having labor shortages. But what they don't tell you is that they make false documents and false claims saying they can't hire Canadian workers purposely to undermine the Canadian workforce to get cheaper labor.
10 points awarded to me.
So this is a total abuse. This is a total abuse, and the reason that they do that is to completely belittle middle class here in Canada, the working class of Canadians, and undermine
You guys
them
took all
by
the toast
getting
already.
cheaper labor to be insourced in this country.
Go
That
eat their bird
more
food.
and more
They have, like, a bunch of
Canadians
nice
have
bird
to now
food
be
for you.
competitive to a foreigner who's getting less than you are, and they can cut back on wages, cut back on benefits. Corporations make maximum profits, and the Canadian working class gets screwed over again.
The airport. So
And I don't put the blame on the worker. I don't say that the worker is taking jobs away from Canadians, because that immigrant, just like you, are being exploited by the same person.
Yeah.
That's why I'm showing you this.
They're gonna throw you in
Because
the last day.
whether you're a Canadian
They do
citizen
it to me. They do
or
it
a
to you.
newcomer that got exploited through the system, you're being part of this program. You're being abused by the corporate state, by the government.
How about freaking gender and color and all this stuff where you're from? This doesn't matter. It's about fucking how
And
much money you have.
Mark Carney, now Prime Minister,
Well,
now
the fucking richest
mixing
man in the world.
relations with
Does he live
America,
here? Perfect.
is now coming forward to say, oh, now we're going to cap immigration further.
Yeah.
We're going to cap immigration further.
They're gonna pick out the immigrants that are here and then
Lack
bring
of
more
housing in
immigrants in.
Canada.
What do you do?
But yet, he has the Century Initiative guy as his advisor. He continues to say that immigration is a bastion to this nation. He continues to say that we need to bring in more people. And even with this housing
The Irish,
platform,
the Italian.
all these homes that he's going to build, he says he needs more migrants to fill positions to build those houses. Claiming that
They
none
have
of
a
Canadians
certain kind
have
of
the
immigrant.
skills to build a house.
Specifically the one immigrant.
None
But
of
only
Canadians
2%.
have the skills to build a house. That's why they're going to get a bunch of foreigners
Zelensky, for example.
from another country, bring them in to build housing
Well,
for themselves.
Nationalism. Nationalism is always bad. I don't give a shit.
So that again,
Never been a
Mark Carney's
good
just
type of
gaslighting you right
nationalism.
there. Just like
All
Justin
that.
Trudeau gaslighting you. It's like all these people are gaslighting you
Yes, sir.
purposely to
We're
undermine the
politicians.
Canadian
I'm
working
sold.
class.
I mean,
And that's the
fucking
whole trajectory of something like this. And I'm not bashing the temporary foreign worker program. I get it. If companies are desperate to fill a position, and that is your last resort, but it's supposed to be a last
But
resort.
refugees that are okay with
It's not
living
supposed to
in places in
fulfill
Alberta.
your entire
No one wants to live
employment,
there.
your
They
entire
live there because they
workforce,
have to.
just so you can get cheap labor for pennies on the dollar and maximize
fucking not
corporate
right.
profits. It's not the point of this. The point of it is that if there is someone specific with a certain skill set and you're desperate to fill that position, then you can look outside the country. Then you can look at newcomers through a legal process. We don't have that in Canada. Diminished by the billionaires, by the oligarchs, by corporations, companies, and agitators outside the country putting pressure on this, and that's why we're in the situation we're in right now. And like I said, you know, if really we didn't have enough Canadians to fill these positions, unemployment would be at zero. But it's not. There's record high unemployment for young people. Because young people that could work at fast food, that could work at a place like Tim Hortons,
They said we really only hire the
because
students.
the companies are hiring foreigners under the nose purposely to undermine them.
to give students a chance
You're
to
being
get
screwed.
into the workforce
You're being screwed. Not just
before
you
they
as a Canadian,
graduate.
but also the immigrant too.
And
Which is
so
why
they
I
don't
feel
have to pay them
sympathy
full time.
also for that.
They don't get their benefits. I thought airport was a sweet deal. 10 hours, 4 days. It's kind of like a bit of a lot, but it takes you twice as long to get past your probation there, and then they schedule for a grade or shit. Yeah.
Who said you could ask me out? Do you even have an ability?
What?
My last boy.
Right now, I'm standing at the corner of Dundas and Dixie in Mississauga. This is the hunting ground. What is being hunted? Money. Who is doing the hunting? People taking advantage of Canadians. What I'm about to show you in this report will shock you. Amid Canada's ongoing homeless crisis, we have people on the streets of our beloved country begging for money, not out of desperation, but in an organized fashion for hours on end. When they're done, they're picked up in a getaway vehicle and off they go. I have it all on film. Stick around and I'll break it down step by step. Do you think it's fair to people that are actually struggling on the street?
Yes. You ruin it for all of us. You're homelessly wrong.
My
I've been
name
saying
is
this for a
Lincoln J.
while.
reporting
There's a
for
way to
Rebel News in
fucking be homeless.
Mississauga, and you may have recently seen
Don't
some
do your drugs in public.
videos
There's
on social
places where
media
homeless people go to do
getting
what the fuck
significant
that homeless people do.
attention of people begging for money on the streets, only to later enter a vehicle and drive away.
SUV's over there behind Petro Canada, bro.
Okay.
Your SUV is there behind Petro Canada. A scam. Hey, you're a scammer. You're all over social media, bro. Look. Yeah.
This is
Where's
different.
Penguin? Where's the penguin?
You're terrible.
Where's the penguin? Yeah. Go over there.
What
bro.
if she
You
lives
get
in
a
the car?
job.
People like this have been seen running these operations all over the greater Toronto area.
Here we are, $83,000
What?
free a year, free benefits, free medical. I'm working my ass off. This guy's working his off. Free rent, free car. She's probably going to go back to drive a BMW when she's finished here. Free gas, free everything. Yeah, there's the finger. Wonderful.
This is
job. Welcome
that's
to Canada.
wrong. That's really
Free
fucked up
money
and
right
wrong.
there. Let's get her. Let's make her famous, guys. Don't give these people money, man. Don't give these people money. It's disgusting.
You're terrible.
Free benefits, free everything.
My uncle does this. My uncle chases fucking homeless people. If you have a pull out a phone, there was a guy that he would constantly chase around every time that he had the chance and be like, this guy's a fake, like he's a fraud, because he pulled out a phone. After my uncle gave him like a $5 bill. Like, well, you're the one who gave him a $5 bill. Why fucking, because what, you feel stupid? So now you're gonna fucking harass this guy and humiliate him because he's homeless? Like, I lived in my car for 6 fucking years. Like, that's terrible. That is literally just some fucking person who's like about to have a nervous breakdown, who is just like I get the anger, but someone should tell him to shut the fuck up and stop bothering people who are homeless or people who don't have any money. It's fucking, you have every right not to give money. Bitch change. What do you give a shit that someone's getting bitch change? They can't get a job. Like, they're doing worse off than you, and you fucking literally fucking harass them and humiliate them and put them on the internet and shit. Like, it's fucking garbage. Okay.
If you're tired of gray hair making you look older than you are, watch this. If you're still using traditional box dyes,
Well, thanks to our liberal government. Speaking of which, you are not going to believe what Mark Carney had to say to a journalist who asked him about being held accountable. CBC even had to admit that the liberals are running on conservative ideas and a conservative platform. Then they proceeded to mock Pierre Poilievre and defend absolutely everything that the liberals do, because that is exactly how unbiased news operates. I'm Jasmine Lane. This is Over Opinionated. Subscribe, follow, comment, like this video. And before we get into all of the topics of the day, I wanted to highlight this. Premier Danielle Smith at PragerU talking with Ben Shapiro and her cautioning Americans about 51st state.
I know that the premier has taken some flack in her hometown and in all the hometown papers for even being on the stage with such as me, because I made the unfortunate error of making a joke about our soon-to-be 51st state. And this apparently did not go over amazingly well in Canada.
Ben
and I just want to
Shapiro,
assure the
of
premier
course.
just from the get-go.
I knew Ben
I'm not
Shapiro.
interested in Dudley Do Right. I feel no necessity to actually seize the great land of Canada and take it for the United States. Frankly, there are too many Canadians in it.
Why do we listen to what this
And
person says anymore?
Canada is
Ben
an
Shapiro
excellent ally to the
is a
United States. We'll get into
homophobe and a
that in a little while. I want to start.
And if I may, I come in peace. I am here to make peace with your
Yeah,
people.
like take it easy.
And I have when anyone asks me the question about the 51st state,
Thank God.
and this room will appreciate that. You know that Canada tends to be a little bit more progressive. That would be like adding another California to your electoral system.
Oh.
And you would never have a
Yeah,
Republican
agree,
president in the White House again. So I would just caution
Burn.
stay friends. And friends should never move in together, but we can still be very, very good
Wow.
friends.
Absolutely. Greenland is still on the table.
That's probably the most genuine
Yes,
thing I've ever heard
Greenland.
somebody
Maybe
say.
Cuba. Right, but yeah, I don't think we need Canada. They can't even spell color. Anyway, so
All very friendly jabs. I don't know why, but that reminds me when I was younger, I had a little
Yeah,
joke
when
where
you
I
were a
dated a guy who
16-year-old
was
girl.
from Texas, and his family used to roast me so hard whenever we would be like hanging out with nieces and nephews and stuff, and I would say, like, "Where's the pencil crayons?" And they'd be like, "The what? You mean colored pencils?" And I'm like, "You guys call them colored pencils? That's the weirdest thing ever. It's a pencil crayon." I don't know, whatever. There's too many differences, and Danielle
Why
Smith
is this
definitely has a
relevant?
point there, which is why I think it's really important to highlight the fact that the vast majority
Yeah,
of people in the
it's
United
big,
States are
good
joking
dig,
about this.
whatever.
This isn't something serious. This is typical annoying Donald Trump rhetoric
Give her
to
a
get a
fucking
point
award.
across, right? And I think that nobody describes that better than the director of the National Economic Council in Trump's administration.
I'm hearing anecdotally about a lot of damage in demand from Canada, for example, just because in part of the breakdown in sentiment and feelings between us and them. Are you hearing the same, and what do you expect to happen from here?
No, I think that again, there was difficult times. I think that Justin Trudeau, the president, didn't exactly get along, and Canada kept making it worse and worse with their rhetoric. But now I think that we have, the prime minister come in and meet the president and begin a new closer relationship. It's not going to work out fine.
It should come as a surprise to absolutely nobody that if you continuously mock somebody in bad faith that you have a bad relationship with, where you use
You are a
them
16-year-old
to
girl,
your
obviously.
own advantage, they're probably not going to be too happy about that. And so, yes, obviously a fresh new face with Trump, new face. You should watch Moose on the Loose's videos
Yeah,
about
great.
that, where he has like the entire
Kind
diagram
of
of all of the ways that Mark Carney, Donald Trump, and Elon Musk are not new faces. But it does help certainly to have somebody else around the table there. And Mark Carney announced his new cabinet
Oh,
again.
Apparently,
New cabinet
literally
today.
no one
About
who's
50% of the exact same people.
Broadly not changed. Francois Philippe-Champagne stays as Minister
Terrible.
of Finance. He adds national revenue. Christian Freeland is Minister of
So,
Transport and Internal Trade.
literally
That's
the spawn of
identical
Satan.
what she had in the original Mark Carney cabinet.
Literally comes
Stephen
from
Gilbert
family
is
Nazis.
Canadian identity and
I think
culture,
Christian,
and
not
is
Christian.
responsible for official languages, massaging up the title, but essentially staying in that same role.
You can go back.
Dominic LeBlanc. This
Yep.
is slightly different. To give
Oh,
them
the
a
English
full
guy
trade
who wants all of
portfolio,
Canada to be
expand
French.
the U.S. trade, intergovernmental affairs, which is a critical political management portfolio,
Yeah.
the relationships with the premiers.
Also
and of
thinks
course,
that the rest of
the
Canada
Canadian
should be bilingual
economy,
French.
function, which is what Mark Carney has talked about here. And then Joanne Thompson is the Minister of Fisheries. She's staying there. That's a
Here is the full list of his entire cabinet. There is a lot of
Stephen
people
Bogan.
there. One thing that's interesting though,
I
is
got
he has
fired.
secretaries of state, which is weird because we don't have states in Canada. It really feels like you're bringing American style politics to Canada. I don't actually care about this title. It's just another one of those things
Their
that's
titles don't matter,
annoying
though.
because you run this whole campaign on he's bringing America. He's
Was I
too
doing?
much like Trump.
What's the best oil to cook with?
Number 3, canola oil. If you can find organic canola oil, then it's actually
And here we are with a new series of ministers that are called secretaries of state. But in here we have things like sport, international development, combating crime, nature, seniors, CRA, financial institutions, children and youth defense procurement, rural development, lots and lots of familiar faces in this one. And another interesting detail here is that Mark Carney has announced that just like Justin Trudeau's government, he too will have an DEI government. Cabinet roles are not based on credentials and who can do the best job, obviously, because why would you keep in a whole bunch of people who have absolutely failed? But it is gender quoted with 50% women and 50% men. If you've already seen this clip of Anna and Pierre when I had a chat with them, they're with me here. We have a lot of other juicy stuff to get to right after it. And here is what she had to say about it that I just thought was like,
when Kirsten removed as our first candidate, he asked me to introduce him. And I wasn't even sure that I wanted to do that. But he celebrated me and he just said, you're such a great speaker, you're part of this, and you put it out there. So as a conservative, my husband has been promoting
my father, the inventor of the strudel,
celebrating women that deserve it. Meanwhile, when you look at the Liberal Party, what they did to Jody Wilson-Rayl, Jane Philpott. So it really, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Jody Wilson-Rayl was still getting paid $130,000 a year.
Because
what did she do?
At the end of the day, we believe in meritocracy, and that is the difference.
Like, that's all she did for like 3 months, and then they fired her.
She's around
$3,000
a year. And I mean, here I am. I'm a strong independent woman, and my husband's not hiding in the kitchen like the little thing that doesn't make sense. I often say that, and you're so conservative, and I'm like, well, it's crazy, and I realize that I could be kind of passionate and not the best for absolutely everybody, while except that monitoring about our economy and not wanting the government to be involved in every mundane decision of my day. So it's a pretty easy choice. Of course.
And would you say that Canada is kinder and compassionate after 10 years of liberal?
Forcing a vaccine on people.
When you see the people who can't feed themselves, or the youth who can't afford homes, or the 25% of people living in poverty, that was never the case when we had a conservative government. So
You made up Truth and Reconciliation Day. They
I
didn't
know,
show up.
I'm an independent financial woman by the fact that I own my house.
Well, what's that bad?
That doesn't help.
Or the vulnerable people who are getting attacked by criminals because of the hit was released from the street. I don't think they're in kind of compassion or any of that.
And on that note, here is what Pierre Poilievre had to say about Mark Carney's new cabinet.
But now, so far, it's not a promising start. The first disappointment is, unfortunately, his cabinet. He appointed Trudeau's old team and Trudeau's old advisors. Stephen Guilbeault, radical green agenda, would shut down all future developments in our resource industry. He is still the minister responsible for Quebec. Sean Fraser.
His voice is even better.
He's the immigration minister. The immigration minister who caused the immigration crisis. The housing minister who gave us the housing crisis. And now he's the minister responsible for addressing the liberal crime crisis.
And you guys should just
It
plan
seems
your
like
trip
he is
better.
the master at failing upward. Chrystia Freeland, who as finance minister, hiked capital gains tax and carbon taxes and massively grew our debt to the point where we now spend $1 billion a week on interest, stays in the cabinet. Then there's Gary Anadasangari, the new Minister of Public Safety, who said the actual crimes, the actual issues around bail are quite sound, and they are embedded and codified in law right now.
Are you
As in to
serious?
say that there's nothing wrong with the system. Well, in fact, there's everything wrong, as we see from the growing crime wave on our streets.
Yeah.
Then there's Francois Philippe Champagne,
Oh my God.
Trudeau's Minister of Everything, who never really managed to do anything.
Oh, President, what's his name? Yeah, that
And
guy.
he did it very loudly, but nice guy. I'll give him credit. He's a nice guy.
Cooper,
But
Anderson
he was the
Cooper.
Minister of Industry during which we had the worst economic growth of any country in the G7. And now he's in charge of the budget. Then there's Jolie, LeBlanc, Haidu, Anand. Anand was the president of the the Treasury Board, during which time the bureaucracy and the consultant bills blew out of control. In all, 14 Trudeau ministers are now in Carney's cabinet. It's more of the same when Canada needs real change. Even the new additions are from Gregor Robertson, who's the mayor of Vancouver, who pushed for total legalization of hard drugs, distribution of tax funding opioids. During this time, there was a 600% increase in overdoses. Now he's the housing minister. Well, what's his record on housing? Well, he increased housing taxes in Vancouver by 41%. And the result was that housing costs went up by 149%, more than double the cost, and giving Vancouver, his city, the most expensive housing prices in all of North America. Now, Mr. Carney puts this gentleman in charge of housing. If this is the new budget Mr. Carney is bringing into the cabinet, then
We can only do this with the support of donors like you. Make this minute matter. Donate now.
Other groups, stuff food, loose food, need regular groups. Seeds DSO1 is clinically proven to promote regularity and reduce bloating in as little as 2 weeks.
No,
Many
she said
probiotics dissolve before reaching the gut.
then sadly for Canadians, nothing is going to
Thought I
change.
misheard.
The role of the Conservative Party will be more important than ever.
And while there is nothing that is certain about politics, in Canada, there's actually this one shocking detail that you can bank on every time. And that is the fact that Mark Carney just allocated just under $200 million to the CBC to ensure that he is viewed in the best light ever. So enjoy.
And that he says he wants the country to succeed. He then spent the next 15 minutes talking about all the ministers who were there previously and the things they did to ruin the country. Particularly Sean Fraser and Stephen Guilbeault. Taking some questions about how you will approach things inside the House of Commons. But overall, it started out in one tone and finished in another. That's all I'll say. Attacking the people that he thinks still represent, don't represent change, are still more of the Trudeau government, and particularly don't represent the things that he thinks Canadians want.
Yeah, having it is broken is essentially what he said, right? It's still under Canada's organization.
Well, when
It is not changed.
provinces want to separate, then we
I
don't
saw
have
an
to
approach
take
to Mr.
Canada.
Poilievre where he suggested that Donald Trump, if he won the election, rather than lost the election and lost his own seat. Talking about how he's going to stand there in defense of Canadians who only understand there, actually, the chamber behind him, because of the goodwill of the Prime Minister who's going to call him for by-election for Mr. Poilievre. So he's been wrongly one of those MP seats in Alberta that costs close to $2 million to have a by-election. All along, he stays in this corner right throughout this. So it's interesting that given that sequence of events and given those series of factors, that it was that kind of approach in response to things there from Mr. Poilievre. Going after Stephen Guilbeault, talking about the radical environmental agenda, blaming Sean Fraser for the housing crisis, which is Sean Fraser's I don't think it's I don't think he calls the housing crisis. There's a whole bunch of layers and effects of that. Wanting to fight the same political battle he pushed forward during 5 weeks of the campaign and for the 2 years leading up to that. So the pivot that he was
suggested that the Harrier kind of needed a name ever since Justice to the Left and Bob Thompson name. It's still not quite there, you know, in terms of this is the same argument, the same criticism, just with a fresh top of congratulations, we'll work with you where it works, but then it very much morphed into 20 minutes of the same stuff, and then about 6 minutes of questions, and then he's out of it.
It's very uneducated and intentionally misinforming the public to suggest that because Sean Fraser is only around 40, that means that he had nothing to do with any of those issues. Well, you know, unfortunately, if you actually look at the data and statistics in those timeframes that he was managing said portfolios, everything declined under him. And if you're suggesting that that's not his fault, of course, there's other factors in there, duh. But if you're going to try to suggest that he has no influence, no power, no control over any of those things, while looking at the declining numbers when he was involved in them, well, then in that case, if that's your argument, why on earth was he even given that role to begin with? Why do we have a housing minister? Why do we have an immigration minister? Why do we have any of those if they clearly have no control or power, and whoever it is that's hired to do that is irrelevant? It doesn't actually matter.
Also, steal my ideas.
Not as much, but still a lot.
We've got great ideas. And we've been leading the charge on the debate over carbon taxes, inflation, housing prices, crime, drugs, resource development. And I know the Liberals even lifted a few of those ideas. And we want to make sure that they were sincere about that. And we're going to continue to put forward solid ideas.
But of course, even when the Liberals use the conservative platform, it is impossible for CBC to admit that.
Don't die.
Right there tells me what the core priorities of this cabinet is. It's a conservative platform. Well, yes. We'll see.
Because admitting that and being unbiased or just telling both sides of the story while having a bias, that's fine. We all have biases. Welcome to being a person. And then risk potentially losing their high six-figure income.
So they compromise their
Take a look at
opinions.
this report from April 1st,
And they say, well, I do it to get
which
the money
is from
from
the
it,
CBC
fund this
showing
thing that I
what
really
the
wanted.
average compensation is for their staff. It's upwards of $300K for those top analysts, those top reporters, top journalists. And that is actually quite common throughout the country. I worked in mainstream media for 11 years of my life, and there were tons of people that I worked with who were absolute monsters, who earned disgusting amounts of money, like unfathomable.
So what does tangible progress look like for you when it comes to addressing cost of living concerns in this country? And will there be a barometer such as public mandate letters for Canadians to hold you accountable to?
Well, I think the way Canadians will hold account by their experience at the grocery store, when they're paying their electricity bill, when they or their children are looking for a place to live. So it'll be their experiences how they will hold it. But they will form those judgments, and then of course accountability comes at the ballot box. Mandate letters, cabinets, cabinet discussions, legislation, regulation. These are just steps to accomplish those ultimate goals, and it's what the experience is of Canadian families. That's how they will judge cost of living.
Cool. So I guess we're just as screwed because Canadians were doing that before, and then you manipulated a whole bunch of people in order to lie and convince them to vote a certain way. And of course, you use CBC and other state-funded propaganda machines to ensure that we would be in the exact same situation as per usual. So that's just awesome. No accountability yet again, other than, oh yeah, you're going to hold us to account by what you see at the grocery store, which has already been too high, that you've already been complaining about ongoing increasing for the last decade. Awesome.
When Gregor Robertson was Vancouver mayor, the price of buying a house increased by 179% in one of the most expensive markets in Canada. Why do you think someone with this track record should oversee the housing file? Is this a signal from you that you don't think housing prices should go down?
You would be very hard pressed to make that conclusion from everything I've said and what our priorities are. We have a strong view on housing, very clear policy development with a number of members of the team, including with Mr. Robertson. And I'm thrilled that he is in the new role because he brings the type of experience that we need to tackle some aspects of this problem. One of them is how the federal government can help
get municipal costs and municipal regulation costs down and regulation out of the way so that more houses can be built. Ultimately, the housing crisis, and it is a crisis,
Yeah,
is
no
ultimately
shit.
solved by supply. We can do things to help with affordability at the start, which is why we have the GST cut, but ultimately it's a question of supply. And as I think you know, Julie, we have very
everywhere. There's
aggressive
supply. It's fine.
objectives on supply, the doubling
Think
of
about being homeless.
building supply across Canada.
Really?
And we're
Anywhere.
going to have to change how we build.
You
And
don't
a
live
lot of
amongst
that
fucking
expertise,
press punks
not
in rat
exclusively,
shit.
but a lot of it is actually been
And
developed
that's
in British
that clogs
Columbia.
the pipes.
Minister Robertson is
Nothing
very
can
familiar
grow.
with it. We're going to incorporate that, but in a pan-Canadian strategy to really drive this. Thank you.
What if I told you that some of the healthiest foods in
No,
the grocery
they must
store
live in a
were
condo.
actually making food companies love slapping you?
Can't give
Next
them
You'll hear a lot
condos.
more about it.
Drug addicts can't give them
And
condos.
if you were fooled into thinking anything would be different, Danielle Smith certainly opened your eyes just a little bit more. As we know, she had met with Mark Carney a couple weeks back, and
convenient
she
for
gave
her,
him the
right?
benefit of the doubt and said that, I have hope. I have hope that things can change. And now she has posted this. Now that Prime Minister Mark Carney has appointed his new cabinet, we got our first glimpse
She
into
can
what we
snap
can
back
expect
like a
from this
16-year-old fucking girl.
quote-unquote
I'll give her
new
that.
liberal government. I'm very concerned the
Good
Prime
snap
Minister
back
has
and
appointed
bench
what
zero
appears
with
to be
no
yet
double
another
purpose.
anti-oil and gas environment minister, Julie DeBruzen. Not only is she a self-proclaimed architect of the designation of plastics as toxic, but she is a staunch advocate against oil sands expansion, proponent of phasing out oil and gas, and for the last 4 years, she has served as the right hand to former environment minister and militant environmentalist Stephen Guilbeault. Ooh, we're going to have to talk more about what the CEO of Greenpeace had to say, or he was the founder of Greenpeace. He's been coming out with some spicy clips lately, but first and foremost, so here's just a little bit of Julie DeBruzen in case you're not very familiar with her.
Climate change is real and the cost of inaction is enormous. It is disappointing that while climate change is having a real impact on the health and well-being of Canadians, the Conservatives still don't have a plan to protect our environment. If you don't have a plan on climate change, you don't have a plan for the economy or for the future. Can the parliamentary secretary for the Minister of the Environment please advise this House what actions our government is taking to fight climate
As of today, it is no longer free to pollute in Canada.
Okay. You know what? It was like over listening to it. This fucking stupid conversation. It was figured out. Just balance all different types of energy. Obviously, someone's getting paid here, so I don't know why we're still even fucking talking about it. And they're like nuclear energy. I was like, oh my fucking god, I can't believe this. I think some people are reporting Amazon packages up fucking daily. See fucking shipping yards? Holy shit. Go on Google Maps, you look at the shipping yards, shipping containers that haven't moved in like the history of Google Maps.
Nation building projects, and we are going to move as rapidly as possible on as many of them as possible.
All right, that's part one. We'll take a break. The conclusion of that interview, Vasher Capellas with Mark Carney, when we come back. First, to check on the drive, Lauren Glazer at the CKD 800 Traffic Center. Lauren?
Aaron, we do have delays on the westbound.
Siblings Catherine, James, and Bill. They had an investment property. It was being listed by a friend who was a real estate agent for 8 months. It had no offers because they didn't have the marketing system of the industry leader, at least in this area, the number one RE/MAX team in Toronto, the entire GTA, and ranking right up there worldwide. Frank Lee & Associates, the multi-million-dollar marketing system, and the home selling guarantee system, reaching millions of potential buyers. Frank Lee and his team jumped into action, and in only 2 weeks, the property was sold. If you or anyone is in a similar situation with a property on the market for such a long time, don't be afraid to reach out to Frank Lee and Associates at 416-917-5466, 416-917-LION, or go to getleo.com, getleo.com, and start packing with confidence.
Your date just asked for your Wi-Fi, but you have cable internet. Don't panic. Remain.
Just in time for ads. Oh.
The great news is that in her province, 8 out of 10 families will actually be better off as a result of the climate action incentive that they will claim on their taxes each year. The fact is, during the next federal election, Canadians are going to have a choice between a government that takes climate change seriously or conservative politicians like the Leader of the Opposition or Doug Ford who would bury their head in the sand. It may be April Fool's Day, but the biggest joke on the hill is their climate plan.
She goes on to say, for over a decade, Alberta has suffered under the anti-development and anti-resource policies of successive Liberal governments that have threatened our livelihoods, landlocked our resources, and targeted our industries. Now we are being forced to contend with yet another keep it in the ground environment minister. This is a step in the wrong direction. I will continue to do everything in my power to negotiate a fair deal for Alberta with the new Prime Minister. Albertans will not stand for the status quo from Ottawa. If the Prime Minister is serious about resetting the relationship between Ottawa and Alberta, then we need meaningful action now, not more of the same. I call on the new Environment Minister to support Alberta's energy industry and work towards increasing production and market access for our resources. What do you think?
I think that's exactly why I don't fucking trust that lady. Because I think she's willing to throw anybody under the bus to get what she wants. Why American farmers are moving to Russia? Because they don't have livelihoods. Interesting.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is.
Ooh, yeah. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. I know we're talking about Alberta separation a lot.
Yeah.
It's going to continue because it's hot.
Yeah.
Hot topic. You guys are interested in it. I'm interested
Oh, I
in
think
it.
it was an accident.
Today, I got to talk about recall legislation. Now, Danielle Smith has shot herself in the back,
fucking knew it.
by introducing a lower threshold
I think it was
for
a
recall
fucking,
legislation and to essentially put a referendum in place.
I think it was one of
Danielle
Alberta
Smith,
wants
of
to
course,
separate.
rapidly
Quebec was like,
reducing the
no,
number of
only Quebec
signatures
wants to
required
separate. And they
in order
flipped
to
it and
trigger
they're
a
like, you know
ballot
what? Alberta
so
should
that,
separate.
those who wanted a referendum, those who were seeking to get away from the tyrannical boot of the government's
The PQ
foot on
leader
their neck,
is like the
then
epitome of a
essentially they
fucking
could find an
vicious
easier
French
pathway.
16-year-old girl who was like a
And then I'll get to
sociopath.
explain in the article I'm about to read. But now on the back end, a little bit of backfire coming back, a little bit of karma coming Danielle Smith's ways from her haters. Apparently now 3 UCP MLAs are now in danger of being recalled. They could lose their seats, thus triggering an early election in the province to remove Danielle Smith from office, essentially, and install Naheed Nenshit, as we've talked about on this channel several times. Again, not a big fan of him, as you can tell. Let's take a look at what's going on with Danielle, because this is trouble. While people on social media were complaining, by the way, that we had the right
Notice how this is, again, the ever so tolerant left. As they sit and say, you can't leave Canada, you can't have a referendum, you can't ask a question on a ballot, you can't do any of those things. It belongs to First Nations, it belongs to Canada, you can't leave. Well, now all of a sudden they've triggered their own little recall movement. And of course, that's perfectly legal, and they're allowed to do those things because, well, it fits their stupid.
Are you serious?
But Calgarians apparently now rally to recall 3 UCP MLAs as Alberta resistance movement launches in 4 cities. I've told you before, this is going to keep piling up. The infighting is only going to get.
What are you doing? I thought it was Yan being obnoxious, but it's just Idris being a fucking mooch, which is pretty fucking accurate. Yo, it's an empty bag. You're like a little junkie. You're a little junkie, like fiending. That's why I named you guys after my friends. I'll let you come back out when I'm done this. Almost done. But you're a nuisance. Here, fat bitch. That's why you guys are named after my friends, because you guys are all fucking moochers. I know, you're gonna come outside and fuck it all up. I feel bad for leaving it inside, but. Okay.
Bigger and larger as time goes on towards a question on a ballot. I have to hand it to these folks. If anything, it's only going to stoke the fires for separation even further. Calgary is a very conservative city, but they've seen over the last federal election in particular a lot of Liberal voters that have moved their way into the city that try to fart huff and tell them that, hey, we got to start adopting Liberal policies. Real Calgarians don't want that. I lived in Calgary for 30 years. I can tell you right now, they hate their Marxist mayor. They hate everything about what's going on with Liberals in Calgary.
People waiting to
they
die
want
off.
nothing to do with it.
Is a new statement.
The only reason
that no teams complain because they suck too bad.
Installed mayors win their seats in Calgary is because the migrant vote.
Oh, that's not surprising.
But there's a little bit of a catch-22 to what's happening here. Let's get into the article. It says a Calgary group held a rally at City Hall on Saturday in Calgary with the hopes of recalling 3 UCP party MLAs so they can trigger an early provincial election. Jenny Yamiri, who is part of the Recall for Change movement in Calgary, said her group is seeking people to sign a petition to meet the threshold required to recall MLAs in Alberta. Now, keep in mind, with the recall legislation, you only get one shot at this. If you don't meet the threshold, it's over. And even if you meet the threshold, you go to the polls, they would put the recall legislation in place. If that person were voted in again in a by-election, then of course, well, that just puts a stop to that. If things would stay the same. She puts in quotes, they just changed the rules. But we also understand that we need 60% of the number of people who voted in the 2023 election to sign a petition. So I say, that I want to recall my MLA. According to Alberta Resistance, which organized Saturday's rallies in Calgary, Edmonton, Lethbridge, and Medicine Hat, the actual percentage of signatures required to recall an MLA in the province is 40%. If approved, the applicant or applicants have 60 days to gather signatures from 40% of eligible voters in that constituency. If the petition is successful, the recall vote must occur. If the recall vote is successful, the official ceases to hold office, and the by-election must be held. Jeremy also said a number of Albertans do not feel heard by the petition. We don't want to separate. We don't care. We don't like that you have free speech. We just want to exercise ours. The UCP is not looking after us, she said. They're not listening to us. They're not meeting with us. They're making decisions that are not in the best interest of Albertans. What are you talking about? The best interest for Albertans is to get the hell away from Ottawa. I don't understand what they're saying here. It's just they're making decisions that are in the best interest of private interests, not related to the people of Alberta. It's clear in every angle.
Yeah.
We're here talking about healthcare, education, energy, environment,
Yeah,
people, marginalized communities. Does this just tell you where they're coming from? It doesn't matter what way you look at it. They're moving in the wrong direction. We need to change that now. Later is too late. What's funny about this whole thing?
It's like every
This whole
scam.
thing.
Now,
Is Alberta
well,
resistant? And I'll be looking into that.
Like every
But I
narcissist.
want to see if they're
Hold on a
funded
bit longer.
by
You'll
any
be listening.
outside interest groups
And
or
if
any
you
outside
fucking
entities.
back out now,
It'll be
then
interesting to see
we'll
where
all
they
be
come
for naught.
from. Or if that's
Then
just
nobody
what
gets
calling
angry.
themselves, if it's just a bunch of lunatic Karens
No.
hanging out in the shed in someone's backyard
Sheep.
saying, we need to change the province. I
Sheep.
don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But it says here, closing laws running. As far as which MLAs as the organization plans to target for recall, Jeremy said that we're targeting the constituencies that were closely lost. So again, they're being very strategic. And I talked about this after the last election when I said Alberta faces a very dangerous pivoting point right now. Once Naheed Nenshit entered the fray. When you looked at those ridings throughout that provincial election, I'll go over those in another video. Some of them were very slim. We're talking a couple hundred votes. So what this is
Teenagers are building businesses with AI.
Fantastic.
AI you know.
Exactly what I want. Fucking building business.
To the people over 40 who don't know how to use AI, tomorrow morning we're starting the 28-day AI challenge for beginners over 40. Just 15 minutes a day to level up your life. In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable. In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy. In 3 weeks,
great.
you'll wonder why you didn't start sooner.
And I can tell the
Tap
bank
the screen to join us.
where I got my fucking certification from. An ad I saw on YouTube.
provincial electoral warfare to try and trigger an election, which hopefully would ultimately fail, granting Danielle Smith another 4-year mandate.
Oh, really?
It says here, Calgary Bow is the area that I'm in, she said, and we're doing Calgary Northwest. Again, very, we'll say SJW, social justice warrior, left-leaning areas of Calgary. Again, those areas are strategically, again, where they can get the possibility of those signatures. It says in 2023 provincial election in Calgary Bow, Dimitra Nicolade Nicolade, won by 385 votes over the NDP candidate Drew Farrell. Drew Farrell, if you don't know, if you're not from Calgary, she's like the human version of cancer. In Calgary Northwest, UCP candidate Rajan Sawhney, won 149 votes over NDP candidate Michael Lisboa Smith. Jeremy, running as an Alberta Party candidate in Calgary Northwest, finished third, receiving 777 votes. So again, she's triggering this. Again, unquestionable as to if she ran for the Alberta Party. Who was funding her? Interest groups is she tied to? Who's pushing for this? I'll find out.
The people
We'll
that
do
run
in
it.
another video. She also said ridings represented by UCP cabinet ministers and Premier Danielle Smith might be among those targeted. I love that they use the word targeted. It can sound like we're taking them out. Fort McMurray, represented by Energy Minister Brian Jean, is something that I would be curious to see if the residents are still happy with and what they're getting there, she said. Adriana LaGrange, who represents Red Deer North, with the healthcare scandal. This is something that we would like to get people behind, she added. And then obviously our premier, we could get the people of Medicine Hat to stand up and say that this government is being led the wrong way. That would be huge.
Well, it's not gonna happen.
So again, this is the difference between people wanting to separate from the federal government and people who want to just recall and kick them out because they don't like who's in power. As I've said many times, when you talk about Alberta separation, this has been going on for decades. This discussion has been going on for decades. People are at the point they're tired, they've had enough. It isn't about an election loss. A lot of people think it is. It has nothing to do with a federal election loss or taking our ball and going home. It's just at the point that Albertans are saying, look, if we're ever going to do it, now's probably the time. People are the most worn out. People are scared about the futures. Now's the time to trigger that. This is, we don't like who's in charge, so we're just going to screw them over and ensure that, we can change the rankings. I'm curious if this Jeremy woman is going to run for the Alberta Party again, should they trigger another election. Again, seems to me like a conflict of interest. At least if she's in charge of this, to try and trigger another election.
Kind of how our country's built and functions
So
right now.
Saturday's rally was more of a meeting. The
Every
informational
politician.
gathering is the new organization has not formally created a petition yet. We have a 90-day window once we trigger the issue. So right now, we're just building interest and momentum in volunteers. But once we actually take this or get this form through the government, then we have 90 days to execute a recall. Well, what would be really funny if people really wanted to combat this is go into Danielle Smith's writing, go into these writings mentioned, go into Calgary Bow, go into any of these other areas, and pay the small application fee to trigger a recall yourselves and just don't get any signatures.
No point.
Because if the recall legislation fails, it can't be done again. So that would actually be a smart form of attack if you wanted to shut these people up.
No.
It's for private citizens to go and get these recall notices filled out and just sit on them.
I don't care.
These guys would have to scramble to try and get signatures. That's also playing dirty. I know people are going to say,
that's
"Oh,
it.
Fringe,
Like, I
you're
don't care.
interfering with democracy again." But really, are we? Are we really? This isn't democracy. This is again electoral warfare.
No, it's not.
It says here, Mount Laurel University political scientist Keith Brown said the process of recalling an MLA was fairly straightforward if a group can meet the verified signature threshold. They'll have to consult with Elections Alberta. And if they get this 60%, they will have to present this to Elections Alberta, and away we
Okay.
go, he said.
See? Lost me there. Carney ignores the impact of his tariffs on Canadians. Well, it's easier to set up ant traps and I don't have to feel bad about killing a bunch of ants. Even though I know that I set up poison for them to go die. But I don't feel as bad. So, it's a good comparison. Maybe it's not, but... Ugh. Okay. No. No. Oh. Okay.
Is framing these changes as ways to protect Ontarians during uncertain times.
Ow.
Now, the opposition parties seemingly approve of the Premier's announcements today, but they feel it is only a fraction of the solution towards achieving affordability and reducing congestion. Drivers who use Highway 407 from Pickering to Clarington will soon keep more money in their wallet. Beginning June 1st, the province plans to permanently remove tolls from Brock Road to Highway 35 115.
That savings, it kind of helps this.
I don't use that stretch of highway. I mostly go from Brock Road into the city, so that's where the tolls need to be eliminated. But what are you going to do?
This is the last stretch of provincially tolled highway in Ontario, and getting rid of it was a campaign promise by.
Okay, but it's Toronto complaining about Toronto people's problems. I don't give a shit. Could give less of a shit.
Even if you don't.
And Trudeau's old advisors.
In addition to the 28 cabinet ministers, Mark Carney also appointed 10 secretaries of state to support their work. One of their first priorities will be eliminating federal trade barriers to provincial trade by Canada Day. The work officially begins on May 26th when Parliament resumes. Judy Trin, CTV.
And then they go on vacation
Ottawa.
for summer vacation.
And we will have more on the new cabinet later in the newscast. We'll be joined by political analyst Tom Mulcair. A woman in Terrebonne says her mail-in ballot was rejected because of a mistake by Elections Canada. Emmanuelle Bossé says she voted for the Bloc Québécois, but her vote didn't count. The Liberals won that riding by just one single vote after a judicial recount.
Did you just say in Ontario?
Là, elle a encore plus d'importance que je pensais. Mais donc, c'est ça, je ne sais pas s'il va pouvoir être comptabilisé en fin de compte. Là. Ça va dépendre de la suite des choses.
Je comprends pas.
Liberal candidate Tatiana Auguste won the election with 23,352 votes. That's just one more than the Bloc candidate, Kathleen Sinclair de Gagné. Today, Prime Minister Mark Carney addressed the results in Terrebonne.
Margaret Sinclair.
Let's be clear. We can't have any situation where the Prime Minister of Canada would decide when we have another election.
Oh, what? I lost. Oh, no. Oh, well. I'll be a good sport about it. As it turns out.
And that institution makes those decisions.
Ends up being on its feet.
Canada says it is looking into the matter. A Quebec man who stabbed 2 people to death in Vaudreuil last year is being found not criminally responsible. 45-year-old Fabio Puglisi has been diagnosed with schizophrenia. In February of 2024, he killed his mother and a neighbor and injured another woman.
Oh, wow.
At trial last week, the court was told he had not been taking his medications at around that time. The Crown says it plans to have Puglisi declared a high-risk offender.
Doesn't matter.
An investigation has begun into the death of a
People
woman
who
who
run
was
the
killed by a
PLPL
faulty
think
tree
schizophrenia
branch in
is
St.
curable
Luke.
after 3 years of not
Her
having an
doctor is
episode.
questioning the condition of
And they
that
let
tree
Brandon out.
and whether her
And now
mother's
he
death
drives
should
again.
be prevented.
So-
Denise Roberts has that story.
The daughter of Ljubica Milicevic says she still can't believe her mother is gone.
When it happened so suddenly, and it's like just a Saturday afternoon, we were looking forward to having cake the next day for Mother's Day.
But even more shocking is the way she died. Milicevic was standing at this bus stop Saturday afternoon at the corner of Queen Mary Road and McDonald Avenue when a branch fell and hit her.
This is super
She
sad
suffered
thing.
a serious head injury and died the next day. Today, there is little evidence of the tragedy. The remainder of the branch has been cut, but there are still questions about how such an accident could happen.
Are you going to
Something
charge
must have
the
been
tree?
wrong. The tree doesn't just fall like that. And the weather was fine that day.
The tree is the property of the city of Côte St. Luc. In a statement, a spokesperson writes it has an inventory of its public trees and inspects them as part of its regular maintenance schedule, including the tree in question. They add they are cooperating with the investigation in progress. Côte St. Luc Mayor Richard Brownstein refused to give an interview about the tree, but at Monday's council meeting, he paid tribute to Milicevic.
Super sad.
Sullivan Scherger, Academy French librarian, 76 years old. And she was a writer of several books. And it's a great loss to the community, and we send our deepest condolences.
A Quebec coroner has opened an investigation into Milicevic's death. Meanwhile, her family is looking for ways to honor her and finish the work she started. That means completing her 4th book and sharing her story with others.
I would like my mother's death to have some value, and if just people could read a book or, think more before they speak on social media, have more thought and compassion in the world, that would be really important to her.
Denise Roberts, CTV News.
Quebec Public Health is warning that someone with measles was on board a flight from Turkey that landed at Trudeau Airport last week. The person was on Turkish Airlines flight TK35. It landed at 5:37 p.m. Wednesday, May 7th. Anyone who was on that flight or in arrivals, baggage, or customs area between 5:45 and 9 p.m. might have been exposed to the measles virus, which is extremely contagious.
Wow.
There were problems with the commuter trains this morning. The problem was with the tracks leading to the Lucien Lallier station, and that forced the trains to stop at either the Montreal West or Vendôme stations. Officials say the problem has been fixed. The city is doing its spring cleaning, and property owners are being reminded they could face fines for trash left in front of their buildings, even if they didn't put it there. Sweta Rossi has more.
The city is on a mission. We want the city to be cleaner. And with spring cleaning in full swing, the Shanesboro mayor has noticed a concerning trend post-pandemic. Maya Vodanovich speaks for the city on cleanliness. She says more people are throwing garbage where it should not be, a lot more.
Like, people are calling us about it.
Montrealers could get fined hundreds of dollars for not following garbage disposal rules or putting trash out on days they're not supposed to. Bodanovich says inspectors still sort through the garbage, finding clues to identify the person. But now most mail is sent online.
There's no more addresses in the garbage bags.
So now the city is proposing a more efficient solution. Property owners could get fined instead, even if the trash is left behind by a tenant.
We're basically speechless.
Landlords say it's unfair.
How can a landlord be reasonably expected to monitor the daily actions of all their tenants?
But the city says they're targeting buildings that are problematic and always have garbage out in the front, not tenants who once in a while forget which day is garbage day.
Where there is a recurring problem, I think the landlord needs to be engaged with us and talk to his tenants.
At the moment,
Landlords
nothing
don't
is
live
finalized.
here. They live in
City
other
Hall is still
places.
brainstorming on when the proposed changes might come into effect. Sweet Arasi, CTV News.
I have landlords that come to me after
Their
3
plans to
months, being like,
transform
3
a
months of rent,
shopping mall
please.
into a housing development. Place Versailles will be replaced with 2 high-rise towers with 5,000 units. Last night, City Council approved the construction. It will be a mix of affordable housing and some street-level stores, along with parks and a space for a school. Construction could start next year.
Good. Keyword.
And the summer tourism season has officially begun in Montreal. The city is expecting another successful year, but it is possible there will be fewer Americans.
Because why would they want to fucking come here?
Blue skies and temperatures in the 20s. Tourists say
Everyone's
it's an
leaving
ideal
America.
time to visit Montreal.
That's why we went here
Yeah, Grand Prix,
May,
that's it.
because we know it's springtime. The weather's perfect.
Tourism Montreal picked the perfect day to officially kick off its summer tourist season. The expectation is tourist numbers will
Airbnb,
fare
right?
well compared to previous years,
People
despite
pissed about
political
Airbnb
tension and the
because Grand Prix.
possibility Montreal could see fewer Americans.
It's going to be a range between -3% and +3%. I think we will know a little bit more after the campaign.
Tourism Montreal launched an ad campaign targeting American visitors. It's called Stretch Your Dollar Further in Montreal.
One of the two destinations is just to tell the Americans that the reality is really 37% of them are not aware that their currency is actually providing so much benefits.
The city hopes to also capitalize on Canadians boycotting the U.S., like Clara Itura, who is visiting from Vancouver.
I want to support Canadian businesses, support Canadian tourism. Canadians have a lot of money to spend, and I tell Canadians, stay in Canada.
Montreal's downtown business development group says it is cautiously optimistic about this summer. After all, tourists bring in big dollars for local businesses.
We're talking about billions of dollars of foreign dollars entering the coffers of businesses and to the city and our government.
The Grand Prix continues to be a major boost to tourism, and despite some recent question marks about its future in Montreal, La Lumière says the Formula One race is here to stay.
Very confident that we are going to have very good news for you very shortly in terms of extending and staying the Grand Prix for forever.
Just one international event among many that will help the city thrive for another summer season. Matt Grillo, CTV News.
The Montreal Victoire play the Ottawa Charge in Ottawa tonight for Game 3. The semi-final series is tied at 1 game apiece. The Victoire won the last game on Sunday, 3-2, after 4 overtime periods. Victoire captain Marie-Philippe Poulin-Mémoire has been named a finalist for the PWHL's Forward of the Year award. And coming up, when Kim Kardashian was robbed.
I was just like crying and like,
not Kim Kardashian.
tell them I had babies.
Oh my God,
10 people are charged in what the media is calling the
very
grandpa robberies. And one of France's best-known film stars found guilty of sexual assault.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Slow drive northbound the Carrie, Sherbrooke to the top. Also delays eastbound side of the T-Can. Starting Cavendish through to Longueuil on the eastbound Met. Earlier on, we did have a vehicle fire there. You are still being forced onto the service road. Westbound side of the Met, delays Rockland back to the Carrie. Westbound T-Can is slowing after Morgan to the Latour Bridge. On the westbound side of the 20, it's still pretty tough. Turcon to Norman. Now till Wednesday, visit Farmer Free for the bonus redemption event to get more for your points. Offer valid in store and online. I'm Lord Glazer from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Matt Labanar's Comfort Season event is on now. Save up to 20% on select Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, Sealy, MatTech, and Jump mattresses at mattlabanar.ca or at any of their 18 locations. For ultimate comfort, one name to remember, Matt Labanar.
If you're looking to insure your accounting firm, you should know that Desjardins Insurance has been insuring businesses for several decades. Wondering what difference that makes? Well, imagine Louise here prepared financial statements for that month.
Okay, that makes 12.27385%.
Wait, you don't use a
Retarded, man. Like, school shooting. Pro-choice feminist gets triggered. Prime Minister Carney sets out priorities for the fuck?
They don't make them like they used to. But for 40 years we did. Our handcrafted leather shoes are built.
All right, so hello, welcome back. So I just got through like an all-day RICO inspection. That's the Real Estate Council of Ontario. Standard thing. They only found a few deficiencies, so not so bad. Now I can get on with my life. But it was, like I said, an all-day thing. So this week we're going to get into some stats from last week that weren't ready yet. So Quebec, East Coast, places like that. And of course, in this week's news, we have a new housing minister and a bunch of other things. So let's get right into this. All right, so starting off with our new housing minister. He was just appointed today. This is our fourth housing minister in 22 months, if you haven't been keeping track. Yes, we've gone through 4 housing ministers. Housing hasn't got any better. So I don't know where this guy is going to come into play, but let's see what people are saying about him. Not too well liked by the looks of it already. Let's hear a couple of comments here. This was probably the single worst choice he could have made for housing minister, Dr. Mark Carney. This is Gregor Robertson, former mayor of Vancouver. Under Robertson's leadership, Vancouver became one of the most expensive cities in the entire world to buy a home or rent an apartment. Mark Carney just made him Canada's housing minister. And from Mark Nixon, as he's getting sworn in here, this housing minister, I'm not going to play the boring clip for you, but as Vancouver's mayor, 2008 to 2018, homelessness exploded, affordability collapsed, the Olympic Village, a financial disaster. This is the guy now in charge of fixing Canada's housing crisis. That's not too promising here. Wow. And then some other news. I believe this is from the Fraser Valley Real Estate Board, FVEB there. From Jesse Klein Real Estate. Inventory is the real story. This doesn't disappear overnight, and it's true. And you can see there record high inventory since 2015 on that chart. And yeah, it doesn't disappear. It takes a long time. And this is what people don't or didn't realize. Inventory doesn't come from new homes. It comes from the market, and when it sits, it builds pretty quick. And another big news story this week, the unemployment rate up to 6.9. It was supposed to be forecast at 6.8, I believe. And from Riley Donovan here, the latest stats are out. Canada's unemployment rate is now 6.99%. And the business lobby still tells us we need mass immigration to fix a labor shortage. From Doug Hoyes, pre-construction condo deals are collapsing and builders are starting legal action right after buyers fail to close. They don't want to wait until the unit is sold and the shortfall is quantified. Why? The court process takes many months and builders want a head start. Plus, it might push buyers to scrape together funds to settle. Lawyers and licensed insolvency trustees like me are swamped, and it's only getting
real
busier.
estate agents
From
that
Steve
inherited their
Saretsky, and
properties
I
from
can
their
attest
parents
to this.
and put them on
I'm actually going
Airbnb.
to quit taking listings soon because I have to buy all new signs, and you just can't handle this many listings properly. One of several lawn sign companies in Vancouver saying they've run out of for sale posts, the ultimate sentiment indicator. And here you have from West Coast Signpost, dear value clients, due to the recent surge in demand for post installations and ongoing market uncertainty, are introducing temporary post promotion. For every post removal request submitted online between May 11th and August 11th, 2025, you receive a $40 credit on your account. This credit can be applied
toward future post installations and post renewals and will remain valid for 3 months from the date of removal
Because we have too
request.
many fucking
Thank you
vacant
for your
listings.
support. So this signpost company is actually incentivizing realtors to give back their signposts because they need them for sale signs. I don't know how those realtors are give back if they need them too. But anyway, this is a sign of the times. We're seeing high inventory levels. They keep
can't fucking
increasing.
tear them down
And,
fast
it
enough.
doesn't look like it's going
And
to change
rebuild them
anytime
because they
soon.
can't find the
Now pay
fucking person
attention
who
to this
owned it
chart.
initially.
Again, I've
It's
talked
been
about
vacant for
this
so
on
long.
this channel many times in the past. The income to household price ratio, or the household income to price ratio, from Kelowna to St. John's, the best and worst cities to be a first-time home buyer. My latest piece in the Globe and Mail. We analyzed housing affordability across metropolitan areas with populations over 200,000 using a ratio of benchmark home prices to median household income, disposable income. Now, I'm going to get back to this chart in a minute because I want to add to it. You can see there, Vancouver tops the list, 14.43 is the ratio. That's the ratio of the house price to household income. So you make $100,000 a year is 1.4 million to buy a house. Toronto 11.9.
I don't even know anyone who's owned $1 million.
Like, goes down the list. At the bottom, you have Regina just under 4 times, Edmonton 4.6, Winnipeg 4.95, almost 5, and of course at the bottom you have the more affordable places. They're further out, less desirable to live for most Canadians than the bigger cities like Toronto, Vancouver. Now, the long-term average is between 3 and 4. It's actually between 2.5 and 3.5, depending who you talk to. But that is like a normal range. Once you start getting 4 and above, it becomes unaffordable. And you can see the most affordable one here is pretty much at 4. So Regina is really the only one left that's somewhat affordable. But I'm going to get back to this chart in just a bit. Scott Ingram, Realtor. You heard it here, folks. Right from this newsletter I got from a Toronto agent. I hope May is feeling fresh and full of possibility for you, because over here the energy is buzzing, listings are popping, flowers are finally blooming. The real estate market is heating up with the perfect mix of opportunity and momentum. So yeah, I don't know if that's a little bit of fear or whatever, but of course it's that language, right? It's heating up, things are popping, things are buzzing, energy's out there. Get out there and buy a house or sell a house, whatever the case may be. TD Leaker, it was a beautiful day yesterday. I went for a walk through an Oakville neighborhood full of $15 million homes. Never saw a single soul or even heard a dog bark. It's like walking through a bank account. Yeah, we've been all too busy working to afford the property taxes and mortgages. Daniel Foch, scariest Bank of Canada chart heading ever. Yeah, let's see what it says. A severe and long-lasting global trade war could push the rate of mortgage arrears beyond levels reached in the 2008-2009 financial crisis. And yeah, if you watch again my home buying recipe, this is one of the major things I track: mortgage arrears and of course delinquencies. And this is where their forecast is going. I think dark blue is kind of in that range somewhere, but you can see that actual blue line before it. That's where they're pretty much forecasting it's going to happen. They just don't know how high it will go. But again, not unheard of. I see this happening. And look at the trajectory. Once it starts to take off, it goes right up. So again, we are knocking on the door right now of this major delinquency event. And it's right on time, as you know if you watch this channel. This is a good one. Lazy Canadian Investor. Be honest. When you were a kid, is this what you thought a $2.1 million home would look like? Yeah, there it is. I don't know where that place is. I don't want to know where it is, but it's $2.15 million, probably Toronto or Vancouver, I'm guessing. The issues in the development space are only getting worse. Today we learned one of the largest pre-sale marketing firms in Vancouver has trimmed their headcount by 25%. Only 25%, like they're only selling like 5 or 10% of pre-construction units now. I think they need to trim it a little bit more, if you ask me. All right, now let's get into some statistics from the places I missed last week. And don't tune out yet, because I do have some more charts that are not specific to these areas right at the end. But yeah, so New Brunswick is the only place in here that wasn't ready for April, but somebody asked, so I said I'll include March, or they said include a previous month, even if you don't have April. So I did that. So New Brunswick, these are all March stats, but the rest are April. So New Brunswick, and this is month over month here, starting down just 0.6% month over month for March. Hamilton down 0.3 Brunswick. Was great. Nova Scotia down 0.4, not a big move there. Saskatchewan up 1.7% month over month. Obviously back up 1%. Montreal, that's 3.3%. So Hamilton down 3.2%. Nova Scotia 3.7%. A lot of these places have seen highs this year. Saskatchewan up to 6.2% last April. New Brunswick from last March up to 6.5%. Newfoundland after up 7.2% from last April. Montreal up 7.8%. Province of Quebec up 8.7%.
Just like saying numbers.
Moving.
Some of the most brilliant minds in business. No, not you. Or you. You're always looking for new insights with QuickBooks Online. You use QuickBooks Payroll to pay your employees. And we send invoices with QuickBooks Payments so you can focus on business. Get the full picture of your business on one platform. That's how your business different. Intuit QuickBooks.
Mobile accessories. Let's just forget phone cases. There are 1.5 million mobile phones sold every year. 80% of those phones get a case. The majority of those cases get thrown away because the people who make the phone cases don't know what phones are going to actually sell. Which means we make millions of plastic phone cases a year that are largely going to wind up in dumpsters. Because if you didn't know this, when they don't sell them, they just go out back to a trash can where they burn them. Look, the phone case industry is just.
I tried to give
Moving
the guy
on to the
bags
dollar
of
chain
cell phone
from the
cases. He
peak.
was like,
Hamilton down $231,000 from their peak, I believe.
I think that's the only successful business in the fucking mall at this point, the cell phone case store. And it seems like every time I go there with a new phone, they don't have that
Newfoundland and
generation of
Labrador
cell phone
down
case.
26,000 from their peak.
Pre-order,
I think that was
your
this year.
number,
They don't have a
never
big
call.
data set, so their average price was quite significant from month to month. New Brunswick, again, this is March data, down $2,000 from their peak this year. Also, Saskatchewan down just $1,000. Nova Scotia, all new high this year. April, $2,000. Province of Quebec, all new high $10,000 this year. Montreal, all new high at $14,000. Of course, I don't think they got the news flash back right now. It seems to be they're living in their own world because they want to be.
They always do.
We'll
That's
see
what
what turns out. Looking at the percentages, Newfoundland and Labrador down 7.4% from the New Brunswick down 0.6% from their peak. Saskatchewan down 0.2%. Nova Scotia almost 0.5%. Province of Quebec almost 2%. All right, here is the sales to new listings ratio to the market balance. Of course, different than a lot of other places in Ontario, a lot of places in Canada. Let's look here. So Hamilton, this year, they're right at that edge of buyers and balance territory. Of course, last year it was 9% higher, so they typically declined further into the buyer's market. Newfoundland and Labrador, they're actually into a balance market more than they were last year. 40% last year, 45% this year. New Brunswick, they've come down this year to 49% in almost a perfect balance market, and 63% last year. This is March for New Brunswick. Then we have Nova Scotia, same as last year, 59%, well into a buyer's market, almost into seller's territory. Saskatchewan, 65%, down 1% from last year, 66%, so that is a seller's market there. Same with Montreal, 66% and 1% less than last year, so it has changed a little bit, softened just that bit over last year, but still a seller's market. And then you have the province of Quebec, 70%, and it was same as last year, so into the seller's territory there, well into the seller's territory. Now this next chart here, this is explaining the market. This is what Canadian real estate is. This is the number of new listings, new sales to the new listings by price point. I'm comparing 5 years apart, so 2019 to 2024. So let's look at the blue here. So you can see the 1 million plus new listings, like almost 40,000, like outnumbers any other price point or price range by a huge amount. And this is the problem. All these detached, and this is just freehold, by the way. So all these freehold listings are 1 million plus, and there's not a lot to choose from.
Oh, you mean you don't be certified for
Price. This isn't just GTA, it's all trap data. So this is where I am, I'm in Ontario. Anyone that's included in the trap system, which basically is this one. So yeah, look, and then you look at it's not a lot compared to us. Look at 2018, the number one category was $400,000 to $500,000, and then you get into the million plus. And that could be $1 million, that could be $1 million, $10 million. This was 2019. This was great. $400,000 active listed price points. And then you have all the other ones right after. So this again, this was what you want to see. You don't want to see what we see now, which is all these homes over $1 million. Which is crazy. Who can afford $1 million? But again, this is a market. In the market, when it is changing, sure, change to better. I'll bring it back to this chart from Globe and Mail. And this is again the home price, like household income to home price ratio, and of course how many times your income is the average house in those regions. So yeah, here they are. Now I wanted to add in the peaks because of course you're seeing these new peaks this year in places like Montreal, St. John's. You're seeing these again. Let's kind of here we go. So it's over here. So here we have all the peaks in yeah 2022. So you can see the most unaffordable ones at the top here, right? And they're all 2022, and then you get and it changes. So you're seeing these places reach new highs at the bottom here because they're all 100 peaks because they're more affordable. That ratio, people can actually move to places that can afford a home a lot better than you can in other parts of Canada. And that's why you're seeing them get new peaks. It's not because the market's crazy or great in Canada and people are buying homes. It's because they have nowhere left to go to these places and they go there and they buy them.
Oh, so people who inherited multiple homes only have their one home
only
now.
one that reached a new peak outside of 2022 and 2025 was Vancouver. 24. No reason why
Where the most drug addicts are.
So hopefully you enjoyed this week's news and data. Let me know in the comments, what do you think of our new housing minister? Do you think he's going to do a better job than the last year we've had in the last 2 years? Or do you think he's going to be another flop or like the rest and nothing's going to change? Anyway, until next week, I'll see you then.
Liars! You're all liars! You're the boss of Temu. You're scammers. You said if people download the Temu app, they could get a tablet as a gift. Why can't I get it?
The promotion is real. Where did you download that?
Does it matter?
It's important. If you want to get your gift, you have to click on this video now to download Temu.
Wow! I got it! It must be Connor product, isn't it?
No, this tablet is equipped with the latest Android operating system.
They're listening to Sugar from YTV.
The election results are in, and Canada is coming to
I don't care. Literally anything else. Where's an ad? Ad? Do you want to use this app? No, not until you watch fucking a million years of ads. App unresponsive. Must watch ad.
Your date
Must
just asked for your
listen to ad.
Wi-Fi, but you have cable internet. Don't panic. Remain calm and
Oh, ad. Forget it. Card. Oh.
Carney's Gamble matter to the world. Before we proceed, please don't forget to subscribe to get the latest news.
Canada's economy is entering a period of turbulence, and the reality is this downturn was inevitable no matter which party won the recent federal election on April 28th. The roots of the crisis stretch back years, Long before the current government took
About
office,
60, yeah.
Prime Minister Mark
Accurate.
Carney himself acknowledged this during his campaign for the Liberal leadership earlier this year. He pointed to the economic legacy of his predecessor, Justin Trudeau, whose 10-year government oversaw the weakest economic growth Canada has seen since the 1930s. Carney's work assessment in February highlighted two critical drivers of this stagnation: a reliance on surging immigration
That's right.
to expand the labor force and unsustainable government spending that grew at nearly
Not
double the
even
rate of the
stagnation.
economy
They said we
itself.
skipped it.
Carney's
We
warnings
skipped
about
the
Canada's
recession.
fragile financial position came even before the latest escalation in trade tensions with the United States. Under Donald Trump's presidency, the U.S. launched a tariff war targeting Canadian exports, further straining an already vulnerable economy. But as Statistics Canada data shows, the decline in living standards began years earlier. Real GDP per capita, a key measure of economic health, fell by 1.4% in 2024 after dropping 1.3% in 2023. These figures, both predating Trump's tariffs, reveal a deeper structural problem. Canada's
No
economy
shit,
has
Sherlock.
been underperforming for years, propped up by temporary fixes rather than sustainable growth. The situation is
Have you
worsening.
seen our roads?
New data released this week shows Canada's unemployment rate rising
The
to
epitome of Mickey
6.9%
Mouse.
in April,
Patchwork.
matching levels last seen in late 2024 and marking the highest jobless rate since early 2017 outside the pandemic years. Bank of Canada officials are sounding the alarm, identifying a prolonged U.S. trade war as the single biggest threat to financial stability. Governor Tim Macklem and Senior Deputy Governor Carolyn Rogers warned that mass layoffs in trade-reliant industries could trigger a cascade of mortgage defaults and business failures. If banks tighten credit in response, households and firms would struggle to borrow, deepening the economic spiral. This precarious reality is what the newly elected Carney government inherits. Analysts agree the Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre would have faced the same challenges had they won. But what's raising eyebrows is Carney's decision to double down on the very policies he once criticized. During the campaign,
Shocker.
Carney positioned himself as a fiscal realist, arguing that Trudeau's overspending and lack of productivity
Can't let
focus
a bank be a realist.
weakened
Sorry.
Canada's economic foundation. Yet
Yeah,
his first
right.
budget, released just days before
The
the
fuck
election,
you run a bank and you're like,
commits
oh
to
yeah, I'm really
$130
fucking
million in
authentic.
spending over 4 years of
Lived
71%
life struggle.
deficits compared to
Self-made.
Trudeau's previous projections.
Nobody helped me get to where I am.
Numbers are stark. This fiscal year, Carney plans a $62.3 billion deficit, up from Trudeau's $42.2 billion estimate. By 2028 to 29, the gap widens further, with Carney's deficits nearly double those projected under the old Liberal government. Credit agency Fitch Ratings has already flagged concerns, noting that while Canada retains its AA+ rating, the spending surge could jeopardize borrowing costs if debt levels balloon. Defenders of Carney's plan argue the spending is more strategic, prioritizing infrastructure and capital projects over operational expenses. The government claims investments in roads, ports, and green
Well, that's
energy
an extra
reduce
tip for you.
productivity and create jobs, breaking
Hold out a
from
little
Trudeau's
longer, it'll be
focus
worth
on
it.
social programs
And
and
if you
direct
back down now,
transfers.
it's gonna be all for
Skeptics,
nothing.
however, see continuity
Whatever.
rather than change. All government spending, whether for bridges or bureaucracy, requires financing through taxes or debt. With interest rates still elevated, borrowing billions more risks diverting funds from future priorities like healthcare or education. Critics argue Carney's approach mirrors Trudeau's playbook, using deficit spending to stimulate growth without addressing underlying inefficiencies in the economy. The parallels are hard to ignore. Trudeau's government also claimed its deficits were investments, yet productivity growth remained sluggish and living standards declined. The risk for Canada is a vicious cycle. Higher deficits could force the Bank of Canada to keep interest rates elevated to attract bond buyers, squeezing homeowners and businesses. If the U.S. trade war intensifies,
fucking convince a
layoffs
bunch
in
of people to
manufacturing
invest
and
everything they
agriculture will
have
hit
into
regions
doing
already
this scam.
struggling with
So
unemployment.
of course they're going to
A
keep going
wave
with
of
it.
mortgage
They don't wanna
defaults,
lose their
particularly
investment.
in overvalued housing markets like Toronto and Vancouver, could destabilize banks, echoing the 2008 crisis. Carney's team insists their infrastructure push will modernize the economy, but projects like high-speed rail or renewable energy grids take years to yield returns. In the short term, the spending gamble hinges on global conditions like U.S. trade policy or commodity prices remaining stable. For Australians watching, there's a cautionary tale here. Canada's reliance on immigration to mask low productivity growth mirrors debates in Australia about skilled visas and wage stagnation. Similarly, the tension between stimulus spending and fiscal discipline is familiar, as governments worldwide grapple with post-pandemic debt. What stands out in Canada's case is the political irony. A leader elected on promises of economic renewal now embracing the same tools as his unpopular predecessor. Whether this strategy works may depend less on policy details and more on external factors like the outcome of the US election or China's demand for Canadian resources. The coming months will test Carney's credibility. If his infrastructure investments spur private sector innovation and exports rebound, Canada could emerge stronger. But if the global economy slows or US tariffs expand, the debt-fueled spending risks leaving the country with fewer tools to respond. For now, ordinary Canadians, like many Australians facing cost of living pressures, are left hoping their leaders' bets pay off. The alternative, a prolonged downturn with limited fiscal flexibility, is a scenario neither nation wants to confront. Thanks for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe for more news.
It's so easy to spend money that's not yours. You're fucking gambling away money. You're like, whoops, that was a good idea. No worries.
My fiance brutally body shamed.
Okay. Interview with sociopath 4 years ago. Oof.
In English by congratulating the new ministers for their roles. It's literally a 1 in a million opportunity. I think they have 40 ministers in total, and there's about 41 million people, so it's literally 1 in a million to be a minister, and a big accomplishment to get to that place.
It's almost like a miracle,
The
isn't
Conservatives
it?
will
An almost
take our role
miracle.
of holding the government accountable seriously. That doesn't mean we reflexively oppose everything the government does. When it comes, for example, to foreign affairs, the government does a good job at defending our national interests in negotiations with the U.S., then we will support those efforts. When they're right, we'll stand with them. When they're wrong, we will oppose them. We hope the country succeeds. We want the nation to do well. We ran on the promise of bringing home Canada's promise. A very simple deal that Canada used to provide, which is that anyone who works hard gets a great life in an affordable home on a safe street under our proud flag. That means boosting the buying power of our workers and seniors by cutting wasteful spending and bureaucracy to bring down taxes and inflation. It means freeing workers and businesses to build more affordable homes and develop resources. It means unleashing investment by cutting and simplifying taxes. It means protecting our streets with stronger laws and borders. Canadians cannot afford more high spending, high taxing, over-regulating, out-of-touch liberal policies that have priced young people out of homes, inflicted crime waves on our communities, driven 2 million people to the food bank, and made life unbearable for
Okay, so
too
I'm not free
many
anymore.
hard-working decent people.
That makes sense.
In his first press conference, Mr. Carney talked a good game about reversing
So did
liberal
Trudeau, though.
policies in these areas, but now we have to find out if he was serious. And so far, it's not a promising start. The first disappointment is, unfortunately, his cabinet. He appointed Trudeau's old team and Trudeau's old advisors. Stephen Guilbeault's radical green agenda was shut down by future policies. These resources really scare all his responsibility. It's the immigration, and it was the immigration minister, it was the immigration crisis. The housing minister is the housing crisis.
No, I got that.
Is the minister responsible for addressing the liberal crime crisis. It seems like he is the master of failing upward. Mr. Freeland, who has finance minister, tighten capital gains tax and carbon taxes, massively grow our debt to the point where we now spend $1 billion a week on interest, stays in the cabinet. Then there's Gary Anadisangari, the new Minister of Public Safety, who said that the actual crimes, the actual issues around bail are quite sound, and they are embedded in codified law right now, as in to say that there's nothing wrong. The system will in fact do everything wrong, as we see from the growing crime wave on our streets. Then there's Francois Philippe Champagne, Trudeau's Minister of Everything, who never really managed to do anything.
Anderson Cooper fucking
And he did very loud.
Yes,
but,
he is very loud and annoying.
Nice guy.
No, he's annoying.
He's a nice guy. But he was the Minister of Industry during which we had the worst economic growth of any country in the G7. And now he's in charge of the budget.
Then there's Jolie, LeBlanc, Haidu, Anand was the president of the Treasury Board, during which time the bureaucracy and the consultant bills blew out of control. In all, 14 Trudeau ministers are now in Carney's cabinet. It's more to say that Canada needs real change. Even the new additions are problematic. Gregor Robertson is the mayor of Vancouver, who pushed for total legalization of hard drugs, distribution of tax-funded opioids. During his time, there was a 600% increase in overdoses.
Wow,
Now,
really?
he's the housing
How did that
minister.
happen?
What's his record on housing? Well, he increased housing taxes
We were trying to
in
help
Vancouver by
drug addicts by giving them
41%.
more
And
free
the result
stuff.
was that housing costs went up by 149%, more than double the cost of giving away the city housing prices in all of North America. Now, Mr. Carney puts this gentleman in charge of housing. This is the new budget Mr. Carney is bringing as a cabinet. And sadly for Canadians, nothing is going to change. The role of the Conservative Party will be more important than ever. Conservatives will continue to push real solutions. We'll put forward constructive ideas to reverse the housing crisis, make food affordable, grow our paychecks. These sorts of things cannot be solved with more bureaucracy and liberal laws. We need common sense results. And that's why Conservatives will continue to push for less spending, less taxes, less inflation. To lock up criminals, remove bureaucracy, speed up home building and resource production.
No.
We need to put forward real solutions on crime, for example, to toughen up penalties for repeat violent offenders and end the revolving door of broken bail.
I think that's a super
We will
bad idea.
also demand the government actually impose a real tax on immigration so that we can stop the uncontrolled population growth that is over and put too much pressure on our housing, job, and healthcare systems. Finally, and most importantly, the only way we get out of this deep economic trouble the Liberals have got us into is by unleashing economic growth. And that means repealing anti-development laws, C-69, the energy cap, the industrial carbon tax, the offshore shipping ban. All of these things unleash the incredible power of our resources. We need a pro-growth enterprise agenda to take us from the worst in the G7 to the best in the G7. We should be the richest country in the world with our resources and our brilliant people. And Conservatives will continue to propose real solutions to make that happen. It's our constitutional duty to hold the government to account. We will do that. We'll give a voice to all the voiceless, those who have been cast aside, ignored, kicked
Except
to
for
the
the
curb,
people who
the
fucking
decent,
been in jail.
honorable people whose lives have been turned upside down in the last decade, that feel like they've had, until recently, that they've had
Or
no
fucking
voice.
women.
They've asked me to continue to fight for them,
Or
and
people of other
Conservatives
religions.
are going to be their voice on the floor of the House of Commons. We're proud that we brought together the biggest coalition of Conservatives in history that will all work. We want to make sure that every single person who invested their hopes in us sees us fighting for them every day, even though the final result did not go how we wanted. We want to see dramatic changes, not soft reassurances. We also have an offer to make the Liberals. My message to Mr. Carney, steal my ideas. We've got great ideas. And we've been leading the charge on the debate over carbon taxes, inflation, housing prices, crime, drugs, resource development. And I know the Liberals even lifted a few of those ideas and put them in their platform to get re-elected. We want to make sure that they were sincere about that. And we're going to continue to put forward solid ideas to make people's lives better every day. Because our purpose is to bring home the promise of Canada. Everyone who works hard gets a great life, that anyone from anywhere can do anything. Where you get a nice, affordable home on a safe street. Every day, every way, we will fight for our people and our country, to put people back in charge of their lives, with bigger paychecks, abundant, affordable energy, home ownership, low taxes, safe streets, and a strong military in the country that we know and love, Canada.
This is the reason why I've canceled my internet subscription.
What if I told you that there's no such thing as no internet connection? It's an artificially created problem so that internet providers could pocket cash from roaming fees.
Oh,
Just
really?
recently.
Thank you.
Can you just repeat your answer again in English about your
Sure.
tone and if we're going to see that in the House?
I hate that they do this.
Well,
The
you know, I
in
did
English
Lincoln
thing,
who
they
said, I
fucking
stand with the man when he
should
stands
stop
right,
doing
and I
that.
stand against him when he stands wrong. So let's see what the government does. The previous government, to be frank, was a disaster. And so we had every reason to oppose basically everything they did. But here we are, a few weeks after the election, where 8 million people vested their hopes in me to deliver for them. And the best way I can do that is put forward good ideas that will make their housing affordable and their food affordable, let their streets be safe, give them a chance at growing paychecks. So when we put forward good ideas and the government accepts them, then we're going to be celebrating. Where the government acts against the interests of the country, then we will fight tooth and nail to stop them. So we will fight for the 8 million people who voted for us. And we will work with anyone that will deliver gains for those people because we're in it for them and for all Canadians.
Are you willing to publicly denounce Alberta separatism and the Alberta separatist movement ahead of a possible referendum on Alberta independence next year?
Look, I'm against separation. I'm born and raised Albertan. I love Canada. I think we need to unite this country. Albertans have a lot of legitimate grievances. Let's be blunt. Canada's biggest industry, which happens to largely be situated in Alberta, has been under attack for the last decade. They've lost two major pipelines, a $20 billion mine. There's a new ridiculous energy cap that's going to drive jobs and production south to the United States of America. There's an industrial carbon tax that's going to kill the industry. And so, frankly, Albertans have a right to be frustrated.
Oh yeah, I was
And
going to say that.
I think the message to the government in Ottawa, the Liberal government, is you can't tell Alberta to just pay up and shut up. Albertans want to be part of United Canada, but they deserve to be treated with respect, and they deserve to be honored for the immense contribution that they make to this country. And I will be a unifier who works to bring all Albertans to a place where they feel that they are respected and honored.
Did not say that he supports what Daniel said. Not directly.
Government. The NDP has said that they already have some feelers going out from the Liberals to them to poach some of their members of Parliament. Do you have any indication that the Liberals are trying to get any of your MPs to cross the floor?
I do not.
And what are you doing to stop that? Is your tone right now more conciliatory to maybe make sure that you don't have any Conservative MPs who might want to go be with the government?
No.
Yeah, that's just a question.
On the US file, on the Canada-US file, we're seeing Benjamin Gurney moved off Foreign Affairs, David McGuinty moved off Public Safety. What impact do you think this will have with the Canada-US relationship? Good or bad?
No one's defending their job.
I don't know. I don't have a lot of insight on what they do for individual ministers or who has lead on the file. But what I would say is that if you want to get a deal done to end the tariff insanity, to restore stability and bring about the greatest friendship, restore the greatest friendship that the world has ever known.
Another very good answer. You realize you fucked up by fucking not being friends with Trump.
Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know is ChatGPT.
To the people over 40 who don't know how to use AI, tomorrow morning we have some.
This can feel a bit horror filmy. It came up a while back. I was chatting with someone about a family.
And one of the people at the family reunion, so follow the story, okay? One of the people at the family reunion was the woman's niece, whom she had never met. This niece was the daughter of this woman's sister. This woman had stopped talking to her sister years ago, and then the sister died. The woman told me that her sister was a malignant, vulnerable, narcissistic person, had like a grifter vibe to her. She took financial advantage of multiple financially vulnerable family members and she's taken financial advantage of other people. She'd future fake the hell out of everyone. She'd get into relationships with men and financially take advantage of them and shake them down. And she was a triangulating and very cruel within the family system. And she said her sister had been like that since they were kids. The woman I was talking to said that when she found out that her sister had grifted like $50,000 from a cousin who could not afford it, it screwed up the cousin's life immeasurably. And yet their mother kept making excuses for this grifter sister. The lady said she went no contact with both her mother and her sister she'd had. Over the years, this sister lived with the mother and sort of took financial advantage of her, and they sort of fueled each other. And while a lot of the family guilted and shamed this woman for cutting off her mother and her sister, the woman said that her life and her health and her well-being improved significantly when she cut it. She also knew that her sister had gone on to have a daughter who she'd never met. And the daughter ended up being raised by the parents of the father. She's around the age of 14 when the sister of this lady was in prison for a few months or so. Father. The woman who I was talking to said she wasn't aware of any of this with the niece because she had cut off ties with her mother and her sister. And actually, as a result, a lot of the family she wasn't talking to and she wasn't a social media person, so she didn't know. So now, in this woman's story, the mother and the sister are now dead. This family reunion invitation comes up, and the woman says, okay, someone's asking me to come. It's safe for me to show up to a family reunion. She was told about it by a cousin that by coincidence she ran into. There were some other cousins she wanted to see that were all grown up now and had their own children. And this woman herself that I was talking to was getting older. And she felt isolated and didn't have a place to belong, isolated from the family system because of the menace that was created by her mother and sister. And she told me, I didn't even register the whole niece thing, that this niece potentially could come. I sort of forgot about it. Well, the woman I was talking to shows up at the reunion, and then she said that her niece wandered over. And the woman said, it was eerie. I almost felt something unsettling in my gut. The niece looked quite a bit like her sister, but she thought, well, this young woman can't have that. It's her mother. As time went on, this woman was curious about her niece. She wasn't blaming the niece for what her sister was like. She asked her what her life was like. The niece wasn't hostile or mean or anything like that. As they initially talked, the niece talked about her job and where she lived and on vacation she took somewhere. And interestingly, some of her mannerisms were a lot like her woman's sister. Again, this woman's after all these years to sort of see this mannerism for someone else. And this was again an event that was last year. I didn't even talk to these people. But the second, the woman said, was talking about some kind of the niece then got a bit more time. And then it got even more heated. And the woman said it was the strangest thing she ever said. She said it was as though my niece was channeling my sister. The look in her eyes, the turn of her phrase, the way she stood. It was
At Wayfair, we get pretty excited about furniture. Around here, it's not a patio. It's a patio. Oh, I love those chairs.
Shit-tastic.
Rocks.
My queen.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm at the beds.
Girl, you nailed it! No, this set, it's just a couple of screws.
They're a perfect combo. They got a fire pit.
Every style, every...
The woman said it was as though my sister was there, or like coming out to her kid. And the lady said to me, she said, it actually felt almost like horror film level stuff. Like she was channeling her. And brought back enough bad memories to this woman that she ended up sort of saying her goodbyes and she ended up leaving the reunion.
Well, maybe a bit of PTSD.
That's a long story. but it's a set the tone here what I'm talking about. But have you ever had that happen? Someone who somehow related to a proximity to the narcissistic person, maybe, and they failed somehow. We'll talk about that. Let's see. A family member that channels the narcissistic family, and the person that they are channeling may have long since passed, and your body literally reacts to it. And frankly, the entire social group may change because it's as though the narcissistic person is there. So what's this about? Well, it's not really channeling, right? Part of this is just good old genetics and temperament and what we call social. Yeah, the turn of a phrase, the sound of a laugh, our physicality. Some of that is genetic and temperamental, and it does suck when we do have some of the quirks of a narcissistic parent ourselves. But that's sort of how temperament works, genetics work, and that channel. The person who's sort of a narcissistic channeler may not just have some of those quirks, but they may also react in some of the ways that the narcissistic person that they're channeling did. The channeler is not always narcissistic, but in addition to genetics, there is another way this happens. And again, as I said, it's something called social learning. We repeat the things we observe in other people, especially in relationships. People do things, we watch it enough, we learn, right? The channeler may actually be someone you do get along with. But, for example, when the pressure is on the channeler, who knows? Something. So getting called out on something, they feel that their back is against the wall, they feel defensive or trapped. We tend to go primal at those times. And what may be primally held for the channeler is all that stuff that they may not only genetically and temperamentally carry from the narcissistic person in the family, but also it is a series of protective and survival responses that person learned from observing the narcissistic person. Whatever this combination is, it feels like the narcissistic person is almost speaking through the channeler. Now, the channeler is often someone who doesn't fully get narcissism or didn't want to see it. They may have been an enabler of sorts or locked into cognitive dissonance or betrayal blindness. In another channeler story, a woman had said that her brother never wanted to register that their father was narcissistic all their lives, full into adulthood. And then as the father developed dementia, the brother was convinced that their father's behavior was just all old age and that his sister was being overreactive. The woman and her brother were twins and actually got along quite well. And the woman only learned about narcissism and just trying to understand some stuff she was going through when her father was already quite old. But her brother was not open to the idea that their father was narcissistic. And he would often write off their dad's difficult behavior to their dad just being difficult and having had a difficult childhood. And the twin brother had really lived his entire life trying to please his father, obviously to no avail. When the woman finally got it and was trying to come up with a better plan for their father, the twin brother would get increasingly angry. And then one day he blew up at her in such a way that she said it was as though my dad was right there in the room. If I closed my eyes, I would have thought it was my father's voice, which is a good hell out of it.
Yeah, but it takes for
The
this
brother
person to
sort of fully channeled the father.
be
The
let
sister
down by
was
your
bummed
parents
out
over and over and over. And eventually
because
you're
the
like,
whole
no,
experience did unsettle her. And it unsettled her so much that she didn't feel as close to her brother.
get out of trouble.
She said it was, again, he also used this sort of horror film analogy. It was as though he had the father demon inside of him that could pop out in any time. This led to a lot of grief from this woman who really does love her brother. but now was a little bit more anxious around him.
Well, it's not fair.
Helen Hadsel was able to win any competition she took part in. She was known as the contest queen because she had won 7 trips to Paris.
Good for you.
It took the intensity and the high demand of the father's situation and decision making around it to bring this out in the brother. But after it happened, the sister was having a tough time unseeing it. So this channeling can be with people we feel we have perfectly fine relationships with. If you have your own children that you are co-parenting with a narcissistic person, this is where channeling can get dark. Because one day, one of those children may channel your narcissistic co-parent or narcissistic ex. And when this happens to the parents of adult children that they raised with a narcissistic co-parent, hell, they don't even need to be adult children. And whether or not you split up with their co-parent or not, people will say it can sometimes feel as though they're having to live it again. And will say that not only is it very unsettling, it almost feels re-traumatizing to have their child,
it's not re-traumatizing.
middle school child, adolescent child, even adult child, use the same phrases and tone and tactics as their narcissistic ex-partner.
Not over it as you.
But that they felt a tremendous grief because they didn't feel as safe with
We're
their own
done.
child anymore.
Can't believe
it was
it.
as though it was their greatest fear come to life. And there was also tons of self-blame with people having regret around whatever choices that they made, whether they stayed or left the relationship. They always wondered if the other path would have meant that their child wasn't like this. This is not unusual for a child. Even a child who has witnessed and registered all the harmful behavior of the narcissistic parent. It's not unusual for the child to maintain their ongoing alliance and even allegiance to the narcissistic parent. And this could be many things. It could be a safety behavior, it could be an acting out behavior, it could be a rebellious behavior, it could be just plain old-fashioned trauma bonding. And when that happens, the child is more likely to pick up and retain more of the responses and tone and way of being of that narcissistic parent. It's one of the greatest sorrows of folks who raise children with narcissistic co-parents, and it feels deeply unfair. I'm using this term channeling because that's what it feels like to people, as though someone who is not the narcissistic person in your life, whom you think you have a fine enough relationship with, starts sort of being and talking in the ways that the narcissistic person does from time to time. Again, the only example I can think of is these scary movies, which I can't even bear to watch, when you have the nice character and then they get scary looking and speak in that devilly voice, like in Poltergeist or Stranger Things or The Exorcist. You get the idea that regular person and it's like, wow, they make that sort of terrifying devil talk noise.
Hi.
Because most people who went through these channeling experiences say,
Do not
"How
yell
like
at-
I stopped loving this person."
So upset with you.
Nice job, baby. A little scared of that. Like the narcissistic person
Almost
actually was
got caught.
in there, which obviously the channeling experiences can be very triggering and unsettling and bring up feelings that leave you feeling unsafe and frankly out of your
How's
body.
that? I need to sit.
Your dog ate?
We're done.
Really? Your dog ate.
I heard you. We're done. So what I'm gonna do is on the outside in the front, I'm gonna just do a little nick, enough for the hose to go underneath the wood. So at least it hopefully doesn't flood.
Maybe now it's a flood or flood in between your things.
I'm hoping, and at least like hopefully with the hose, a couple of strips of hose going down. What? I might need a couple more. Because there are some places that I didn't dig down deep enough. I tried to mix it as much as I could. But the less compact it is underneath, the more likely it is to flood. So, but that's why my carrots always come out this big. Always little midget carrots. And like things like potatoes, fucking also onions. You have to dig really, really deep to get into the. Eric thinks he knows how the law works only because he don't think his dad absolutely trusts him, like as if it was some kind of criminal offense. You're right. The court's right about saying what your case is unheard of. It's a probably a handful of people in their career is like this. People with criminal records, especially criminal records like yours, they don't move, they don't resolve them. They die with them, or the government gives up from trying to detain them, but they usually die by 50 from like fucking alcohol, like heat. So I was busy with what are you busy with? Oh. Keep dying of heat. Out of here before I get wet. Guess your dog just needs to do that. Yeah, okay. Hey, you guys making me a drink? I'll bring you the cup. What? I'll bring you the cup. Give me a second. This is how we get up down. Ugh. What? See, you're getting me a cup because you weren't listening to what I said. You go, huh? Yeah. And sometimes you actually answer the question correctly, but you're not actually listening. yelling and I'll start yelling. Oh, ow. Life hurts. Okay.
I think is true is that we learn what we see. When we have these temperament pieces under specific conditions, those reactions that this channeler in your life was exposed to, that all of you in the system were exposed to, the tactics are mirrored, and it's not pretty. Now, is it possible that do all of us do a little channeling?
Yes.
If we had
People have
narcissistic parents?
narcissistic
Probably
traits.
yes. We may find
But they're
ourselves
not
getting
to change them
tested
when you acknowledge
in ways that afterwards we feel ashamed of, or even a full-blown sense of moral injury about.
Indeed.
We may find ourselves being a little gaslighted when we are
Everyone
trapped.
should reflect on the shitty
And this
things
is
that they
why
might be doing.
self-awareness and self-reflection and self-compassion all become so important.
If you acknowledge
So we
it
can
and then change it,
slowly
you're probably
exercise.
not a narcissist.
And I don't mean exercise, I mean like demon exercise. These internalized patterns, but also be kind to ourselves when it does pop with the goal of being no win, of making amends. People who are more profound channelers often do that, and also may be in denial about the narcissistic people that were in your lives. Your, for example, your adult child who feels like they are channeling your narcissistic ex may be very resistant to seeing their parents' narcissism. Or the sibling who's able to channel your long dead narcissistic parent may never have been willing to see how toxic that parent was. And that resistance can also mean that the narcissistic channeling and defenses that come out in that way are going to be that much more resistant to change. Life feels like enough of a scary movie when we are in these relationships. But when we sort of witness or experience this phenomenon of channeling, for lack of a better term, and then there's another piece to remember. In a strange way, channeling can sometimes feel like, especially if the narcissistic person is passed, definitely with his parents, it's almost like it keeps it alive. And it can make the grief process even more complicated. It could be that the leadership structure in a company changes, and yet some people continue to hold sort of like the ways of being of the former leader, while non-relational, like there's no relationship with somebody, to grow up with someone, that kind of in the workplace channeling doesn't feel as profound. You can definitely see how somebody kind of takes on that phrase. It almost seems like, oh my gosh, why did we get a new boss? Because this one sounds like the old one. So this can show up, and like I said, it's the horror movie that you want to press that pause button on, but when it happens, you might think like, "Ooh, that felt really weird, really eerie." Yeah, it did, and it can really unsettle you. So it's always ground yourself, bring yourself back down. Doesn't necessarily mean that the relationship with this person has to be ended. It may, though, it's important to know what this phenomenon can feel like, but also that understand where it comes from, and that for certain members of the family, especially those in denial, you can definitely show up.
Difficult people in your life. Maybe you're not dealing with it.
Hey, so the other day I saw this video by this famous heart surgeon saying how incredible olive oil is for you. So I just turned 40 and I made a promise to my wife to be healthier. So I said a spoonful of olive oil a day, this I can do. It's been a month since I started and I literally feel no different. I still have the joint discomfort, the brain fog, and the death box. What gives? Honestly, it pisses me off. Now, I'm not normally the one to do this, but I actually sent a
You're eating fucking meals that are bigger than your fucking head. Only 3 spoons of
Have you ever looked back at a relationship and thought, was that love or was I just being emotional?
These are people who at times can be charming, charismatic, the sex can be good. You're just like, gosh, this relationship is so toxic, and then boom, one of those moments will come.
I cannot wait for you to hear this conversation with Dr. Ramani Durvas, clinical psychologist.
best-selling author, and quite honestly, the internet's most trusted truth teller when it comes to toxic relationships.
People shrink to stay in these relationships and basically live their lives in service to appeasing, pleasing, walking on eggshells. It's definitely taking a psychological toll on people.
Her book, It's Not You, is a lifeline, and she's giving us the tools that we need to spot narcissistic behavior, shut down gaslighting, and get out with our sanity and our self-worth intact.
People say if you're saying one thing that can hedge against getting too deep into a narcissistic relationship, here's a therapist.
Let's get into it. Dr. Romney, I am so excited you're here today.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here, Tamsin. I love what you're doing for women, with women, and having this conversation. Again, I think maybe 25 years ago, I'm like, oh, whatever. And now, honey, I'm on the perimenopause downslope here. So yeah.
We got you, so not to
good.
worry. We're gonna make it an upslope though. It'll be good. I love it. It'll be good. Your book has just been game changing and fascinating, and I know so many women have brought it up to me, and so I knew I had to have you on this podcast.
Thank you.
For this reason, though, is because a lot of women in midlife are looking around and saying, like, what is going on when it comes to my relationships, when it comes to my health, when it comes to my career? And, you know, we talked about it a little bit, but I want to dive in because you discuss narcissism in such a way that I don't realize that it goes into so many different areas of our lives. Like, I just had no idea. So can you define first, what is a narcissist, just to get down to basics of what is it?
So a narcissistic person is a person with a narcissistic personality, just like a stubborn person is a person with a stubborn personality, an agreeable person is someone with an agreeable personality. So, and a narcissistic personality is a personality that's characterized by low empathy. I don't say no empathy, but low empathy. They know how to turn it on when they need to, right? Because tactical empathy they can be, right? So it's low empathy that sort of is there, and sometimes it's not. Entitlement, arrogance, pathological selfishness, excessive need for admiration. And I say excessive, we all need to be clear. This is an excessive need for admiration. And if they don't get it, they get really angry. They don't manage their emotions well. There's no frustration tolerance. So people are narcissistic for do or say exactly what they want, or there's a passive aggressive, withholding, withdrawing, sort of silent treatment. So these are personalities where relationships are really about control and dominance. But what I always say is that all that stuff, the entitlement, the arrogance, the grandiosity, I'm so great, look at me, I'm charming, it's all covering this deeper insecurity and shame. And that anytime that insecurity or shame threatens to percolate up in the narcissistic person, that's when you see the attack. Now, it could be that your so-called attack is as simple as saying, hey, could you pick up the kids today? You want me to pick up the kids?
Do I do everything?
Do you not think my time is valuable? I run a damn company. So it's like, that's not an insult. That's like, could you pick up the kids?
So you could never you talk about tiptoe, it's another level. But as you were saying all those things, I was like, because I told you I was in a relationship, a long relationship with a narcissistic person that I didn't realize at the time. I just didn't have the word. I didn't have the vocabulary. A lot of people didn't. But I think about those, and those things would percolate. And I was like, I said the same thing yesterday, and today it was received differently, and that's what it is. So the same exact thing, one day to the next day, but it leaves you struggling to hold on. Right? And please be okay today. And that's exactly the fight.
And so what people do in these relationships is they become smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and basically live their lives in service to appeasing, pleasing, walking on eggshells, and being hypervigilant around the narcissistic person so they don't set them off, because these relationships aren't that every day. And that's the challenge of narcissism, right? In the sense that these are people who at times can be charming, charismatic, the sex can be good, they may be really smart, you may enjoy your conversations, you might have similar hobbies, they might be great with the kids, you have a dog you love. Like, there are these moments, and those bright moments, well, then you'll just like, oh my gosh, this relationship is so toxic. And then boom, one of those moments will come. And that backing and forth and creates a unique dynamic we often see in these relationships called a trauma bond. And that backing and forth and gets people stuck. And over time, they blame themselves. Maybe if I just said that different. Maybe if I'd left the house a little cleaner. Maybe I shouldn't have criticized them for coming home late. And so you start criticizing yourself for very, very basic needs, questions you're asking. That's what I'm saying. People shrink to stay in these relationships, and then the long term can take a tremendous toll on people, and even more so if a person might have grown up with a narcissistic parent, and so they've already grown up learning to make themselves small, and now they're in a relationship, and it's sort of like part two of this, and so it continues for a lifetime.
Do people with narcissistic parents seek this kind of relationship?
They don't seek it, and that's
It's just
one. No,
interesting.
that's one thing. That's like one myth I'd love to bust. Is that I think this whole sense of, well, of course I found this person. They're just like my mother. I said, no, you can go out looking for this. I don't buy the masochist theory. What I buy is that the narcissistic people are often super smart, confident, charming, charismatic, attractive, well put together. They're oftentimes the archetype of what looks good on paper, or they just manage to mesh with some sort of core wound you have. They pick out that thing and they know to just compliment you on it or say, gosh, your family told you you're not that smart. I think you're so smart. So it doesn't have to be a dozen roses. It can just be that healing or temporary healing, it feels like, of a core wound. Because of that, and I think everyone's attracted to a narcissistic person. What I always say to folks is, if you came from a narcissistic family of origin or had a narcissistic parent, it's not that you're more likely to draw a narcissistic person or be attracted to them. It's that you're more likely to get stuck in a relationship because it's normalized. You're like, oh yeah, you have to chase love, and no one's ever going to love me unconditionally. So there's this feel, but we do make the mistake, Hanson, of, I think one of the big mistakes I see out there on social media is that we only talk about the grandiose form of narcissism, charismatic, arrogant, high-sizzle, obvious. There's different subtypes of narcissism, and that's why some people, like you said, I didn't even know the word, or I didn't think it was applied. Because of these different kinds of narcissism, there are people out there in very toxic narcissistic relationships, but because it doesn't sort of conform to this charming, charismatic kind of narcissism, we miss it. So I think that this isn't that simple. Someone's looking around, bragging about themselves, arrogant. It can be, but it's an awareness.
So, Dr. Dominic, can we go through what are some of those other stereotypes so we know what to look for? Because I want people to know how to define, know what to look for, and if they do spot that they're in a relationship, to at least be able to acknowledge it, find that vocabulary that not all of us have had, and figure out a way to get out or get help.
And one thing I want to make clear is, number one, it's not an either or. A person, it's not that a person's narcissistic or not.
Yeah.
It's not black or white.
No,
we don't know that. We're going to break that myth too. So first of all, narcissism's on a continuum. And frankly, at the moment, it feels more like an emotionally stunted, emotionally immature, superficial, almost ridiculous person, right? It's the 50-year-old person who still wants to play their video games and throw a tantrum when you ask them to empty the dishwasher. Right? That is a milder narcissism. And some people say, I would have loved better, but I don't feel like I'm psychologically unsafe. I'm white. Right. Getting more. More than lots of members feel more confident in your body after starting unsafe. I'm annoyed. Right. When we get to the severe end of narcissism, it can be downright dangerous. These are people who might isolate a partner, take tremendous advantage of them, financially abuse them. There might even be physical abuse. The manipulation is at a very high level, and it can feel very hard to escape. Most people, and in fact, my book, It's Not You, is really written about that moderate part. It doesn't look like, a sort of a terrifying story, nor is it just somebody who won't empty the dishwasher. It's definitely taking a psychological toll on people. So that's the whole spectrum of it. But within that spectrum, there are also subtypes. Our kind of dictionary definition of narcissism is that grandiose sort of swagger narcissist. But there's also a form of narcissism. It's called vulnerable narcissism. Some people call it covert narcissism. It doesn't show up as narcissism. It shows up as sort of an angry,
aggrieved, sullen, passive aggressive. Why don't I get my chance? I feel like everyone's taking advantage of me. Nothing is fair to me. That it doesn't show up as narcissism, and their partners are always like they kind of feel bad for them. Like nothing is going their way. Sometimes it's pity. Pity is harder to leave in a way because it's so exhausting, and they blame me for everything. Dynamic and narcissism, they blame and a lot of people think you're either a very smart person, interesting person, a together person, or just a clever person. But as soon as you get out of that circumstance, they're really cool to you, but then there's no one witnessing this. But the vulnerable narcissism has more of a socially anxious, hostile, angry, thin-skinned kind of a feel. Then there's malignant narcissism, which is that more severe narcissism, which is coercive and manipulative and exploitative and scary.
That's a danger.
That's more dangerous.
Okay.
And then there's forms of narcissism that I don't think we talk about enough that come up a lot. And one of them is what we call communal narcissism. And communal narcissism are narcissistic folks who get their narcissistic supply, or sort of their narcissistic juice, by being perceived as do-gooders and rescuers. There's the thank you notes. Like, he always picks up the check. He's a community coaches a little league. It is really unkind to the people they're close to, but the picture of them is as this sort of savior, great person, throw that best Christmas party and donate all this money to the community, but they're actually really unkind to the people maybe who work for them. Or
That's kind of the beautiful picture for 30,000 feet, and then not really through close.
But the people in the relationship are confused because everyone's saying, "Oh my gosh,
Yeah, it's like me. I did think she's pretty cool.
Hello,
But I was like,
community."
"How's this fucking
The
thing?"
person's thinking, "This has got to be me because I don't understand what's going on." That's why it's called the book. It's not you.
When somebody comes in and talks to you, or you hear a story, do you know immediately that someone's dealing with a narcissist? Or is there?
I don't know immediately, and I would never be so confident to tell you all that. As the stories start coming out, I always say there's a therapist hack, and I teach therapists, I train therapists all over the world on how to work with people in these relationships. Here's a therapist hack that I'm going to share here with everyone. Is that when a person is going through a narcissistic relationship, they don't come into therapy with me and say, he's a jerk and he's a liar and he's a betrayer. You know what they come in therapy and say to me, usually in those first few sessions? I'm so confused. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. What is wrong with me? It's all what's wrong with me. And that's when my ears perk up. I'm like, I've been through that. I think we've got someone going through this. Because if somebody comes in and says, my partner this, my partner that, my partner the other, I actually am even starting to entertain the hypothesis of, why is there no accountability here? Because what I tend to see is that people come in and say, what am I doing wrong? And that's what brought them into therapy. And so that's something that I definitely see as a big difference. But no, even if somebody came in and said, listen, let's say someone came in the office and said, my partner's cheating on me, and this is the third affair they've had. Still, my go-to is not going to be for narcissist. Oh, wow. Okay, tell me a little bit about it. Tell me the story of this. Now, is that you out there in the hypothesis? Sure. But I'm not going to say, ding, you're a live one. I'm going to be thinking, like, tell me more about what is happening here. And so as I do the assessment, it'll become more clear to me. Like, again, we'll be seeing some of these again, the not taking responsibility, the attacks when they feel insecure, the making the partner smaller and smaller, the really variable empathy, that looking one way to the world and another way behind closed doors, etc., etc. So it's never a slam dunk. You have to ask.
And it's fascinating though that that's the look for versus hearing that somebody has an affair as a radio. So because that does totally make sense, because that person wouldn't be putting that out there first. They would be saying, what's wrong with me? Is it me?
Is it me? What am I doing wrong? I'm so confused. And you're not in a sense of, I'm afraid to leave this relationship because what if I'm wrong?
Well, I think the other threat that always sits there when you're just talking about relationship is like, what if somebody else gets them and they change for them?
They're going
What
to
if
change.
they're different for them and it's me that's caused this person?
Or the next person is going to have this better version that I went through all this nightmare and therapy and all this stuff. No, it's just going to be, they're going to have your relationship and you just pretty much, I'm like, get the popcorn and watch it unfold. But that could take 10 years. Like you were in this relationship for 30 years. It could take them 30 years.
Is it hard to show somebody that they're with a narcissist, or do people are people more attuned to that? Social media has, we've talked about the fact that social media has helped in a lot of ways with a lot of different things. So we do know this term now. It's out there. Does it help a little bit? Do people identify that they're in a relationship with a narcissist better?
It's mixed. I think the good thing is that people are open to this. And I have to say, again, from a therapist chair, I'm not telling you to roll in the women for a long time. You're not really with a narcissistic person. The key becomes a lot of times people don't even know what makes a relationship unhealthy. And so when we can put the lens and say that whole cycle, it's interesting you're blaming yourself for that because da-da-da-da-da. So we're almost helping the client become their own detective instead of just talking out in the room. We can be detective you. If I just walked up to somebody and said, really, your boyfriend or your husband is narcissistic, rationalizing it. So I've got to find the back door and really say, are you okay? That seems hurtful. And it might be the first time anyone's even pointed out to them, and it's in fact,
stretching will not make you flexible and it will not eliminate your recurring injuries. Stretching will relax your muscles.
Been there. In fact, a colleague of mine, Dr. Keith Campbell, him and I had a conversation about this, and it really stayed with me because I'm a tremendous expert in the field of understanding narcissism. And he said, I agree. This grandiose narcissism, the anger, the arrogant, posturing, swaggery narcissistic person, that stays steady. I think the reason we think there's more of it through social media. Like I don't love that what these people do before social media. Small little swimming pools, but when social media came along, we gave them the megaphone, right? So that they were the ones who grabbed it and said, "Look at me," and I'm just going to sort of shamelessly put myself out in the world. And I think the reason for that is that more of a narcissism, these are people who, when they sense that other people have it better than them or getting away with things, they get really mad. They feel like they're being taken advantage of and that they're a victim. Vulnerable narcissists are forever the victim. And with social media, you're actually able to see who's got the better car, who's got the better job, who's got the better stuff. And I think that that's creating a frothing up of people who may not have always expressed that. And I think that's coming out that it once did. But with any personality style, it gets shaped in childhood, right? So nobody born narcissistic, but not like any baby is narcissistic because it's not right? And so it gets shaped, and I think that those childhood conditions, narcissistic people become narcissistic because of things that aren't great in childhood, frankly. Or they're very spoiled, but I think spoiling the child is also not great. So it's not great conditions in childhood. Those are really kind of universal. And so I don't know if there's more. I think it's not even notice it. You notice it. I think social media has made them very loud in society. I think when you consume entertainment and really platform, and I think as a result now, everywhere we're seeing it in society because we've elevated this. We're no longer a group. That's not so great. But they've always been there. So I think we're just noticing it a lot more.
Noticing it and being able to put words with
Yes.
what it is.
It's
Huge.
I want to talk about women in midlife because we talk about that a lot. I went through my divorce at 41 years old.
I didn't think I could
I
be
was
in a
in a relationship with somebody that had
all of those type of tendencies.
I had no idea. I was focused on work. That's what I did. Got into a relationship. I had the time. I'm 35. What are we doing next? And I didn't understand any of that. I just understood that sometimes a person is anything and charming and everybody loves them. But to me, I saw something very, very different. And was in a very dark place for a long time. And I saw another person. Midlife was a time that we go
the what's next in my life and realize how women in midlife between narcissistic relationships. One is a person in midlife who may be dating again. Okay, so maybe they've gotten out of a long-term marriage. Maybe they were single for a very long time, and there was time of their life they could be a very clear focus and said, you know what, I want to share my life with a partner. My person's not exactly what I want. I'm going to enjoy and reap the rewards of that. I'm not a companion. Okay, so that's one path. We are an ageist society, so not only are we a menopausist society, we are an ageist society. And I would say this is right, and those things tend to go together. And so we talk about this idea of the pressure of learning at 35, right? I want to have children, I want to get married, I want whatever, but all my friends are married. I think there's a very similar pressure that shows up some leaders, which is I want to go into this space. So much of my life to do that. We use years of my life. We would combine that more time where we know that the aging is somewhere. We are just something and so there's this pressure, and again, we have the ages of women again, saying from the old perch, we're saying, I'm 60, you're 60, I have a lot of things, I want to get someone significantly younger than me, I don't know that I'm going to get someone who's 75. So there is a sense of, while I'm still good at making it, I gotta get this done. And if there's one thing that makes people vulnerable to a narcissistic relationship, it's feeling a sense of time pressure. But if a person's been out of the dating world for a while, 30 years, maybe they got married, they raised kids, and in fact, some people will stay even in an unhealthy marriage until all their minor children turn 18, so they don't have to deal with the nightmare of family court. So then, 18 happens, and then they're thinking, okay, I want to date again. Well, there's a combination of if you do not do the healing from the narcissistic relationship, you may very well walk into a narcissistic relationship. A lot of ladies now moved into online platforms, which if you're not accustomed to that space, let me tell you, narcissistic people can really rule the roost when it comes to dating platforms. They're great at creating the grid and like, look at me, puppies, abs, my tourist picture, and I'm so just, they say the right things because it's such a curated space. And so that I've seen put people at risk for meeting a narcissistic partner in midlife. And so that can also be a risk too. So I think that we don't have healthy conversations about women in midlife and in menopause starting a new relationship. Like we put all of us out on an ice floe, and this desexualized ice floe, by the way, except we're not going to want to meet someone, and why would we even want to talk about it? Or, I don't know, I'd love to hear your thoughts about this. I know we have a cultural moment, I don't want people living back here, but it still felt tongue in cheek. I know it was haha. It was really haha. I agree with that. Yeah, I know we said it was about time. I know we were happy to see. I think we want people to be represented in the media, but not that way. Not that way. So it became almost like it was a sideshow act. And it felt disrespectful. And so because of all that, anytime people might feel like they're dating or meeting partners in a more, they're ashamed to talk about it, that can happen in your life too. So that's one set for people getting into narcissistic relationships. On the flip side, are people who have been in long-term narcissistic relationships, marriages most likely, and are in midlife. They don't want to get out, or they don't quite understand what's happening. But as perimenopause and menopause set in, they're happening to us, and they're different for every woman and they're similar for every woman. But more than anything, a lot of them don't feel good. And instead of having a partner who's validating and loving and meets a partner where they could, in terms of sex, in terms of intimacy, in terms of closeness, in terms of conversation, in terms of just getting it, that you're going through something. What?
lost the measuring.
Criticism, a sense that it's almost like a department they slip away, like they're not really going to trade me into another person, because that's always something that's dangled in the relationship. Even before all of this began, and to me, the greatest tragedy, Kansas, is that people think that I gotta stick this out because he's gonna take care of me when I'm older. And I said, sweetie, let me tell you, what ain't gonna take care of you when you're older is him. So there's this sense of, well, if I leave this, then I could be alone. And I said, that's a different conversation. But if you're thinking that you put some form of psychological money in the bank, and you're going to be there for you if you're able to access other people. That is very real because a person can get constantly required of that belief. When a person is in their 60s and their health is still good, I'm sure the bumps in the road in menopause, but your health is still good, your vision starts to look like. And when it does happen, and I have worked with a lot of people who got to 75, 80, 85, and their health did really take a downturn. And that narcissistic partner was nowhere to be seen, and if anything, expressed all kinds of inconvenience about having say dealing with your health issues and you're dealing with trying to prove to somebody you're still good enough for yourself. And I didn't say anything. I put up with them for 55 years. I put up with a marginal. Okay, we're going to grow old together. At least there's that. And so we want to talk about the dangers of women in your life on the dating apps, because I think if you said that is a breeding ground oftentimes for narcissists. And also, you don't have dating apps, you haven't been dating apps for 30 years. You don't know what to do or something like that, right? And climate, we go back and forth, and she's looking for something 10 years, 10 years. And every time she's like, this is the one, this is, and then she gets into the thing, and it's not the one. And so, and I noticed that it just feel like it could be an area that is really concerning, whether it's financial concerns that some people go after, physical concerns, or mental, mental, emotional, psychological, all of the above. And I think, listen, I am not, my message to the world is not to create a similar system, but in the world.
Shelves of my local grocery.
No, don't even fucking think about it.
From the most expensive to the
Okay, go inside.
measured up with a big
Come on, go inside. I'll let you come out. Come on, go inside now.
I also checked out
How
all
is
the-
this fucking ad so goddamn long?
Going with that, or any of the things that people say, I feel bad.
Okay.
Slow down. And if that partner says, well, you're moving so slow, maybe you're not interested in the commitment. Oh, I'm very interested in the commitment, but I'm going to do it at my pace, because somebody who questions that feels gaslighting.
Are you getting out and making him
sign
money?
for you that someone's trying to pull you onto their
No,
schedule. So
I'm not
I am taking this license, so I love the time I spend with you, but I also think for women in midlife, it's also to say what works for you. I can't tell you how many women I've worked with, especially people who were in long-term narcissistic relationships, who went through the nightmare of those divorces, and then finally set up their own residence and all of that, and they feel such a sense of calm, being in a home where they don't have to wait for when my partner comes home, right? And they'll say, I don't know that I ever want someone in my space again. And I said, really upsetting, that's fine. And they'll say, well, could someone, why would anyone want to be in a relationship like that? I said, someone will. And girl, I've met people who said, I married someone, we have separate houses. And you're saying, like, I just needed my own spot. And I was like, that's a really cool idea. They actually come to live on the same subway line, just like not that hard, like 4 stops away kind of thing. And she said, we're together 3 nights a week, and we're separate 4. And those 3 nights are connection and snuggles.
I know, that's why I said it's super hot upstairs. You said no. I write sometimes. I'm like, I'm what? Are you sure I didn't do something wrong? I must have pressed some kind of a Come on. Passions of breaking again. How about this other stuff? Ah. Come on, 13 8. Stop you there. Ready to go break. Do it twice. Okay. I don't know why I doubt myself. You make everything so much longer than it needs to be. Okay. We do 13 in a bit just in case. What happened? Oh, here we go. Okay. Fucking booze.
You know, that with those other nights, we both work, we love our careers. It gives me a separate spot. It gives me a spot where she has adult children now, but they know it's like their spot with her. And then I think they come together in this because something up in his home, but sometimes hers. Yeah. But she said, it's just given me a place that I needed after all those years to regulate. My point being, by midlife, you have enough data to know what works for you.
Yeah.
Trust that.
How do we give women permission to do that and get off the timeline train?
Yeah.
Because we're basically going back to the timeline again.
Yes,
Right
we
now we're in midlife on the timeline. It's not the timeline of getting married, having babies, excelling in a career. Now the timeline is I gotta find somebody again if they're not in a relationship and make sure it's somebody that's going to be with me for the long term. How do we get women off the timeline?
The timeline I hear for later life is companionship, travel, and maybe someone who sort of is going to have eyes on me. We're going to care for each other. Right? That's the new timeline, right? That people have. You know, it's like I wish I could remember that we have 3 relationships in our life, right? And like one is sort of the youthful, exuberant, maybe even the marriage and child-rearing relationship, and then there's one that might come into our own, and then there's still that's companion and caregiving, and those might be okay.
You will never procrastinate once you understand this. Because psychologists have recently studied that the real reason why you procrastinate is either laziness or lack of motivation or full-time management. There's only 2 people to this. So picture this right now. In the present moment, what you do right now, you get. Have you ever noticed when you're trying to create that future you really want and striving for that goal or starting that new project, all of a sudden in the present moment, you begin to feel fear. And this is why you begin to procrastinate. Yes and no. The reason why this happens is because every neuroscientist will tell you that the primary function of your brain as a brain is not designed to make you successful. It's designed to help you to survive. Meaning your mind in the present moment is looking back at the past to determine what they should actually do in the present moment. So all of those failures you've gone through in your life,
Guess if you're really fortunate. what I feel like a lot of human beings do, it's not for your gender, is what and for it might be a technical term, Tamsin, is what I call a self-study, right? Companies do them all the time. Businesses do them all the time. But to really dig into yourself and say, how do you like to live? Do you want to wake up next to someone? Or do you really like having your own place to live? I say this is a perimenopausal needs to be in a 60-degree it's madness the way I need to say, right? And so I don't actually live in this room, but how do you like to live? And really say, and not because the world says you need to have this, if all those things are taken away, and I often will turn it into a thought experiment on what would you like your life to look like after all these years you've accumulated life experience? It's harder to answer that question when you're 25. Sure it is. It should be a lot more straightforward when you're 60. To say, these are the rhythms I like, these are the things I like, this is how I like to spend a Saturday night, this is how I want this, I want these things. So if a person says, I like traveling with someone, I like looking at the tourist site and saying, isn't that beautiful? And someone else saying, actually, I like traveling alone. Have that, ask yourself those questions, because I think the problem is that when we seek out relationships from an unexamined space, we often find partners that play on our core wounds rather than who we really are.
And that's how we are in a narcissistic.
Yeah, and that's how I think we can push back on the timelines, which is, what do you really want? And where is this pressure coming from, too? Sometimes it's coming from friends who are saying, get out there now, you gotta live or you're gonna be alone forever. So in some cases, it could be watching how it played out in the family involvement. Someplace and so it's paying attention to, just because your mom died alone on her own in her home, that doesn't necessarily mean you rushing into a relationship is going to be the answer to that, to have the grief over that. But that's not the reason to get into a relationship, is to look to where are these narratives coming at? Because those narratives are moving a whole lot.
I want to go back to menopause, because I think when we talk about menopause and perimenopause, narcissists can use that in so many different ways. The hormones are talking, you're going to have sex with me, now I'm attractive. I'm not saying all those too fast. Every single one of them. How do women first, I guess, identify those? Because they're already feeling that way. So it's a very easy ramp up for a narcissist. A menopausal woman can be very easy for a narcissist. What do you tell women that come in there with that? Because they're already feeling that way. They're feeling vulnerable. They feel needy. They don't want to have sex. Just what happens to them. Where do you start the conversation with a woman?
So the most dangerous place to be in a narcissistic relationship or enter a narcissistic relationship from is to feel, is to devalue yourself, is to feel devalued, right? And because of the way the world is, when you go into menopause, your priority might be coming from right? There's a sort of a devaluation, and it's almost as though in a narcissistic relationship, if you play the devaluation game, I think that there is often this hope of maybe they'll come in and say, no, you're not those things. You're still doing what you did for the ammunition. So it needs, I think sadly, there's nothing wrong with a relationship. The things you're doing, Tamsin, this podcast and all of that, is for us to have healthier conversations, because we've been asking about timelines, for example. Young women grow up with Disney nonsense and fairy tales and I'm going to find the guy and he's going to fall head over heels, and now it's Instagram, the romance, the nonsense people see on Instagram about relationships and all that stuff. We don't even have fairy tales for older people. I guess they're the witch. Really old. Lady with the tentacles, Ursula. These are old people. I'm imagining they're the equivalent of menopause. I'm sure Sophie. So I think that the issue then becomes exactly what you're talking about, which is, how do you feel about your menopausal body? How do you feel about yourself? Because this is going to get weaponized. Because listen, when a person is in a narcissistic relationship and they're younger, a classic gaslight is, oh, you always get like this around your period.
It's Tony Robbins. I've had the privilege of the last 48 years to be obsessed by a question. That question is, what makes a difference in all these people's lives? Why do so many people dream big and so few people actually achieve it? Why are there some people you can give them everything? Love, support.
That's why it is. Oh, you always get like this around your period. So it's that version. So it's just now it's getting turned into, oh, here we go. It's all your brain fog and all this other stuff. Now we got it. Now, of course, you don't understand what I'm saying. So once again, you're being.
You feel that, right? Yeah, of course. I know.
Make us kind of keep going longer, right? Men are not as good. Men are terrible at making friendships relative to women. In fact, there was one. The New York Times had an article years ago. They called it the colonoscopy test. And they asked men, how many, if you don't have a partner, how many people you have that would come and pick you up for a colonoscopy? And the men were like scratching the barrel or one or two. And the women are all like, oh, I got 9 people I could call to bring me home for my colonoscopy, right? It's that one thing that everyone's got to do when they're 50, right? Men are not good at this. And in fact, all the research shows marriage is better for men's health than women's health.
Because they've got somebody there.
They got someone there, and the men sort of poach off of the social network that the women have created. The friends, the couples, the social, all of it. That's usually the woman's work in the relationship. And I'm using a gender perspective here, but that is something that it's almost like the well runs over and the men are benefiting. If the relationship ends, men are not good at actually continue to maintain that. But if a woman, any part of life, enters a narcissistic relationship, the risk of isolation goes way up, so you no longer get those health benefits. So I say to everyone, please try not to isolate.
but people feel shame around being in a like this person thinks I'm terrible. I don't want to talk badly about my partner with all these people. What if I stay in it? Now I'm the one who looks foolish. That's the conversation people are having in their head.
How hard is it to help somebody get out of that? If somebody is saying, okay, I'm in a narcissist, I'm listening to this, I hear it, I know it. How difficult? Where do you start that process of getting out of it?
I actually tell people getting out's not the only path forward, because I think if we treat that as the only path forward, people who don't see a path out won't seek help.
Okay.
So I tell folks, unless there's physical violence, and that's a different conversation, just lift that out. Just, I hate to say just, if there's psychological violence, that's standard in these relationships. But I say to folks, there's no agenda here. Whether you're staying in it, not staying in it, I want to allow you to not get lost in it anymore. That this relationship does not define you. This false, twisted, distorted narrative they've created about you being demanding, you being needy, you being extra, it's not true. It allows them to retain dominance in the relationship. You know it's not true. And you live your life trying to prove it's not true. And the way you do that is you give up on yourself. I don't need anything. I can do this all on my own. It's okay. And that's what happens to people in these relationships. So it's helping people find themselves. Now, frankly, Tamsin, many times, what ends up happening is as people do that, they may end up finding their way out, but maybe not for another 10 years. But there's a lot of reasons people stay in these relationships. And coming back to all the points we've been talking about in midlife, one of them is money. If somebody has left the workplace for a long time, they did not accumulate. Like, this is one thing that I classically see in these relationships is somebody said, okay, I actually left a career and focused on our kids. I focused on our family and our household, and his career soared as a result. I mean, listen, honey, if I had someone making my beds, cooking my meals, and raising my kids, I would be the president of something. I can tell you that right now. Okay? So, again, I'm using a very traditional gender, format here, but that partner's career will have soared. These narcissistic, I can promise you this too, who was shady with the money. You raise the money, right? And the number of women who said, it's not like I was dumb about money. I was even working in the business sector, but I stepped out of it for a while, doing work that was extraordinarily important, by the way. Raising a family, running a household, that is a beyond full-time job. And then they said, make this money grow, and they would make the money grow, right? And so this belief that I don't know about money, he knows about money, and then when it comes to showtime, all of a sudden it's a forensic accounting nightmare. And so that's in people who actually have resources. Some people get to midlife and there isn't a lot of money. We are in financially trying times. And so some people will say, this happens in LA all the time. I'm sure it happens in New York. The LA real estate market went way up. So even if that asset, the primary asset people have is a house, and that house was sold, what those two people are going to get out of it ain't going to buy a new one.
It's nothing.
And no one could buy the other. Looking into a future of having to move out of an area for a really long time, where maybe my adult kids are, my doctors, my community, things that are familiar to me, even a job that's familiar, and the quality of life could really plummet. Social security benefits weren't accumulated at the same rate, so they may be looking into a life of real financial peril. In fact, we know that women in midlife who have left long relationships or are single are often those in the most sometimes financially precarious positions. And so you have these other kinds of issues operating in terms of, I can't afford to leave this. I can't tell you how many people have said to me, we are living in this house, each one is waiting for the other to die so the other one can have the house. And I'm not, that's not a joke. And it's even, people already know the risk, but they're saying this.
We're just toughing it out. So you try to teach people to bullying out of the relationships. Yes. Okay, play it small. You try to make them get bigger. That's the best thing that you can do inside of them.
So I always can grow out of it.
Right. And then who knows? A narcissist might not start around if they see something.
So you're asking what are the things people can do, what are the things people can do. Radical acceptance. Narcissistic people don't change. And the sure don't change when they're in their 50s. Listen, I'm sure there's right? This is what happens to most people's show, right? And so what happens to most people is it doesn't change, and it actually gets sometimes a little bit when I say worse with age, I think some of the stubbornness, especially as a narcissistic person is losing some of their power in the world, they're getting older and all the things, right? So it's not going to change. Stop engaging with it like it will. Like people are like, I want them to know. I'm like, they're not listening to you. They haven't listened to you in 30 years. I don't know why you think they're going to start listening to you. Now, they're not going to listen to you. Write it down, tell me, talk to your friends, but they're not listening. And so disengaging from the relationship. And sometimes when people can, I always say, once you clear the junk drawer out, you can really see it clearly. So clear it out. And what you're going to start to see is like, there is no emotional there. However, whether it's money, whether it's we can't afford this now, whether it's culture. Some people say my culture, I want to be the first member of my family to get a divorce. That's okay. But don't, I always say to folks, don't go to an empty well and think you're going to pull up water. And this relationship's an empty well.
Let's talk about the damage of a replacement partner. When a narcissist replaces, and this often happens in midlife, a younger partner.
I grew up in food business. My grandfather was in Iran more than 40 years in the sandwich business. So cold cuts or warm sandwich is very simple because we grew up in Germany. We created together something like between Europe and back home. We use QuickBook for input the business, output, pay stubs. Have the access always with you, and this is
whenever you are, whenever you have a minute time.
For the current or older. What does that do to somebody?
So a lot of things. Actually, I've talked about this on YouTube. I have actually a video called The Replacement Neurosis. A couple of things happens. Some people have a core wound around this, right? Around feeling replaced. It might have even happened in their family of origin, right? When you no longer did what the narcissistic parent wants, all of a sudden they're like, we have no use for you, but we're going to focus on your other sibling. The idea of being replaced by another human being, I don't care who you are, it's a devastating feeling. No one's replaceable, but there's nothing like a narcissistic relationship to feel like you are. Grandiose narcissistic partners will very often already have their new person queued up. There's always that tiny bit of them. They are not jumping into the great unknown. And that they've kind of taken a test drive. And then in all take you down and train you in, right? And so there's often already that sense of betrayal that was there. So that's pretty common. And even if that's not the case, that there is an actual discernible break, and then a new person comes in. Narcissistic people will do this in a boundaryless, cruel, unempathic way. They will try to create the new family right away. They'll try to pull the children you had with them immediately into this new, like, sort of family, version 2 kind of thing. They will, they'll have it all over social media way too quickly. It'll be uncomfortable. Now, it's not always a younger partner. It can be, but what they will have, it'll often feel like they're bringing something new to the table. It could be youth. It is often youth. Sometimes it's money. Someone who's got money, who's got stuff, who's got status, who's got whatever. So it could be those things. So it may not necessarily be that this person is younger, but maybe they got a lot of money from a divorce or a career or something or an inheritance. So again, we're talking about better than thing, whatever that is, a home, or whatever the status thing is. So for the person who has been either left or they've gotten a divorce and then it's down the road that this happens, it can very much feel like a whole new life has come out of this. And many people will report not only the sense of betrayal, if it was in fact an overlap, but also watching friends kind of divide their loyalties. And people will say, am I being irrational that my friend went to their house for dinner after that my friend knows that my partner was psychologically cool? I said, no, it's not irrational. And I think everybody feels like they have to be. I always say it's the cool girl phenomenon. I just have to be cool. No, you don't. Be mad. This is why we have dark design, And so it's be mad. That's a human emotion, and lean into the anger, because like all emotions, they're like clouds going by in the sky. A new one will come along, and sometimes that anger turns into laughter, whatever that is. My favorite is somebody once made a cake with a photo of the. What do you have to do? You have to cut into the cake. Then you get to eat. There's all of these metaphors there, right? So find whatever, be angry first, because it's the anger of grief. Yeah. And that sense of being replaced, which is such a cultural trope. Sure. Right? That now this young person has come along and or whatever this person is.
I mean, every movie's made of it. So
because it just speaks to how universal a fear it is. This new person is having the same relationship as you, but they may be consuming it differently. It could very well be that your ex-partner has money, and that's very interesting to this new person, and that you know what the psychology of this person is. That's still going to show up there. That transaction works for the new person. It didn't work for me.
It's always so hard to see and to convince somebody that you
there. So you have to be
you have to be couples therapy. Does couple no. If you have a narcissistic, is couples therapy a waste of time?
I'm not going to go and say wise things. I wouldn't quite say it's always a bad thing. Because that simply do not work when there's a narcissistic partner. And Tamsin, the reason that this gets me so angry is in the last 20 years, the number of, frankly, we're almost traumatized by having even years of couples therapy where they were being told nonsense like, show gratitude, have date nights, communicate, is in this. I felt like I was deprogramming them because that may apply when you have two not narcissistic people in a relationship. Listen, relationships need two nights. I agree with that. But the vast majority atopic dermatitis, aka of couples therapy is not what I call, it's a model I've developed called antagonism informed. It's not stuff that happens when you have a narcissistic partner. A whole different set of rules. And this idea of 50-50, and everyone needs to be accountable. How are you supposed to be accountable for someone else gaslighting you and stealing your reality? And so what I've seen people do is, if anything, they already were feeling so responsible for what was happening in the relationship. And then they go through this, and they'll sometimes see the narcissistic partner who is so charming and so charismatic winning over the therapist, who now is looking at the other person in the broken. The other person looks devastated. They look hypervigilant. They're on the edge of their seat. They kind of look a little worked up. So couples therapists will often say, I get it. Look at her, she's calm. She's so anxious. And yes,
this is exactly what happened. I was sitting there. I remember I had boots on, and I was swinging my boots, and he was so charming that they're just like, Thompson, do you not see what's happening? I'm like, are you not? And it's only now 10 years later that I can look back and go, wow, like that actually happened, because you think, when you're sitting there in the office, that everyone's going to see everything that's going on behind the scenes, but narcissist is, you would hope, but
it doesn't, because it's, and again, in many ways, this is a fault of we're trained. You're not trained to, it's all like, we don't talk about couples therapy, that's the new term in vogue, that's a fad. The hell, it's a fad. It's not a fad. It's very real. And I've had people say, because the common fallout for a person who goes through a long-term narcissistic marriage is they get anxious. They're often anxious. It's the wrong thing. So there's and so couples therapists say to the partner, because they're in this relationship, saying, well, have you ever wondered, it's because you're
always anxious and you're always on edge, that's what's really creating these angry reactions. And I tell the client, you were in a cult. We're decultifying you. You were anxious.
So good when they come in here. They're so,
the couple.
It's so good saying this. I feel good being deprogrammed. All right, I want to do something with you if we can. Do you mind?
Oh, not at all. Let's do it.
This is going to be a little bit different because usually we're doing like viewers' questions and stuff. But we're going to call this, is he a narcissist or just a jerk?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you already know the answer?
I don't know. Let's see.
Okay, because it can be hard, especially, I don't know, dating in the city is hard. Okay, first scenario. Is he a narcissist or just a jerk? A few months ago into dating, he completely forgot my birthday, didn't call or text. When I brought it up, he said, I'm just not good with dates, you know that. Narcissist or just a jerk?
Might just be a jerk. I need more information.
Okay, what do they say about it?
I would say, did he say, I'm not good at dates? Sorry that I missed this. I want to make this up to you. Can we do something special? But takes accountability that this was hurtful to her. I'm still going to give him a jerk. If he says, what are you, 6 and your birthday matters to you? Narcissist.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, I like it. I see the difference between those two. All right. Every time I tried to talk about how I felt, he'd say I was overreacting or being too emotional. Once he even said to me, this is why no one can talk to you.
Yeah,
narcissist or just
We're definitely in the narcissistic neighborhood there because that's very gaslighty.
Yeah.
Now, again, one incident make if all the other times this person was a sweetie pie and one's like the day he got fired, maybe not, maybe still just a jerk. But if this is something that's happening repeatedly, I'm saying we're definitely at the narcissism.
Well, don't get too full of yourself. Narcissist or just a jerk?
I'm just saying a jerk. Relationships and they're very insecure. So if you're coming up with what's happening for you, promotion, more money, a title, different kinds of people you're going to be interacting with, believe it or not, for all of their bluff and bravado, narcissistic people are not only really insecure, they're really afraid of abandonment.
Yeah, they're scared to death.
Exactly right.
I didn't understand what it was until I got into this phase of life, actually. I understood it, but not really, and I didn't feel it. Anytime I brought up something that upset me, he'd say, is it menopause again? And then laugh it off like it was a joke.
Again, it's definitely veering into narcissism territory. If it happens repeatedly, if it's everything else in the relationship is warm, and then this is sort of like a kind of an edgy ribbing, I think it's still jerk, but it really comes down to what the other stuff happening in the relationship is. But if these kinds of digs, it could be anything. It could be weight gain, it could be menopause, any of those things, and that's consistently used. Then I guess I'd lean more to the narcissism thing. And I have you back here.
And we could do this all the time. But I really think that people are going to have so many questions after this whole second. So I hope that I can grab you back here.
Absolutely.
That would be so. Maybe one more. I just asked for a little space just to make myself give you silent treatment for a few days. Narcissist or jerk.
All jerks. Okay. Let's just take a universal jerk statement. The thing, so that's definitely that's actually something a vulnerable narcissist would say. Again, that's that little bit of rejection. I just need some time to myself. That little bit of abandonment kind of thing. And instead of saying, this is hard for me. I love you. I'm so into you that my own wounds or abandonment. But I understand you need time. That's what a healthy person says. Right? Even if they have abandonment issues, you can be healthy and have abandonment issues. But in this case, making it into a weapon, right? You're a bad person because of your need. That's very much a narcissistic thing. And so the narcissistic person is the only time somebody said something like this. But if this is sort of a pattern,
Wayfair presents bedroom furniture. Find your dream bed at your dream price. With top beds under $500. Save on beds at store and at Wayfair more. Plus, headboards galore. Shop a lineup of dressers for less and nightstands for all your bedside essentials. All with fast and free shipping straight to your bed. Okay, look ahead. Shop bedroom furniture for way less at Wayfair. Wayfair, every style, every home.
There's one thing that everyone listening should take away from this to set themselves up for success in relationships, in midlife. Is there one core piece of advice you could give them?
Build up your support network. I call them anti-gaslighting spaces, because when people know you and you feel psychologically safe, narcissistic relationships are psychologically unsafe, not protected enough. I think in midlife, your body is changing. Our bodies are also kind of deteriorating. I was telling you, I got a cataract surgery, I got a hip replacement surgery. I mean, I'm like an old house that's being remodeled at this point, right? But at those times, it's we want to be protected at those times and don't want to feel that someone's going to use this against us. Of course. Find your work. You can find me all kinds of places. Go to my website, drromani.com, and there you can find out more about our YouTube channel. We post new videos every day. You can find me at the Dr. Romani Network. Every week we have a new interactive show, which is great to get questions answered. We also have a wonderful healing program for people who are healing from narcissistic relationships every month, a new topic. You can check out all my books, including my most recent ones. Yes, It's Not You. And so go to my website. It's all there. Follow us on all our socials. Join our communities. There's so many places to get information.
Dr. Romani, thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is great. I can't wait till the next time.
Me too.
That's what I'm going to say.
Me
I'm not
too.
going to say goodbye. I'm going to say till the next time.
I can't wait.
A huge thank you for Dr. Romani for shedding such a clear light on a topic that is way too often misunderstood. It was my one fear while in my midlife, most narcissistic abuse. My one ask of you, if anything, please never let anyone gaslight you into thinking you're crazy because you're a menopause. I hope this episode has taught you to trust yourself and to know it's never too late to seek help if you're feeling trapped or you need relief. Please reach out with any questions or stories at podcast@tamsinfidel.com, and always let me know what conversations you're looking forward to. And remember, no topic is off the table. Until next time.
That's a good thing. I like that. It seems like quite the issue. Just don't let that topic for people.
The Tamsin Show is an original production by Authentic Wave. Executive producers Scott Weinberger, Kevin Bennett, and Rebecca Grusin. Brand director Johanna Austin. Our line producer is Sabrina Surratt. Editing by Zach Smith and Marquis Harris.
Okay, nope.
Canadian milk, cream, and conscious. Just 3 simple ingredients.
Social perceptiveness is only focused on themselves. Read the room to benefit themselves. Who can do something for them in the room? Who may be the threat in the room that might unmask them? Who is the one who's easy prey in the room? Let me put this to you as a question. You can think about it for yourselves. Have you?
The Israeli government and negotiated the release of a hostage that has dual citizenship. This person has Israeli and American passports. Never was there a better ad for holding an American passport than the fact that Israel has left this person to die, and the Trump administration cannot abide this. Now, reports are that the Netanyahu regime is not happy with this. They were left out of negotiation. And Steve Witkoff, the envoy to President Trump, is saying Israel is just not even trying. They're not trying to get their people back. Of course, we've reported that for months now, that Israel is not trying to release the hostages. And in fact, that the Palestinian offer was always all for all, because Israel has hundreds of Palestinian.
When Gregor Robertson was Vancouver mayor, the price of buying a house increased by 179% in one of the most expensive markets in Canada. Why do
do you think someone with this tracker should oversee the housing file? Is this a signal from you that you don't think housing prices should go down?
That's a question.
Wow.
Mark Carney promised a major shakeup with today's cabinet reveal, but all it's got us doing is shaking our heads. Trudeau-era ministers are back in roles they still aren't qualified to fill, and Carney's new housing minister than Sean Fraser. The good news is he was actually called out on it by a reporter. Let's take a look.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister Rachel Aiello, CTV News. You're 2 seats shy of one, but should Canadians expect you to govern like you have a majority?
I
need some
we
time to think about it.
ran a very clear campaign on our priorities, standing up to the U.S., getting the best possible relationship, security and economic relationship, but then at the core, building the strongest economy in the G7 economy that works. I enumerated just now some of those, what that translates into specific priorities. You'll hear more of those translations in the speech for this one, but you will be able to guess what they are, having followed the campaign and what Canadians voted for. I'll remind, not you, you'll know this, but was watching, we received more votes than anyone else in any election. We are in a position where we have cabinet members from all of the provinces, we're proud of that, and a cabinet member from, full cabinet member from the territories. So we're governing for all Canadians, all regions, with a strong and clear mandate that came out of the election, and that's how we do that.
We do this training for 2 years. There's 800 guys, 1 million people that will join us. It's an opportunity for you at absolutely no cost to figure out how to put a blueprint for what's next in your life. How do we ever be in a position where you could start something that takes it we've already got to a whole nother level by learning from the best that exists, not just us, but to join a group of people we put together for 3 days, 3 hours a day, and a movie each day for one that'll change your life forever. Look below, get yourself registered. There's no charge, but the experience will be life-changing. All in the center.
And May 15th to the 17th, show how to thrive in this new world. Get the blueprint. Click below. We'll see you there. Don't miss it. Okay.
Stretching is not a good use of your time if your goal is to get flexible and eliminate recurring injuries. Stretching will relax your muscles and make you feel good in the moment, but it will not make you strong, mobile, or resilient. You need to strengthen your joints, build strength through a full range of motion, and build strength out of alignment. This means not only will your tiredness and recurring injuries disappear now, but you will have the resilience to prevent them from constantly coming back. My name is Vanya Moon, and here at Moon's Method, we are the leading experts for elite athletes, fitness enthusiasts, and type of children to turn to when tightness, stiffness, and recurring injuries have stalled their progress, and nothing else will deliver lasting results. We don't focus on stretching, we don't focus on foam rolling or tedious activation training, and we're not about giving quick fixes or tips to the leader. What we focus on is true mobility training, so that not only do your tightness, stiff joints, and recurring injuries disappear now, but they don't keep coming back. The reason we say this with such confidence is because this is the exact training system that has transformed over 10,000 of our clients in 41 countries. From professional athletes to everyday fitness enthusiasts who thought that they were too injured to ever move freely again, all the way to complete beginners who thought that it wasn't possible for them, men and women in their 50s, 60s, and 70s who thought that they were too old to start, and even coaches, trainers, and health professionals. And if these people can all do it, so can you. So here's how it works in 3 simple steps. Step 1, we will strengthen your joints, which is crucial for injury prevention. Step 2, we will build strength through your full range of motion. And step 3, we will train you to move safely out of alignment. This leads to lasting mobility, which results in better movement and reduced injuries. That means you will stay active and injury-free, doing what you love without setbacks. The way we do that is simple.
Okay, so one of the biggest problems I have in this press conference.
I'm gonna fucking kill somebody with the fucking ab.
conference is when Mark Carney says we have a very strong and clear mandate. No, you don't. You actually do not. A strong mandate is when you have an overwhelming number of seats in the House. That's what that means. In terms of Canada, as far as the vote result was pretty much split down the middle. That's what that means. So you actually don't have a strong mandate. You actually have an official opposition party that is the largest in the history of Canada. So what that means is that almost half the country doesn't agree with your policies and doesn't agree with your party. That is not a strong mandate. So he can go around saying that
What progress look like for you when it comes to addressing lots of living concerns in this country? And will there be a barometer such as public mandate letters for Canadians to hold you accountable?
Well, I think the way Canadians will hold accountable by their experience at the grocery store, when they're paying their electricity bill, when they or their children are looking for a place to live. So it will be their experiences how they will hold it. They will form those records, and then of course accountability comes up at the federal. Mandate letters, cabinet discussions, legislation, regulation. These are just steps to accomplish those ultimate goals, and it's what the experiences of Canadian families. That's how they would judge cost of living. I will say one other thing, but there are two elements to cost of living. One is the actual cost of things, and the other is, are people's salaries growing? Is their take-home pay increasing? Can they find jobs readily? And those last aspects, we have to focus on those aspects as well. We can act most quickly, most immediately with the middle-class tax cut, which is, as I said in my remarks, we will act by Canada Day. Parliament has to approve it. We'll have to find 2 extra votes in order to get that. But we clearly campaigned on that, and we'll put that forth. But more broadly, what we need to do is build the economy, create great jobs for Canadians. At the same time, costs are held under control. But it's really about jobs and growth in incomes that will help all Canadians get ahead.
Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know is ChatGPT. To the men over 50 who don't know how to use AI.
Okay, so a couple of things there. So they're actually not going to be measuring how they're going to be doing on affordability. That's interesting, isn't it? Considering we have all kinds of stats
Very Quebec.
to measure that.
That's how Quebec
So
doesn't
that's
get in trouble
interesting.
for anything.
But
They say,
hey,
oh, we
if you're
don't have the
not measuring
numbers.
how you're
We
going
just
to
stopped
be
measuring
successful,
it. It was
then
so
you can
bad.
just say you're successful and say, well, you know,
You just
there's
assume it's
no
that.
measurables in which you can say
Move,
that
please.
we're not. So this sounds like Justin Trudeau. And the other thing that he was saying is, well, we're going to pass a middle class tax cut and it's going to take effect by July 1st. Well, here's the thing. If Parliament isn't going to sit until the last week of May, and the last week of May, it's not like they're going to be, dropping legislation like it's falling out of the sky.
Move.
You have to get a budget across, and the tax cut is most likely going to be in this budget implementation bill. Those typically take from 6 to 8 weeks to pass. Just for everyone to actually see. The 2024 budget, that took 9
Go
weeks.
inside! Oh!
It was I think it was April 26th, and it wasn't passed until, I think, June 14th. And these budgets, they have to go through the same life cycle as all other bills. They have to be read first, then they have to be read twice, then it goes to debate, and there's votes that happen as this goes. Then it goes to committee, it has to be studied at committee, and then it has to come back for third reading, and then it has to go to the Senate first, second, third, and then off you go. You think you're going to have this in a month? Really? Pretty sure that's not going to happen. So it's not going to take effect by July 1st. Now, what he might do is make it take effect on July 1st, meaning that even if it's passed afterwards, it will be retroactive.
Look at Ashtray.
The problem with that is now you have employers in the CRA having to
How you doing,
retroactively
Jacko?
fix all of that, which is an administrative nightmare. The last thing that you need to give a government that's incompetent across the board is administrative nightmares, because they can't even administrate things when things are going smoothly, never mind when there's challenges. So yeah, good luck with that 4-month bill, Mr. Carney.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Jillian Piper with Global News. Interim NDP leader Don Davies told Global News that your government was reaching out and calling NDP individuals about trying to poach them to join your party.
Wow.
Are you trying to poach NDP MPs to join the Liberals?
Look, we, as I said a moment ago, we have a clear mandate. We'll work towards that clear mandate. We're always interested in working with parliamentarians from any of the opposition parties to support that mandate. Obviously, those discussions will intensify as Parliament returns in the course of the next, well, it's less than 2 weeks. So clear mandate, focus on those. Speech from the throne will be quite clear in terms of our priorities. We'll work with Parliament.
So in short, yes, yes, we have been, but we've been very unsuccessful. As you can see, there's no new members of this party, and I have not given any cabinet positions to anyone that is, new to this party that has just crossed the floor. So now any potential carrot that there is there, otherwise it's going to look incredibly transparent. Can you imagine somebody crosses the floor a week from now, and then all of a sudden Mark Carney says, oh, and by the way, we have a brand new cabinet position, Minister of Swimming Pools. Can you imagine how bad that would look?
Yeah, but would it be surprising at this point? Probably not.
Than that. So this answers the question, at least in the short term. That's not happening. So you're not going to get any NDP people crossing the floor. Props to the NDP, by the way. I don't agree with them, and in most cases, don't agree with what they say. There have been some confident ones in committee that, when they're not rooted in their ideology, they're actually, fairly effective MPs. But then they fall into their ideology, and then, everything, turns to dust. Anyhow, I will give credit where credit is due. Kudos to none of them, or kudos to all of them, I should say. Kudos to none of them for the performance last time, but kudos to all of them for saying, no, thank you very much. So obviously there's some sort of party loyalty there, and they're pretty well, there better be, because otherwise your party is not going to be in existence after the next election. So, Carney's on his own here.
Yeah, why is your bag so heavy?
What bag?
Your school bag.
I was wondering the same thing in the truck. It's because Cody's was but a bunch of Gatorade, and Cody grabbed the yellow ones because he knows I like them. So he gave me the yellow.
So gay.
Yeah, it's so gay.
You guys are so gay.
He brought me just the yellows. That last year I didn't give any yellow to anyone. Never.
No, they don't sell just cases of yellow.
No, it's just fucking.
We're gonna take a shower. I fucking stabbed myself so many times with the fucking chicken wire. I was barefoot because I can't walk with my boots in the dirt that I just sifted because I'll just fucking flatten it all. So I fucking had to do it with my bare feet. You just think you do anything to them, and they'll just be like, yay. I'm paying attention. I don't care if you beat me.
attention.
I'm gonna take a shower. Because I can't take a bath. I think my period's started. I'm so much pain. Now I'm just in pain everywhere though. So it's even. What? Yeah, I'm probably definitely gonna do that. I've got a cocktail of different pills right now.
Yeah.
Benadryl, Aleve.
As long as you didn't take any ibuprofen.
No.
Advil and stuff. It's good. It's good.
Maybe you could take my dog back upstairs?
It's super hot still.
Oh.
It's starting to.
Let me go check the.
I thought your dog was dying, but it's this here.
That happens to me all the time. That's why. And you're like, you're being crazy. Like, or I'll be like, what? Is everything okay? And you're like, no one said anything. Your dog's fine. Your dog's sleeping. Because it'll be like some like repetitive noise somewhere. And I'm like, I think my dog's dying. For like fucking years, my dog's been dying. Ooh, that one hurt.
Yeah, this is the worst. Fucking
Well, because so I lost my sewing measuring tape because I fucking had tantrum at the measuring tape and I broke it. And it went in the measuring tape, so I'd unscrew the measuring tape and pop it open.
I can bring you one.
Thank you.
I got more than one.
The black one, the thin black one, orange, black and orange, the thin one.
I'm not.
Oh.
I didn't bring measuring tape from here.
If you ever see the black and orange one, that's really thin. I want that one.
Alright.
Because I like that it's thin, and I fucking hate the measuring tapes that are big and bulky and huge for no reason. What are you measuring? That is the size of a football field with the fucking measuring tape. Like, they have specific measuring tape contraptions to measure things like this. Your tape measure doesn't need to be this fucking huge. Ridiculous. What are you measuring?
It's where I measure more than 16 feet, but when
that is 13
Cody
feet.
went to Georgia and you take measurements for the grass, he can do it right on measuring tape. It's 35 feet.
That, my thing outside is 13 feet.
Yeah, it's usually that 13
And a bit.
16, 20, 25.
I just do everything, whatever, in a bit.
It's Stanley Fat Max 30 feet. And it's like thick like this. Fucking insane. But the thing is, it stays up like so. It's because when they're bigger, they stay straight without breaking.
Yeah.
Longer.
Oh.
Much longer. Like a normal standard one, you can do 56 inches, and the Stanley can do 112 or something.
Looks like you're crying. So yeah, no, when I went to get the screws, I dropped them in the fucking bucket of screws and I fucking stabbed myself trying to find it.
Bunch of screws. I'm gonna go check that message. I'm trying to find out if I work tomorrow, and then because I need the money now that I want to figure. I told him about the jail thing. I told him that my back hurt, but I'm still able to work tomorrow. And he just talked about me having to change my lawyer and never got back to me. So I said to Cody, if you hear anything about work tomorrow, just let me know. It's just a text message. Communication is the key there.
Oh. Yeah. I'll go check downstairs for the fucking, Are you serious? Yeah. Can't leave Cokes on the counter.
What do you mean?
Because now there's a fuck ton of ants.
Well, my Coke is here.
I'm saving for future reference.
Okay.
Cause,
I'm trying to rinse the can and I bring them down.
Oh. Owie. Oh, fucker. Oh. That really hurts. Okay. Let's take the basics. Oh, wait a second. I know. The dehumidifier. Which is out cold air. Oh, the kitchen window's not open. Oh, that's not helpful. Oh. Stop. Whiskey, Frolic. Go upstairs. Right, you know where this is. Come. I'll do. Before you start getting bit by ants. Good. Have the pressure, the suction, and the pressure. Sometimes you have to open the other side. When you slap it closed, and it's like suction, you have to open it from the other side.
I guess I'll just go get the stuff that I'm not putting down. I'm just Derek model. Derek is tell me. Oh.
Hold on. Hopefully Derek didn't die. Baby? Ow! Fuck, what I just step on! I just stepped on a piece of glass.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That was a really big piece of glass. Oh, it's from my, what do you call it? Nail polish.
Oh.
when my nail polish fucking broke in my mouth. I had some in my lap that I fucking, or no, it was in my house coat. And I just like kind of like pulled my house out, look, more or less. Yes. I pulled up my house coat so it didn't fall in the bed. I guess when I went to throw it downstairs. Yep. Oh fuck. A mop. I'll fucking lose it.
They finished work at 7:45.
Wow. Where?
The same place I was.
Oh, okay, but not at Georgia's?
No.
Because, holy shit, I would. If it was at Georgia's, I'd be like, I am so happy you went to court.
No, I'm so happy I went to court today because I didn't want to finish a fucking fish at a shift at fucking 7:45. The whole point starting early. Well, you guys starting early can do more hours in a day. That's not the fucking point.
And you're saying that you're being taken advantage of.
Yeah.
Like, when you're like, fucking... You know what? It's so funny. They're talking about it on the radio now. How businesses are looking to hire immigrants because it was supposed to be a last resort. So, like, people who live in buttfuck nowhere land, if they can't find anyone to work, then you can hire immigrants. But I'm also assuming it was supposed to be, like, refugees. People that are in war-torn countries where their life is at risk, but you're still supposed to pay them the same that you pay us. Like, you don't pay them $7 an hour because they're fucking immigrants. I thought that was illegal. I thought we did this, like, before I was born, and we already sorted this one out.
I guess not.
Apparently not. Apparently we still are confused about this. Like, that it's wrong to pay people based on, like, when I applied at Starbucks recently, you know what I'm starting to find? Like, you know what? After listening to all this, I'm starting to feel like Starbucks probably puts job applications online for people to apply to, and they automatically get rejected. And they fucking tell me like a month later, it was like a month later, that they were like, oh, so the position has been filled, it's no longer available, and try to apply again in the future, whatever. And 3 days later, that same job application is up again. I'm like, so what? It didn't work out? And I think back to, I used to do the stack of CVs 8 o'clock Monday morning, walking from fucking store to store. I did this many times for weeks and weeks. Like, I've done this so many times. Every time I've done that, I probably handed out over 1,000 CVs in my lifetime. And not one of those ended in a call or like even like an acknowledgement that I applied somewhere. Last time I applied to a job in person, 16-year-old girls laughed me out of the store and told me you have to apply online. And no one will see your CV. It'll go in the garbage and no one's going to see it. There's no one to review it. And I was like, okay. So I'm thinking that's probably part of businesses' scams to be like, we have to hire foreign immigrants because we don't have people to work. And I'm like, that's bullshit. I have a tent city full of fucking people ready to work. And Stefan, Vanessa, these are all people that are very serious, even though he's crazy, you could still give him fucking shit labor jobs.
Stefan is a fucking professional installing drywall.
That's what I mean. I have a list of people, a whole city of people that are ready to work, but you don't want them to work because of whatever. They don't have an address. They don't have a phone that you can call. So I'm pretty sure they just put fucking ads for hiring people. I've never gotten a job that way. Every job I've ever gotten is from a friend hooking me up directly. What's up? Fucking beat you up. I took the fucking one off the floor. Now, if you get stepped on, it's your fault. I feel bad for killing them. As they come back to retrieve their...
Yeah, but I was about to kill this one. You have to squish them properly because if not, they're like, and they send a signal
Yeah, I know.
and they come and pick them
And they
up.
try to fucking rescue them and save them.
Yeah.
And amputate. It's so sad.
You have to instant kill them.
You know what? It's funny. I compared that today to Mark Carney. Basically, what he's doing, and he keeps being like, "Don't worry, it's gonna get better. It's gonna get better." And people are like, "Yeah, but it seems like it's getting worse." He's like, "Yeah, but it's gonna get better." Basically, like I'm gonna make everything better. Pretty much. I was like, this is like a very typical narcissist. Like, hold out just a little bit longer. It's gonna work out. And if you back out now, everyone's going to. It'll all be for naught. Sorry. But I was comparing it to they're saying that rich people don't care about people who are not rich. And it's just like, you know what? It's the same concept of ants. I can put out ant traps and they eat poison and I know that they eat poison and they're gonna bring it back and it's gonna kill them, but I don't have to feel bad about killing them. Because I don't have to see them. He doesn't live here. He doesn't feel bad he doesn't feel bad for us, he doesn't have to see it.
In my own space.
Yeah, so he's gonna say whatever that makes you guys feel better and shut the fuck up. Like, okay, but now it's like your song.
Don't give a fuck.
I looked in the downstairs. I looked downstairs. The air conditioner's not in there. So we're digging a storage for me. What is your fucking face? Is that a coffee bean? Good boy. Good boy for not eating coffee beans. Good smart dog. Are you hungry or?
A little bit.
What do you want?
I don't know. It's 9 o'clock.
Tell me what you want.
It's like late now.
What you really want. I wanna. Sorry. Whiskey's like, why is mommy yelling? Here, these things.
Huh? No.
What?
No.
Did you just say no?
Yeah.
You didn't even see what I'm talking about.
Talking about the chicken thingy.
Oh, okay. You said no.
Just with sound, baby. You know what I am with sound, right? Okay.
I can make the barbecue hot dogs real quick on the barbecue. What? With the big hot dog buns. Before the hot dog buns go bad.
Okay.
Because on the barbecue, they're super good.
Okay, yeah.
Boiling them with crab dinner, they are
Yeah.
great.
Okay, give them another chance. One. It's quick and easy.
Mm-hmm.
And then, can do your thing. Shower.
Fast.
With my dog, coffee. Now you're all out.
Yeah, but I have to wash my fucking everything first.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll go do this right now. There's a mop in here.
Kill it. Go. I know. You go away on my dog.
I'm just gonna go turn on the No, I'm staying here. Back up. These I will put at the front door because we have learned our lesson not to wear the billy boots in the mud. Oh, what are you looking at?
Ants.
Oh.
Looking at. I did see if it even goes in the ant trap.
I just put that new in there.
They don't seem to go in. They don't seem to be attracted to it, person.
Well, because they're too smart. Their craving for the sugar and the Coke
Everything else?
overrides their giving a fuck for the poison. Oh.
Okay.
What?
She looks at it inside and
Well. Fucked up my nail. Later. Thank you. Now I'm gonna get tetanus.
tomorrow I'm gonna ask Derek. What time do you go to bed at night?
What
time do you get up?
Well, you think he's gonna tell you the truth? Well, I guess you'll know if he's lying. If he says go to
No,
9 o'clock at night.
I'm always going to ask little questions like that. So you didn't sleep that much, and then you're capable of doing that. Oh.
The problem with Coke, you have to do a lot. You can't do a little bit of Coke. Because you get, what do you call it? Your body adjusts to it so fast.
You lose your momentum.
Well, the people keep saying, like, fucking. Wait. Oh, there. Let me close my Facebook one. Oh, unable to start live video. What? Really? I did 8 hours? Cool. It was 8 hours. Fucking Tammy. Tammy always says it's so hard to get fucking blow. I'm like, it's not hard to get blow because they're like, even when you've burned all your bridges, you can still go to a dive bar and any French dive bar and ask somebody, be like, "Who does someone here sell blow?" Because they all have somebody sells blow there.
You might not get a lot, but
Yeah, and she's like, "Oh, blow's not good anymore," and I'm just like, you know what, blow? It's kind of a stand. It always stays the same mostly. Sometimes it'll be like a little less good, but like it's pretty consistently
It's
the
either
same.
You get it from the guy, and it's super fucking good as fuck, or you get it down the chain, which is as soon as it's modified from the very good stuff, it's not good anymore. So the more you go down the chain,
But it's
more
nothing
cut,
like
but
Speed.
It's still shit.
It's nothing like when Speed gets like a down where like every dealer has the same garbage speed, even if it's a different press, it'll still like be the cat piss smelling speed.
And some people,
And eventually people catch on to it though.
Some people add the rumor. Okay, this is the rumor that goes around.
Ooh.
People are putting heroin in their drugs, and then that's how we get addicted. I'm like, no. People won't do that because they want you to buy the bigger stuff. Because after that, you're hooked on it, and then they don't have to worry about it anymore. They don't have to fucking lace your shit. And then first of all, who's gonna lace cheap drug with expensive drug?
You're not gonna waste drugs. You're
No,
not gonna waste
you're not
good
gonna-
drugs.
you're
You're
gonna
gonna sell
sell
your
your
good
expensive
drugs for the
drugs.
right price.
Yeah.
Like because there's no lack of people who are gonna
Yeah.
buy it. If someone doesn't want to pay for it, next in line. Yeah, thank you. I just need to clear out the counter again, that's all. I am a human dishwasher. That's okay. Gives me something to do while you're not here. I'm just waiting for that place to respond to my call. Or my message. What?
Just a little while longer.
What?
Working without any chance of putting money aside.
Well,
because you still have a few things to pay, the tickets, get your car.
You know what?
At least now I only have to go to the jail thing, and I'm done paying I'm done paying for my tickets. I'm done paying for.
Yeah, but your tickets are more life problematic to life.
Yeah, but they're
stuff.
existent now.
Exactly.
That's
Like,
over.
and mine is not the end of the world. I'm not gonna die without it. It's just an inconvenience. That's all. Could be a lot worse. We could still be in a tent.
Yeah, but there's too much bugs in the tent. Right now there's a lot.
Ah, that's making me fucking want to kill somebody. I'm like, it's just a little moth.
Yeah, but little mariposa de las noches.
I have a whole fucking room for him to eat. Eat. Thank you. Whoopsies.
No, no, no.
Yeah, but see, now he squished on my floor. I'm gonna step it on my bare feet.
Oh. Well, you know what then? At least it's not cockroaches.
Right? Or bed bugs.
Yeah.
I complain about stuff a lot, but you know what? Could be so much worse.
Okay, am I eating a cupcake while we wait then?
Okay.
So much chocolate on it.
Take a knife and wipe it off. Use your finger, wipe it off.
Lick it.
Baby. Why me no?
Oh,
No. I need real food.
me too. Look what happened. They all fell in the bottom.
Yeah, I know. You never really know what happens with them when I'm experimenting.
Oh.
Because I put too many in.
They all fell in the bottom.
Yeah, because I put too many. Usually I drop them on the top. Usually I actually push them in and they stay in place. But the fucking the beauty of fucking baking.
Stepped in it.
What? I put them away. Your cupcake?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh.
What?
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 My mouth is full.
Huh.
No, thank you.
Beep, I'm sheep.
Oh, beep, beep, out of shit?
Yeah.
Now, on the couch.
That meow, I'm cow. You always know what to say to make me feel better. Meow, meow, I'm a cow. I said, meow, meow, I'm a cow. I love you so much. Fucking creep, you love a sheep? Fucking weirdo. Come on. Do the thing. Oh, cancel. Ow. Ow. Something burning my fucking nail that I fucking bit off too short. What a bitch. That does not feel great.
That's why I use nail clippers.
No, it's from the nail that I fucking stabbed myself with. Because my nails are so flimsy, they break off like it's nobody's business. Biznitch. Oh, wait. Where did I put my phone? Oh, no. I admit that in the past I've been a nasty. They weren't kidding when they called me kind of strange. Oh, but listen, please don't laugh. I use it on behalf of the miserable, the lonely, and depressed. And unfortunately, I know a little magic. It's a talent that I always have possessed. More unfortunate, so sad, but true. And so I get the girl and do I help them? Yes, I do. Those poor unfortunate souls. It's sad, but true. They can call me grief crying, will you help us pretty please, and do I help them? Yes, I do. Who knew? My candy. My candy.
Oh no!
They must go to my ball of candy and be like, what is this protective barrier? You're very much right. When I'm on my pills, I need to have a timer. Because my already no concept of time just gets worse.
Well, I mean, it's starting to be dark outside at like 8:30.
Yeah.
So you won't know until it's late already.
Very much so. But it's weird because, like,
I'm looking at a timer, doing my thing. I even did my thing at 7 o'clock.
it's weird because I feel like I should be like expecting it to be darker, like a lot like later.
My whole youth in foster care, always going to bed with the sun up still.
That's so terrible, Yan. That's so fucked up. And then they fucking drug you if you have a test about it.
If you get in trouble, you're at school or over there, it's either you do copy and then you go to bed even earlier. the sound of greatness.
The sound of addiction.
No, I was okay today. I drank a cup and a half, and I didn't even think about it all day.
Wow. Really?
What?
You don't Jones for drugs, you Jones for coffee and like roach joints.
Jones for coffee.
Been thinking about it all day.
Huh?
I didn't even think about it all day.
I said I wasn't thinking about it all day.
Yeah, but do you normally?
No.
Oh. I didn't even think about coffee once today.
I mean, it's the same with cigarettes. If I don't have them, I don't. Oh, baby. Here, I'll put the. Hey, stop hurting yourself, bro. Why don't you just take a flashlight?
No.
You don't want it? Thank you, guys.
Okay, maybe I'll bring it on next time. Something moved and I got scared and ran away. Yeah, I closed my fingers on the door door. Garbage bag! Ah! I slightly squished it. I'll fight every fucking ant. I'll punch every ant in the face.
coming from? Just finished 500. I'm going to work in spa. What's your name?
See, when my life feels like it's not as great as I want it to be, sometimes I just look at stuff related to Shadowgee. And I just like laugh from a distance and be like, haha, not me. And I feel a little bit better. Because I don't live there.
Same with me when I walk downtown. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so happy I changed my life and I don't have anything to do with any of this anymore.
Ah, it's like somebody got hit by a car in front of Billings.
Oh wow.
And people are like freaking out. 2 girls, there's a bunch of ambulances and police cars. What's going on? I didn't want to drop my kid off because I called the school and they weren't answering. I'm like, yeah, probably because they have a situation going on. Right. They might not answer the phone right away.
Imagine you see on the phone with the police.
Yeah, no, on a regular day, good luck getting through to them. Like, so right now, yeah, they might not be answering every phone call the parents are making to be like, hey, what's going on? Right. Like, and fucking people are like, I hope she's gonna be okay. Some girl was just like, the student will be fine. She got hit by a car at the crosswalk on Maple. More scare than harm. And people are like, how insensitive. And like, fucking, she's just like, I was like, you know what? This is very typical Shat Rat problems. $5 that's gonna turn into someone with speeding, driving under the influence, we're at a stop, gonna be an investigation. And she was like, no, just an old man. So I told her, I was like, you know what? When my mom tried to save a girl that got hit by a car, Kayla came home the next day from school saying that someone, there was rumors saying that my mom was the one who hit her because she was drunk driving and ran a red light. Jesus. Oh yeah, Kayla came home fucking hysterically crying. And my mom was actually like the one who was trying to save her. We were just waiting at the light. And the girl ran into the street. She ran into the car. Like, he didn't hit her. He was not speeding. He didn't run a light. Like, she was drunk and tried to cross the street and didn't see the car coming up on the next lane. And it hit her. Like, it was just it was actually kind of her fault. So, I was just like, fucking... Also, 80% of Shadowgee is seniors, so like everything's half speed, and only when you leave Shadowgee, you're like, oh, shit, normal speed. Okay.
Normal speed.
No, it's super frustrating because you go back to Shadowgee and you're just like, I knew this was fucking.
The only place is get back when you drive quick.
And they're like, you're just getting overly upset because people aren't rushing for you. I'm like, nope, you're not going normal speed. This is fucked up. You guys are like doing it on purpose. No fucks given. Oh, the hot dogs. Oh no. See, you need a timer.
Move around a bit, right?
You can come out with me this time. Fuck you.
Beautiful line of the field. How many there for another couple of days? Maybe
Fastest poop ever. You and your dog are the exact same. You guys would poop the same. That's right. And oh, no shit! A silverfish. I haven't seen a silverfish in a long time. Where you came from?
Silverfish?
Uh-huh. I thought my friend had lost it. Because she was talking about silverfish and they swim in your damp laundry. I was like, okay, Joanne broke. I was like, Joanne, there's no fish in the laundry. You're on fucking drugs. She's like, no, they're called silverfish because it looks like they swim because of how they move. But they're little bugs that live in your damp laundry. And the way they move just looks like they're swimming like a fish. I was like, oh, that makes sense. What?
First time I hear that.
I thought she was fucking retarded. Mm. Oh my god, it's painful. Why? I failed my nails too much. Motherfucker. Ow.
You're getting worried. You should be getting worried about what?
The fuck are you watching? Plate. Plate.
This is huge. This is not how any president has ever spoken before. The State Department has only made press releases talking about how we disapprove of other cultures and we're going to go over there and do something about it. It's not God's. Ah, fuck.
They don't really have a lot of things like this.
Yeah.
Prevent long-time prevention because we don't even really have studies over so many years to see how this stuff affects the body, like in the palm trees. So I think if you try to stay ahead of the curve with stuff like Aries Tech, this I think it's only beneficial.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Saudi Arabia because, boy, there's a lot of moving pieces with this story today. First, we'll kind of break them down in chunks here because President Trump is released.
You want regular mustard?
First in Saudi Arabia, where he
Onions, okay.
Unless you want to cut onions.
That's okay. I'm already here. Might as well. I wouldn't ask you if I didn't want you to actually tell me what you fucking want.
Also,
Imagine just, what do you want at your hot dog? Well, fuck, I guess I just have to do more work. God, I'm already making dinner and fucking... God. Never stop having to do shit for you, god damn it.
they check your social media. You can share streaming passwords. It is really a vault to secure. It's BUNKR. If you use
things to unpack.
What?
Great to see you. Welcome.
You want to do more work? We're saying the same thing.
Oh.
Hey, appreciate your invite here. Glad to be here.
Our pleasure. First at just a high level, Benjamin Netanyahu, it seems like he is sort of scrambling right now. So, I don't know. There's a lot to unpack with what's going on in Israel. He's, over the past 24 hours, basically saying we're going full bore with our mission, our war in Gaza, doubling down on this position. While at the same time, President Trump is in Saudi Arabia. So he took a few pot shots, basically, at Netanyahu, the way that I'm missing something here. And it seems that there's a lot of neocons in Washington, D.C. crying right now.
Oh, man.
Think of this.
Well, I was
Fantastic.
When I heard that, and I saw that you were trying to show there a second ago, and I was just, I had to back the video up a little bit to like, did I just hear that right? Because I agree with you. I'm like, when have I ever heard an American president say these things? I've been saying these things for a long time and wanting an American president to say them. Now, I will caveat by saying that your words are great, but they have to be followed with action too. But man, if he does any version of that, it could represent a sea change of positive for the United States because what he said is so rational and logical, and that's what other people around the world.
Oh, that maybe killing babies in war is bad?
More safety, security, and more
Not
economic
fucking
prosperity for us.
revolutionary.
So if he follows through with actions, that is fantastic.
Wow, how open-minded
Right.
he is.
So, I'm watching these relations with Saudi Arabia. We've had all of these reports in Saudi Arabia, the MBS and his family and things that they've done. And I thought, wait, we're not supposed to like them, but can we be diplomatic? But it has to be across the board, is that we don't tell people how to be, and we can do business with people if it in fact benefits.
When you work in the
both
airport,
sides.
it's like a weird culture shock.
Non-interventionist has to be
Seeing
absolute,
the
so I can't
girls
then
in
go
full,
digging into
because you can
MBS
see
and
they're
say,
they're children, they're not
right? It
adults,
you have to be a person of your
and
word.
they're walking behind their husband, and I was just like,
Look,
just gonna grab them and just like be like, come with me.
You can't turn a blind eye and pretend nothing has happened. Or, sometimes you do have to take some actions. But ultimately, the president of the United States, whoever holds that office, has the primary obligation to keep us safe and to ensure our economic prosperity. And sometimes that means doing business with folks you don't like. And it also means that you can use your influence to guide them in areas where you do want them to go, especially if that's mutually beneficial. And if it's away from those things that he's been accused of in the past, that's a bigger win than trying to just condemn it. And listen, sometimes condemning is what you have to do, but only in certain selections if it has a chance for a positive outcome. But especially what he was talking about with the war, he's talking about maybe lifting sanctions on Syria, or actually did, because he wants to give them a chance. He doesn't want to go to war with Iran. He still says they can't have nuclear weapons, but he says he would much prefer diplomacy. I think there's a real shot at that. And listen, this whole thing about Netanyahu, he may want to go full bore on here, but he's got to be careful he doesn't go too far away from Trump, because he can't do any of that without the flow of American weapons, bombs, missiles, and everything else. So we have a lot of leverage over there, and Netanyahu, I think that he's going down a path that cannot succeed militarily and will harm Israel. And I hope that Trump comes to that same conclusion. But overall, I really like the direction this is going, especially the neocons crying, as you mentioned. That was great, too.
I know. I'm pinching myself because I really, I don't want to get my hopes up in this situation. Like, is Netanyahu being boxed out? Trump, was furious that Netanyahu went around.
Eyes are on fire!
He doesn't like being upstaged. He doesn't like being, waking up and finding at 4 a.m. that Netanyahu has released a video message putting words in Trump's mouth. And you've seen the marginalization now of Mike Waltz within the Trump administration being pushed out in a lot of ways. So I don't want to get my hopes up too high here. Do you anticipate the United States really pulling back away from Netanyahu even more than we've already seen in the past 48 hours?
I certainly hope so. Not out of any animosity towards Israel. I have nothing but good thoughts toward the people of Israel.
It's inside the computer. It's so simple.
It's definitely not good for us. Some of the things Israel doing, if you're going to be honest, they're clearly against international law. And all you can
Clearly, when places like the Houthis in Africa, like African tribes are like, yo, this is a war crime. They're like, yeah, kind of.
Absolute black and white against international law. You are giving corporate punishment to the 2 million people in the Gaza Strip, allegedly to put pressure on Hamas. That is illegal, and we should not support that. And I hope that Trump says that's not good for us. That's not good for our image to actually support that. So we're going to pull that back.
Which is kind of shitty because it's it is all about Trump's image at the end of the day. It's why he cares so much. But that's fine. I don't really give a shit what the reason you're doing it for. Just fucking get it done.
Starving kids to death.
Yeah, starving kids to death. I think we can all agree that's fucked up. No, it's fucked up.
But it will not make you right now. Israeli
I can't believe we have to clarify that.
Says, here's a quote: "There is no way that Israel will lay off Gaza, even if
Obviously.
they get their hostages back."
Obviously,
so he is at
it's
least
not about the
dropped
land.
veil that we're doing this to.
It's about the
treat
people on the
hostages.
land.
He's saying even if we get the hostages,
You're not going to stop
killing.
killing. Yeah, obviously.
And then we'll go in. There's no way we'll stop the war. He's saying we can make a.
We already
ceasefire
agreed that
for
it's a war crime,
period
and we
of
still
time,
are like,
but we're
but
going
maybe.
to end. Now that's the attitude they're taking to ceasefire talks in Qatar. What the Trump administration obviously has to do something about that. They can't allow a 30-day ceasefire and then go back in and completely raise the area. What do you make of this attitude going into negotiations? That's not a settlement.
It's not, and I think that this is coming closer. I think that
They're mad about Trump not doing negotiations. There's no negotiating happening.
Because you pretended on so thin of a lie in the past.
Boy who cried wolf.
They're just not worried about that anymore. But I've been saying since
Okay.
at least the first month of this war.
You need to cope with it?
2023. That if the Israelis wanted the hostages,
You want to cope with it?
they could have had them back. There was a deal to say. There was something on
Yeah, okay.
the table. If it was important to you, you would have prioritized that above everything else. They were still inside the Gaza Strip. They weren't going anywhere. But he has chosen not to. And of course, this last ceasefire, there was a golden opportunity. They would have had them all back in now if they had done all three phases of that. But Israel is the one that closed that back off. So actions speak much louder than words. And again, I hope that this influences President Trump's decision to not back failing policies.
Clearly, you're absolutely right about that, Colonel, which is we've had multiple reports from different journalists, Jewish journalists, right here on our show, who said absolutely that just back. Once that happens, the war ends, and then Netanyahu is out of power. And that's why you had so many protests from families of the hostages protesting Netanyahu in the streets of Tel Aviv. So if they wanted these hostages back, they could have gotten them. And I also thought it was interesting that the hostage who President Trump was able to negotiate, Steve Witkoff, to get out of there, he was asked to meet with Netanyahu, and he said, no, I don't want to meet with Netanyahu, because he knows.
I didn't see that part.
He kept him there. I mean, by all accounts, Netanyahu was instrumental in perpetuating his hostage keeping. So again, this has been a disaster of their own making. It's going to be interesting to see going forward how much this can continue inside of Gaza. I'll just get you out of here on this, Colonel, which is Are you surprised by like the neocon meltdown? I mean, you had like Ben Shapiro coming out basically in many ways slamming the Trump administration for this hostage negotiation by not using Israel to carry it out. They're like upset that we got an American hostage back.
Well, yeah, and you've also seen Mark Levin. He's just been melting down over a number of things. He's been upset with Trump. So somebody who just a couple of weeks ago was really excited because Trump put him on some board member of something. He was all excited. Now all of a sudden he's going against it because Trump is doing what he's actually campaigned on, which is America first. That's what the American president is supposed to do, is prioritize our needs above any other nation. And now people, it just shows that some people actually don't want an America first foreign policy. They want an Israel first foreign policy, and then America if it works out. And I'm categorically against that. And again, I just want to reinforce, I'm absolutely not opposed to the people of Israel at all. I have nothing but good things about them. I want peace for all of them and for the Palestinian people. But priority comes to the American people from our president.
Right, at Clayton City had one more question, but I do too. When President Trump had strong words for Iran, he talked about how if he can't make a deal with Iran, he's ready to put maximum force economically. He did not make military threats. I mean, maybe a little, you could parse some out at the end, but to my mind, I heard, wait, he's actually not threatening war. He's threatening economic war. Now, we've already had sanctions with Iran in place for a long time, but do you hear hesitancy to go to war with Iran in those words? Because that's what I was hopeful for.
Yes, I actually covered that on my show earlier this afternoon because when you saw some clips from, especially from late February and early March, Trump was basically said, hey, if there's not a deal, bombs are going to start falling and we're in the last moment, folks. You know, we're right to the edge here of doing something. And there was something that happened behind the scenes, and I'm trying to figure this out. But something really changed in Trump, and then he started switching to, actually, let's go down the diplomatic path. And I was the same with you. I was listening carefully when he said that about Iran, and I noticed that the first thing he said was not there will be bombing. He just said maximum economic pressure, etc. And I agree that you could read, but there's some parsing later on that it could imply that. But I think it's clearly he's laying out that his strong imperative, plus other comments he made during this speech, is that he does not want any war in this area. I don't think that the Saudi Arabians want any war. And if he wants all these good deals in there, the last thing you want is to have a war in the region. So I think his economic priorities are downplaying any kind of military priority. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, he's a businessman at heart, you know. Yeah, and I think maybe the right people have gotten to Trump. You know, we were hopeful that some of these neocons would be edged out, and it sounds like the right conversations, the pro-peace groups are surrounding Trump and maybe blanketing him, maybe protecting him from some of these neocons. That's the way that I'm seeing it right now. But Colonel
We
Davis,
can give him a little credit directly. This is along the lines of things he promised on the campaign trail.
Yeah, I think that one of the problems in the first administration was that he had the right ideas and other people were working against it. So by surrounding himself with people who don't work against him, more of his good ideas come out. And I'm for that.
yeah, like J.D. Vance, etc. So, Colonel, great to see you as always. Thank you so much for your insights on this, and we'll be watching. This is just the first leg of the Mideast trip here. A lot more news will be coming out of the Middle East in the next few days. Colonel, great to see you.
You bet. Appreciate it.
Most people use ChatGPT the wrong way. Here's how the smart ones get ahead. To the men over 50 who don't know how to use AI, tomorrow morning, we're starting the 28-day AI challenge for beginners over 50. Just 15 minutes a day to level up your life.
What did I do all day? I dug in this fucking, I dug in a hole.
In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy.
You know what's so funny?
You'll wonder why you didn't start sooner.
I'm digging like holes in my game, and then I go outside and dig some more. Yeah.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's continuing its assault on the Gaza 46 Palestinians
Hello.
killed and 73 wounded over the past 24 hours. Among the dead, at least 2 people killed when Israel bombed the Nasser medical complex in Khan
Well,
Yunis.
Benjamin Netanyahu's super pissed at Trump
Journalist Hassan Islaya.
because Trump did something with, and Benjamin Netanyahu. No, we're not stopping until every Hamas terrorist is dead. But he considers every Palestinian to be part of Hamas. So they're like, oh, a lot of people are trying to say that it's a lot of people are trying to say that it's not because they're Palestinian, it's because they want the resources that is under that land. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm pretty sure they don't, because they can literally buy land anywhere in the world. They literally go up to people who already own that land and they're like, hey, I'll pay whatever X amount of money for this fucking land that you own. It has nothing to do with the land. I'm pretty sure it's very clearly, personally, solely about the fact that they're Palestinian. And mostly because they're Muslim. So, but yeah, no, Trump made a move and he was just like, oh, I already told you no. So they're having a lover's quarrel. What was I doing? Making myself a hot dog.
Receiving treatment for injuries he sustained in an
Oh, we were
airstrike
changing
last month.
this.
He's at least the 215th media worker killed in Gaza since October 2023. It's not the first time Israel's bombed Nasser hospital. Israeli forces previously struck its
America continues to make historic economic announcements that shows they will be crushing well into the future. Meanwhile, Carney is showing that Canada is in for more of the same. His new announcement is so embarrassing that an economist said it's like shuffling chairs on the Titanic and that his cabinet lacks integrity and intelligence. Of course, Pierre was out there roasting immediately after it announced he's been working with these people forever. He knows how bad they are. But the mainstream media cannot go even a single day without proving to us, once again, they cannot be trusted and they're running cover as the liberal mouthpiece. We're going to get into that. The stuff that Trump's getting into in the Middle East is exciting. Could be ground-shattering news moving forward. Get into it.
Because of U.S. President Donald Trump and his trade war on Canada, Japanese automaker Honda says it is postponing a $15 billion investment in Ontario because of Trump's 25% auto tariffs. Now, that word is just coming in from Honda headquarters in Japan this morning. Honda is planning to build 4 new electric vehicle plants in Ontario. The automaker bills it, or has billed it, as Canada's first comprehensive electric gain. Let's listen into the announcement that came from Honda Japan headquarters earlier this morning.
Hey everybody, it's Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi. I have a question for you. If you had to make a choice between having...
Now, before we get into it, I want to talk about what she just said there. Classic. We have a major economic bomb dropping in Canada that Honda is not going to be building this $15 billion factory, okay? And she decides to run cover and say it's all because of Donald Trump's tariffs. That's what's coming out of Honda. That's not true. In their announcement, what they said was electronic vehicle sales are falling. We're not sure about the future of electric vehicles. So we're going to push back our dates. They said they want it to be fully electric by 2040. They said they're going to reassess that and push that back because they don't know if that's even the future of cars anymore. And yes, they did mention that it was also waiting to see what happens with the tariffs and where they land. But that was just a factor. They're big.
Your dog is snuffing the sausages and walking away from them.
Yeah, okay. Why is that surprising to you?
So whiskey, you know what to do?
Yeah, my dog does that with $20 steak. He snuffs it. Like,
thing was we're already seeing electric vehicle sales are falling. I'm going to be honest, I'm not a big electric vehicle guy, so I can see why they're failing.
I was.
And so they are being so
until Tesla
disingenuous
said
off
it's
the
illegal
bat
to
as
fix
the
it.
media who's unbiased saying it's all because of Trump's tariffs and they're blaming him. No, that was like reason number 3.
Looking ahead, the electric vehicle market growth has slowed down more than expected. We reviewed trade timing of a comprehensive value change project in Canada and decided to postpone a large-scale investment.
So that is the announcement from the Honda headquarters in Japan, and it's bringing Scott
I think you
Peterson.
guys
He has
thought
the
that
breaking-
Elon Musk wouldn't do that to the auto industry because he cares about his money too much. You know what?
This is a complete pause in that $15 billion plan, and they go on to say that they will reassess at that time if they will even build it. And going back,
I think the Canadian government thought that Elon Musk, because that was what the trucker protest was really about. It started off as the truckers not wanting to get vaccinated, but what it ended up turning into was the more they blocked the Chicago border for the GM factories and people couldn't get replacements for their fucking electric cars, the more upset that the government was getting. So the more the protesters were pushing on blocking that border. But they don't tell you that. But I think right now they underestimated that Elon Musk would take a hit financially just to be like, because him and Trump are like besties now, and fucking he took a huge hit on his cars. And I think Canada didn't think that he was going to do that. What do you want from my life?
to that director of Japan say that they're going to assess this, that the electric vehicle market has basically dropped out. And so this is a big change in their plans. And this is an earnings call that the director made this announcement. Here's a little bit more of that same conference call.
North America, the EV market growth is slowing down. And so as of now, we think that we should postpone for at least 22 years. What happens after 2 years and the starting time of the project, we have to observe what is happening and ultimately make the decision.
So, if you notice, the full earnings announcement is mostly focused around the EV market basically crumbling. Yes, that guy did just acknowledge that they said that the market was slowing and they're not sure. But to start the video off saying, we've got news from Honda, and they told us it's because of Trump and his tariffs. And then show clips back to back of them not mentioning that and talking about the EVs being short. It's just so classic because then again, we have this video, which is an update to the story I talked about yesterday with the foreign students seeking asylum in Canada, because I dug into some of those numbers and it is so frustrating. Let's get into it.
Pathways to permanent residence closing in Canada. An unprecedented number of international students are seeking asylum.
What? Foreign students know that they may have limited opportunities to stay, to get study permits, to get extensions to their study permits.
Federal immigration figures obtained by Global News show 20,000 international students claimed asylum last year, nearly double compared to 2023, and 6 times higher than in 2019.
Like I said in my other video, once the scams circulate in the Indian communities, it's like a gold rush. Although I will say, there is a bunch of Nigerians, people from Ghana, other people too, but the Indians are the number one by a large margin.
And this year is on track to surpass the
Inuits
previous
as well.
record, with 5,500 in the first 3 months of the year,
Ukrainian.
up 22% from the same period in 2024.
The government has closed a lot of doors for international students to apply for permanent residence through regular
What about the students here?
Prime Minister Mark Carney has vowed to return immigration levels to, in his words, sustainable levels, and to reduce the number of international students from 7% of the Canadian population to 5% by the end of 2027.
Think about that. 7% of the population international students. That's obviously a problem. Also, notice how in this coverage here, none of them are talking about how these are fraudulent scam claims that should be against the law. These people are going to cost, because when I talked about the numbers, 50% of these fraudulent claims from India are approved
By the
costing
government.
Canadians
Yes.
billions of dollars in just
fraudulent asylum claims alone. And so it's like you see these things, they're providing the coverage saying, well, these international students are doing this because they just need a pathway to Canada. Yeah, that's called fraud. They're breaking the rules. You're not supposed to
and you're
do that.
telling them to do it.
These strains on housing,
You're saying we'll help you do that,
the social services.
but not helping your own citizens that are suffering.
The Trudeau government capped the number of foreign student visas, limited work hours, and cracked down on so-called diploma mills.
There are certain sectors of our economy that really have taken advantage of international students. You now have bachelor's
That's your
students
government, though.
that have gone through that system, have a diploma that's really not worth anything.
You're not inconsistent. It's actually ADHD. One day, I'm unstoppable.
As I've been told, I can blame everything. I have ADHD.
Claims and the backlog to keep growing.
I don't fucking put the laundry in the dryer. ADHD.
Is fast tracked.
We do have a crisis in healthcare. We do have a crisis in health. Have the refugees created that? No.
No, I don't think it's their fault. I feel bad for them because they're gonna get fucked over at the end of the bit too.
Probably a bit. Yeah, you don't think a 7% population increase of international students using all of the public services is going to make housing tougher? It's going to clog up the medical system. You don't think that's going to do a little bit more than a bit? So, like, just this coverage was so frustrating. And they said, oh, well, he's just piggybacking off these changes Trudeau made. Yes, because Mark Carney's cabinet is just Trudeau's cabinet. Oh, well, they shuffled people around. There's a couple of names.
They do it every 6 months.
From Goldman Sachs. Let's get into that.
Nothing like someone who's not trained in that fucking field to fucking be the leader of it.
Down all future developments in our resource industry. He is still the minister responsible for Quebec. Sean Fraser is the immigration minister. It was the immigration minister who caused the immigration crisis. The housing minister who gave us the housing crisis, and now he's the minister responsible for addressing the liberal crime crisis. It seems like he is the master at failing upward. Chrystia Freeland.
Oh, that was talk about Mark Miller.
To me because that guy.
I feel bad for that guy.
Problem that we can like look back and what's going wrong with Canada. He was basically instrumental in, and then you see that he's now getting moved to being in charge of crime, and it's like, oh, that's also been a big problem, which has been trending in a worse direction. Yeah, let's get him in charge of that.
Yeah.
As finance minister,
someone with no experience. Perfect.
Taxes and massively grew our debt to the point where we now spend $1 billion a week on interest.
That's for the guy who runs a bank is really down to earth.
And it is Zangari,
really authentic.
The new Minister of Public Safety, who said that the actual crimes, the actual issues around bail are quite sound, and they are embedded and codified in law right now, as in to say that there's nothing wrong with the system. Well, in fact, there's everything wrong, as we see
maybe don't
from the
see so
growing
much,
crime rate on our streets. Then there's François-Philippe Champagne, Trudeau's Minister of Everything, who never really managed to do anything. And he did it very loudly, but nice guy. I'll give him credit. He's a nice guy.
Sure.
He was the Minister of Industry during which we had the worst economic growth of any country in the
Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer was apparently a really nice guy too.
Minister of Industry who went, hey, can we just bring in as much immigrants as we can? I bet you if we bring in $1 billion,
We won't even have to pay them minimum wage.
growth will be huge.
Yeah, and then they kicked them out.
Then there's Jolie, LeBlanc, Haidu, Anand. Anand was the president.
Or they pick them up and they drop them off at a fucking homeless shelter.
Bureaucracy and the consultant build.
Standing in front of a homeless shelter with Gucci luggage.
That's one thing that I am so sick of seeing these consultants, and a lot of it has to do every time. You know what? We're not going to get into the indigenous stuff in this video, but we got to stop giving them a say in things. When these projects need to move forward, how about this? Just give them $5 million, tell them to pipe down, and then we move on with the project.
In all, 14.
That was a terrible thing that you just said. Maybe actually not, now that I think of it. I think they'd probably rather just give them the money so they can build their own shit.
Roger Robinson was the mayor of Vancouver who pushed for total legalization of hard drugs,
Perfect.
distribution of tax-funded opioids. During his time there,
Well, we're just helping the homeless people with the drug problem. So we thought we'd give them free drugs. We didn't know it would kill so many of them. Think about fucking homeless people and drug addicts. They love drugs.
9%, more than double
Who would have thought?
Vancouver, his city, the most expensive housing prices in all of North America. Now, Mr. Carney puts this gentleman in charge of housing.
So, cost of living, housing, all those things are going to be very important, which is also why, speaking of cost of living, Wealth Simple is linked down below. You get $25, I get $25 if you sign up. Also, I do have a Buy Me a Coffee link down there if you want to support the channel. That being said, this is the minister I wanted to talk about the most because Carney has an answer about his background, let's say, and it's so funny to see how backwards this is, that this is where we are.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, when Gregor Robertson was Vancouver mayor, the price of buying a house increased by 179% in one of the most expensive markets in Canada. Why do you think some of
Notoriously one of the worst housing markets in all of Canada. Notoriously. It's one of the worst in the world.
Wow.
with this track record should oversee the housing file? Is this a signal from you that you don't think housing prices should go down?
I to make that conclusion from everything I've
Once
said.
again, someone
what
reset
our
the Prime
priorities
Minister.
are. We have strong views on housing, very clear policy, a policy developed with a number of members of the team.
Oh, another non-answer. How typical.
And I'm thrilled that he is in the new role because he brings the type of
That
experience that we need to
was not
tackle
an
some
answer to her
aspects of
question
this
at all.
The type of experience, okay.
One of them is is how the federal government can help get municipal costs and municipal regulation costs down and regulation out of the way so that more houses can be built.
Well, Vancouver is known for having some of the highest municipal costs and municipal regulation. It is the worst for NIMBYs. It is the worst for government intervention. And that's at the
It's where they go to vacation, and it's also where the most drug addicts are.
mayor would have an impact.
And the most homeless people.
This guy has
Oh,
been one
okay.
of the main causes. I'm not going to say he's the only cause, but a direct related cause to the bureaucracy and the problems coming out of the city of Vancouver. We're not even talking about the drug stuff. We're just talking about housing and how bad it is. This guy was a nightmare for the city. The whole city of Vancouver is backwards. Sorry if you're watching this from Vancouver. It's not looking like a great future for you guys if this keeps up. But the idea that you take one of the worst run cities for housing, you
And
take the
give
mayor
them
who has
free
direct municipal impact and then say, we're going to bring him in as the consultant. Are you going to just do the opposite of everything he recommends? That's actually a good idea. Bring him in and then say, hey, what do you think we should do? And then everything he says, do the exact opposite and be like, you want 100% success rate if you just don't listen to him.
The housing crisis, and it is a crisis, is ultimately solved by supply.
No.
No.
No, it's not.
It will relax your muscles and make you feel good in the moment, but it will not prevent injury, it will make you strong.
Apparently, the government is giving money to real estate agents that take their old listings off of the internet. But I'm like, that is so clearly the government's way of trying to cover up evidence. The fact that there is so many fucking empty buildings that they're trying to wait it out so that these buildings fall down so they can rebuild them, but they're not falling down fast enough. There's too many, and they can't contact the person who actually owns the house. So they're trying to convince the real estate agents that had the house on the market at any point to delete that listing so it's no longer seen on the market. And it makes the housing crisis look not as bad. And it gives them a reason to say we can build more condos, and we're just going to call it affordable housing. Like, great thing about fucking homeless people, they don't really give a shit where you put them as long as it's got a roof. They can live in rat-infested, fucking mold-infested environments. They don't really actually care. Go.
Do things to help with affordability at the start, which is why we have the GST cut. But ultimately, it's a question of supply. And as I think you know, Julie, we have very aggressive objectives on supply. The doubling of the ability of supply across Canada. We're going to have to change how we build.
They've already proven that it is impossible to double the amount of building that we already have. We do not have you don't think you have the facilities for that, Big Man. Okay, if you guys have ever seen that meme. We don't have the ability to do that in Canada, okay? You're putting a little too much dip on your chip, Barney, because what we know when it comes to housing, which takes years to develop and build, the supply
If
is
it
the
ever
harder
does,
way to
and
fix
they don't run out of money halfway through.
AKA immigration is one of the easier ways because that's a valve that you can shut off right at the border, right from the top. You can immediately make that change and have that impact. You cannot snap your fingers and just appear to have doubled the building. So it's insane. And just to show where our ministers' heads are at, where the cabinet said, oh yeah, I wanted to do this quick little update on Vancouver. Again, sorry, Vancouver, what it's looking like. But look at this. This is how well Vancouver's being run. These are the people that we are going to have in cabinet.
Gas prices are climbing in Metro Vancouver again. Many drivers pay just under $1.78 a liter today. Prediction website Gas Wizard says the spike is due to refinery disruptions and the weakening Canadian dollar. Increased demand during the summer driving season also forces prices higher. Petroleum analyst Dan McTeague predicts drivers will pay 2 cents more on Wednesday and another 10 cents more come the summer.
That's insane. Look at that. And in where I am in Ontario, it was $1.32. So to have $1.75, and they're talking about 10 cents or more being increased, like what is going on in BC? Actually, if you were watching this from BC or Vancouver or wherever, can you comment down below that this is accurate? These are the prices that you're paying. Obviously, I don't live there. Have lived there previously. Slow Cannon Hastings, East Hastings, dealt with the zombies while I was there. But to see how big of a joke it is, again, no offense, BC, but your leadership sucks, that we have these ministers continually, like this is a woman who is going to have a very high position in the federal government, and this is her crying multiple times.
Because that, by far, is the most important thing that you can do in this world.
Yeah. It's quite an honor for me to be able to witness this because when I started my entrepreneurial journey, and I told my husband I wanted to pursue my journey as a baker, he said, I need to take you to Montreal.
I, Richie Valdez, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as chief.
Not have somebody who is going to react that emotionally to major problems, conflict.
Oh my
all
God,
sorts
I'm
of things.
mortified.
That's where we are in Canada. That this woman is crying, getting sworn in. Little bit apropos of what we're talking about here. Did you guys actually listen to the swearing in ceremony? Every single one of them has to swear allegiance and loyalty to the
And the
king
native chick
and
didn't
crown.
want to do it.
So
It was
this
fucking
is the
hilarious.
sovereign nation of Canada, which of course is made up of unlimited people and we have no identity, but we are owned by Britain, so they have to swear allegiance to the king and crown, but we're a sovereign nation. How dare we even think about being part of America? We're sovereign. We're Canada. Mount up patriots, okay, guys? We got to mount up patriots with the Trump and Vance mug. It's just, the stuff like this is just always blowing my mind, especially when you have these clips of media showing they're biased as anything, as they just try and attack Pierre.
About how not be opposing the government reflexively, that he would do things in the best interest of the country and support the government in those issues, and that he says he wants the country to succeed. He then spent the next 15 minutes talking about all the ministers who were there previously and the things they did to ruin, naming particularly Sean Fraser and Stephen Guilbeault, taking some questions about how he will approach things inside the House of Commons, but overall, it started out in one tone and finished in another. That's all I'll say, because he leaned into attacking the people that he thinks still represent, don't represent change, are still more of the Trudeau government. And
Sean Fraser, it's 2015.
Particularly don't represent the Canadians want right now.
Cabinet is broken, is essentially what he said, right? It's no longer Canada's broken. This cabinet is not change. A silent approach from Mr. Poilievre would suggest that it's almost as if he won the election rather than lost the election and lost his own seat. Talking about
just constant shots at him.
How he's going to stand there in defense of Canadians. He'll only be able to stand there, actually, in the chamber behind him.
Wow, are you
because
12?
of the goodwill of the prime minister, who's going to call an early by-election for Mr. Poilievre, so he can run in one of his MP seats in Alberta at a cost of close to $2 million to have a by-election, all while he stays in Stornoway throughout this. So it's interesting that, given that sequence of events and given those series of factors, that it was that kind of approach and response to things there from Mr. Poilievre. Going after Stephen Guilbeault, talking about the radical environmental agenda, blaming Sean Fraser for the housing crisis, which is...
So what's their job? They do a really bad job,
I
right?
don't think he's 40 yet, or he's just 40. I don't think he caused the housing crisis.
And sleep all the way down, all the way down.
Yeah, but you guys say, I'm going to cause the fucking climate crisis.
Hypnosis is the fact.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of layers and effects to that.
Actually, he is one of the few people that you can attach a direct name to having an impact. People always say the government and, all immigrants and all these things. He's one person that you can directly attach a name to and say, yeah, actually, he was somebody who caused the housing crisis. And just listen to these guys. Thank you to praise our Lord, Mark Carney. Praise him. He has allowed us our gruel. He is serving us as the greatest king in all of Canada, and he is going to allow Pierre to run with the by-election thanks to his goodwill. Praise be, Lord Carney. It's like, how can we say that these guys are the unbiased mainstream media? Is it because he's cutting them checks for $150 million at a time? Billions of dollars? Carney, give me that money.
Give me that money.
You, but I need the cash. So I would actually, you know what? Give me some money, government. But getting into some insane, exciting, historic, amazing news. I'm not going to blow too much smoke up Trump's butt on this one, but he crushed it, honestly, and we'll get into it.
Country pulling out all the stops for the president's arrival, including this. Those are Saudi F-15 fighter jets escorting Air Force One before it landed. Our reporters on the ground say the president was so greeted with a
Saudi Arabia is gifting Trump with a jet. And they're trying to say Donald Trump is getting a jet from Saudi Arabia. Yeah, but he said he's going to donate it to the military. And he's like, they're trying to make it, they're saying it's illegal. It's taking a bribe. Okay, let's go fucking take a shower. Don't pee. Oh, your lunch was ready.
Thank you, baby.
You're welcome.
The two leaders further solidifying their economic alliance by signing a $600 billion investment commitment. Before that, President Trump had this to say about the relationship between the two.
Before, $600 billion. Look at this amount of flair. Look at this amount of lavish. You think he would get even?
I guess he's not broke, is he?
That they're getting. Canada is such a small player, and we've backed ourselves into such a horrible corner that we're just not taken seriously as a country anymore. Look at this.
Stop crying. Whiskey, stop! Oh, and by the way, I'm part of the LGBT community. Yeah, nothing.
These guys are going to continue to work together. Big reason Saudi wants to do this is because they think that in the future, if they need to get away from oil because we don't use it as much anymore globally, they need other industries to invest in, so they want to continue to invest in America. Basically, the petrodollar kind of switched along. There's a bunch of fear-mongering and it sucks. What does it show? How close their relationship is and how much these people respect Trump versus respect Canada. And look at this clip and the reaction to his announcement here. Sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance. Standing ovation. Those not clapping. It was important to see because that guy's basically the emperor there. Wow. He's got like he's untouchable. He can do whatever he wants. He's the most powerful guy there. And he just had a standing ovation saying, thanks, Trump, for helping Syria, lifting these sanctions, which, you know, is good for Syria because Syria used to be one of the not. But of course, Trump continues to crush it. He gets one of this hilarious video of him ending that conference and his announcements, and he walks out and with YMCA, shake hands and talks about can't play it because it's going to get conference. Like, what? This part of the absolute clock. Thank you so much for watching. Feel free to like, subscribe, love anything that's for people who are trying to run the channel. Feel free to well to and have a great rest of your day.
You don't want to scare them.
There's no strategy. You just found out 3 seconds ago. That's true. So stock market crash so massive, like felt like you needed to do this to explain it to me. You're once again to help us. We're very good. Tell us what is. That's wrong. Myself, that is one of the first things you hear in talking. It's all a bear market. It's where prices are going down for a long period of time. So, one would wish, I suppose, for a bull market to drive the bears out. No, we don't want to. Yeah, explain. A complicated financial crash with puppets. I said it's so this show coated. I'm genuinely surprised that we didn't think of it, honestly. Except Elton had a British accent, glasses, way less gravitas, and they actually referred to COVID as a bona fide swamp smack. I couldn't tell the difference there. And the thing is, the turmoil isn't old because what Trump's left in place, including a baseline 10% tariff on all imports and a 145% tariff on China, is still a monumental shift in US trade policy, despite what somebody in the White House claimed that the 90-day pause was part of the strategy all along. Trump himself seems to have been in edit in reaction to the market's panicking. People were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, they're getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid. Well, a little bit afraid is a massive understatement. People were freaking out about their 401ks. Their grandmas were looking at a retirement plan, getting ready to open an OnlyFans to get for the next 5 years. And it wasn't just ordinary investors. One financial analyst went off to talk to fund managers. A few and thought he wondered if the president might be insane. Which is fair, but those are the right time to ask if someone might be insane is 5 months after you elect then president. This week, was incredibly stupid. But it's important to understand exactly how stupid it was because we're not out of the woods yet. And the damage the president's already done to confidence in our economic system could have lasting repercussions. So tonight, let's talk about Trump and his tariffs. Let's start with the fact that nor of this should be a surprise. Not only did Trump bring up the idea of 10% universal tariffs repeatedly on the campaign trail, he's been obsessed with the idea of punishing other countries with tariffs for years now. In fact, when he touched on the trade war with China in his first term, we spent 21 minutes unpacking it, and the arguments hold up pretty well, although I clearly do not. That's evidenced by a YouTube that went from this week, which said, I thought this was a new episode until I noticed Trump's hair was darker and face looks younger, which is both hurtful and fair. Without these speaking this week, Trump back in 2011, laying out his whole fantasy about tariffs. After 20
25% tax from China. And I said to somebody that it's really the messenger. The messenger is important. I could have one man say, we're going to tax you 25%. And I could say another, listen, you motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%. Okay, put it aside. I'm trying to get the word motherfucker on C-SPAN. I kind of wish you just kept doing the voices there, you know. One guy saying, listen, motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%. You can have an Australian guy saying, oh, you're bloody dingo, we're going to tax you 25%. You're saying, how does that shit? Which means you should have it. Show the way that you do it, but the tariff is the important part. The point is, Trump has long believed that tariffs can fix our trade wars, and that's coupled with his insistence that trade is zero-sum, that if we buy more from another country than we are selling to them, we're somehow getting ripped off. But that is just not how it works, because you're getting things in return. As one local economist jokingly said, I run a chronic trade deficit with my barber. He never buys a damn thing from me. It's just a classic economist figure. Nevertheless, Trump appointed both those beliefs to his initial tariff plan, imposing massive penalties on countries indexed to the size of our trade imbalance, which led to some of the incredibly stupid calculations on Trump's chart. Perhaps the dumbest of which was actually explained pretty well by Jim Cramer. Let's go to the southern African nation of Lesotho, which had the misfortune to be one of the two most highly tariffed nations on Trump's list. They're being given a 50% duty on their exports to America. That happened because Lesotho only imported $2.8 million worth of U.S. goods last year, whereas we imported roughly $240 million worth of stuff from them. Now, the thing is, Lesotho's a really tiny country. Virtually everything we buy from them is either apparel or guidance. But because it's a very poor country, they can't afford to buy much from us. So what happens now? To start, we're going to have to pay a lot more for any apparel or guidance from Lesotho. Maybe we can replace the apparel with guidance, and that's a lot harder. And the only way we'll sort of get out of this jam is by importing more stuff from America, which it can't do because of that anyway. So the president is likely just make things more expensive for Americans and not really change the behavior of our trading partners. He's right. Shit. Jim Cramer was right. I think I'm going insane. I couldn't sign up there. He got really good. Did he say the suits sitting on top of a load of diamonds, but they still don't have any money? I know we don't have time. That's a different story that I'm sure we'll do one day. I'll put a post in on my computer and everything. Trump's temporarily paused those huge tariffs on the suits and others. It is worth asking what exactly is the end game? And it depends on who you ask. When the tariffs first came down, some in the White House insisted they need permanent trade barriers intended to raise revenue and bring jobs back on, while others claim they were a scare tactic designed to help us negotiate more favorable deals. But those are two very different goals with different consequences for businesses and workers who badly need to know which to plan for. So let's take each scenario in turn, and let's start with the idea that these tariffs are designed to shut out foreign competition and ensure stuff gets made here. There are a few issues with that, starting with the fact that lots of things aren't produced in the US. Sometimes because they simply can't be at any kind of commercial scale. Even Trump's Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, who's here rocking a county little blonde. To understand that last part, when it said this, certain parts, if I could carry on a million. Right? We keep growing this in America. We just keep growing up. If you put a tariff on a mango, the mango will be more expensive. So that's just like another version of income tax. Okay, so the idea is to not do that. But is when the tariffs were announced, mangoes weren't exempted. So we did do that. And sometimes it feels like the best way to ensure Trump does something is to tell him not to do it. He's like a toddler, both because his brain is unable to grasp obligations, and also because he has a short torso, huge head, and always looks like he has a full over, and won't let anyone brush his hair. Same logic applies to other crops like coffee and bananas, but that is not all. It's also not easy to make electronics in the Nintendo Switch 2. The company really awful with this week because they didn't know how it would be affected. The next analyst explained. You got to figure out what they're going to charge. Do they charge 50% more? Do they charge double? Do they even chill? much of this is made in the U.S. That's a good point. But an even better delivery of it. I want that go over to respond to all other situations. How much birthday is left in the break room? None of it. How much of this severance cost block do you actually understand? None of it. How much of Trump's trade briefing did he genuinely read? None of it. And this was sort of what we just built a switch factory here. When it comes to high-tech goods, key components have to be sourced from complex global supply chains. So it's not a matter of simply building a factory. There is a lot more to it. It costs them to start manufacturing switches here in the U.S. Tens of billions of dollars. The supply chain has been for 4 to 5 years to even build and get another factory here in the U.S. And the reality is the assembly of supply chains in Asia. You just build a factory here in the U.S. where you get all the parts from. It's still in Asia. Exactly. And some of those components are presumably about to be subjected to heavy tariffs in my side. I've got many things that I'm fine about right now. In fact, I have to spend something about how tariffs will impact the switch. Instead of what I really want to talk about, which is that I'm the Tesla. The president of Nintendo in America, his name is Bowser. That man, I don't shit you even a tiny bit. He's called Doug Bowser. No, Bowser is my favorite the primary antagonist of Mario, the face of Nintendo. Now, in the comedy world, the president of Nintendo, his name is Doug Bowser, because I'm gently setting you all on the team, talking about to say, please, have fun and swing away. But unfortunately, if this guy doesn't understand economics, I will the real Nintendo president, Doug Bowser, say, sorry everyone, not on that. We've got math to do. It's a truly sad state of affairs, but in another way, exactly. The point is, these tariffs stack, they have the opposite of the intended purpose, as some business owners might realize it's now cheaper to have a factory outside the US and not have to deal with tariffs. But let's say that despite all of that, we still want all those manufacturing jobs lost to come back up. First, as we discussed before, a lot of them simply don't exist anymore because they've been automated. And second, even if it wants to build brand new factories, it's worth knowing these new tariffs mean higher material and equipment costs for manufacturers wanting to do that. And in fact, tariffs on building costs have already helped secure a $300 million plastics recycling plant in Erie, Pennsylvania, which is a real shame for multiple reasons, including it would help make Erie, Pennsylvania known for something other than the town that boiled a Revolutionary War general's corpse in order to separate his flesh from his bones so that he could ship it back to his hometown. The idea being a simple skeleton wanting to his final gravesite, like you guessed it. Some bones wound up falling out of the wagon on the train, as bones are wont to do. It's an incredible story, and thanks to the full recycling plant, it's the only thing I will ever know about Erie, Pennsylvania. And even if we do end up bringing some manufacturing jobs home, we also have to factor in that other countries will put tariffs on our goods in return, which will hurt other industries. The current massive tariffs on China are incredibly worrisome for people like this soybean farmer in Tennessee. Trade relations with China was built over decades and decades. One president of fourth generation Tennessee farmer says he is very concerned. This is going to have an immediate and drastic impact to our ability to compete on the global marketplace for our goods that we produce here in this country. Yeah, that literal soy boy is right. This is pointless. If I wanted to watch long-standing relationships destroyed in an instant, I just go to a possible game to see which couples act weird when they end up on the jumbotron. You can enjoy relationships falling apart without jeopardizing the global economy. And the best part, I'm sure some couples will say, well, these were never intended to be. But is that the second possibility that you mentioned earlier, that the tariffs were always just a way to give Trump leverage to renegotiate bad trade deals? And after you announced that way, that was definitely the message getting sold. This is part of the deal. This shows how strong our president is. The huge win for the president, the huge win for the country, his biggest accomplishment of the second term. Trump won. He's doing exactly what he said he would do. He's a genius in negotiating. He is very calculating in how he negotiates. He understands the order of the deal better than anyone. And he's gotten the results in a very short period of time. I don't know was more desperate there, the shameless sucking up, or the needs of the words, we told you not to freak. At the bottom of the screen, which is funny coming from Fox News of all places, considering most of their broadcast media messages like, well, you should absolutely freak about the green over there. But that's at least it's a possibility. It was all about gaining leverage for negotiating new deals. That was definitely the White House's spin after the boards was announced by Johnson. Treasury Secretary claiming it happened because the tariff brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. But a couple of things about that. First, the White House said it will not be releasing a list of the countries that had allegedly done that. So, you know. And remember, Trump's openly admitted the key reason for his clampdown was people got the yippies. And remember, even with the pause, we still have 10% tariffs on nearly every country in the world, which is still massively disruptive, both to them and to us. And that includes countries like Singapore, where we're going to struggle to get a much better deal, given that we face no tariffs there and actually have a trade surplus. And I'm not saying there aren't countries where we have legitimate trade disputes. There are, most notably China, where there are major issues with heavy subsidies on ongoing industry to their debt of US companies' intellectual property. It requires diplomacy and coordination allies, but instead, we integrated those allies and going into any future negotiation. And it promotes China to put in massive tariffs on our goods too. But don't worry, because Trump's charismatic Treasury Secretary doesn't seem to think they're going to be able to hurt us at all.
It was a big mistake, this Chinese escalation, because if they're playing with the parachutes, we are the deficit country. So what do we lose by the Chinese raising tariffs on us? We export to them what they export to us. So that is a losing hand for them.
Okay, setting aside that money with a pair of twos, like that you described a threesome with Don Jr. and Eric. That is incredibly simplistic because it ignores what China's done.
Can you please stop crying? Oh dear. Ow.
Baby,
Yeah.
your dog wants to go downstairs.
Okay, we'll bring him down.
Huh?
I need Benadryl.
You want Benadryl? Where are they?
Next to the bed. I'll get them.
Upstairs?
I'll put them anyway.
Okay. Let's just bring your dog down.
I gave myself a diaper rash.
Huh?
I gave myself a diaper rash. Because I wear not real underwear. They're too tight. That's for fun. Well. Go ahead. God, it's beautiful out. What do I do with the last hot dog?
Do what you do best. Give it to my dog.
Okay. Alright, I need to go look for me. Did my dog end up eating any?
No. I still have little pieces in the plate here for him. He didn't want.
Mm-hmm. I want to come back for you. Oh, it's so hot in here. Oh. Relax.
I farted. No. Mine. Yes. My controller's all greased up because I ate salted vinegar chips. mean. I don't think it's the way we roll.
Get it? That's just not the way we roll.
I get it now. No, I think it's you. But it only happens.
Yeah. Ah. The bottle filled. I'll leave.
Okay, thank you for telling me you moved on.
Well, because I just took with Benadryl, but I feel like I can't just like cocktail all these fucking fucking over the counter pills.
Well, as long as it's not more than 9 per day. I guess altogether, they all say the same thing on the bottles, right?
They put two things together. They're no longer two things.
Oh,
They're different things.
It's like that energy drink, energy drink commercial. This, Dog Monkey Baby. 3 good things. Because they were mixing caffeine.
Right, oh yeah!
Juice or whatever, so it's like, Dog Monkey Baby.
Yeah!
Dog Monkey Baby. What the fuck are you doing with that? 3 good things together. Dog Monkey Baby. Okay. Ah! Freak out. Freak out.
Oh. Oh, can you get down, please? Wait, get down first. Whiskey.
Whiskey.
Get down. Go say nothing.
Come here.
Go. Don't fucking run at me.
Wait.
Oh, I'm just trying to make it.
Oh, hey. No.
What?
Baby.
What?
You just got started with that.
Oh, well, no, because the dog didn't end up eating it.
No, but you just started making.
Oh, yes, slice of cheese. No big deal.
Yeah, but. Are we gonna do?
What? Well, it's gonna go get too hard for him to eat. Try to see if he wasn't.
No, he's sleeping. Sure.
Well, last night he fucking woke me up again.
Well, you want to keep it for during the night?
No, I'll just go back downstairs. Hopefully we'll sleep. You can sleep. No, it was just because fucking, I was coming to bed. I was surprised you actually slept through it. You fell.
I keep telling you, if you let me fall asleep, it's fine if you come and do a fucking ruckus in the bedroom.
No.
I won't wake up.
No. Usually you wake up.
I'll fall asleep right back because I already fall asleep.
We were actually tired yesterday.
Yeah, that too. I'm still very tired right now. I might just fall asleep nicely.
Why would Derek fucking not message you about working tomorrow?
Because he's an idiot.
I think that's a good idea. Ask him. Fucking, like, what time do you normally go to sleep at night? Like,
I think you had enough food, mister.
yeah, more than enough. No, I used 3 bags because we had 3 poops just on our walk.
You know what's feeding you. You know that, right?
Yeah, no, I'm working on it. No, because the crying thing.
Yeah. That's exactly why Justin doesn't give his dog, like...
Yeah, but Justin also is schizophrenic and hallucinates a lot of his dog's cries.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, there's no way you fucking heard something that your ears are like a supersonic higher species of hearing. Like, fucking...
Is that what you think about my hearing?
A little bit.
That's kind of cool.
Well, no, you remember the sound. You could tell me, you could see what I'm doing in a different room just by the sound of what I'm doing.
You grabbed the fridge when you moved it, and you said, "Oh, you want?" I'm like, "No." And you're like, "I didn't even tell you what it was." Like, the chicken thing you got in your ass. Like, oh, so you said no. Our dog was perfect.
Good.
Good.
Oh. No. Oh.
What's going on, baby?
Both of you, eh?
What?
Fucking Whiskey's learning fucking. Actually, Jack went and pooped in the yard where Whiskey goes and poops. I thought was interesting. But, learning from Jack. Go to the bag and just stick to the bag. Be more direct and trying to fucking converse with me. It's so warm, you're like radiating.
He was on the couch, laying down super nice, and I said, Jack. And I went and put the food in the. Oh, he fucking ran to the stairs on those bells and fucking. Yeah, with the little people outside. Yeah, I told him to go back.
They're too warm.
That's sweet for that.
Well, we're doing a messaging. Like, maybe that's Dr. Weed. I was like, why am I doing this? I was like, oh, why was he doing it? I think he gets frustrated.
Right, friend.
Well, and in my head, like, that's why I fucking assumed to get him one that you could chew off pieces and you know where you're from, chew off pieces and blow it small.
Yeah.
Well, as long as he doesn't have the energy, as long as we walk him, and then he won't be frustrated and he'll give up before he gets frustrated. Oh yeah, we get down. We get down. Well, you know what? There have been many times where I like throw peanuts to squirrels, and then I end up accidentally opening the door too much, and he gets out, and he doesn't try to bug them or himself. He wants to sniff them. He just wants to get all up in their face and be like, "I'm Whiskey." They're starting to get less and less scared. Like it's running away.
A little pause, but it's fun again and pause. What am I missing? Hey, whoa, 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 whoa.
They got some stone. Baby, you want a cigarette?
It's fucking heat. See that? I'm so high right now. It's like we're all high. We all smoked out. I know you're high. You gotta say it. We're all high.
No, but I started thinking I could have been
Blackjack. What are you so feeling?
It is like the fan. He's ready to work for the front. Put over there, put the number in the beer, do the fucking beer, get him there. Somebody walks in back there, and you think that he can step out over there. Like, ah, it's just running back and forth going down there. Downstairs it was so nice.
Basement's a little musty though. Probably. There's no air circulation down there.
Oh my god. Is that what we have? I saw the.
That's what she's doing. But I said it's kind of a pain in the ass to fuck all that.
Paranoid. I got a little pocket. Over here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're also fucking harassing me too downstairs. I'm trying to get your food.
See, you guys can let me do it. I saw you
Again.
Yeah, that's that little part.
Try to do it with one eye closed. That's a good choice.
The best is when you have it in your mouth here. And you do it.
That's okay.
You're having to see the center percent of the hey, what is this devil there? That's all you. That's all you. You build on the side. It's like there's at the last when they're done talking in the show, they put the site where the subtitles. But nobody's gonna talk. Just like Miguel Archie.
We're okay?
Yeah, yeah. We're getting there from all well, that's every case I've got chosen! I'm watching Andor. Second season. So,
Not a lot of like alien movies and stuff that goes on in Star Wars story.
yes, there is, but the main story now doesn't have the aliens or you're just in the background.
Like,
Everywhere. They just move up on the.
yeah, no, it's no longer about like fucking space alien life form. It's like just about like Draco, what you doing? I just like love. Matter. Yeah.
You know, it's a thing you'll never hear the end of it. But yes, it's so much. Oh, an update. Not an update. Why? Why did I do my not? I said no. No. I said update. No. Well, Tony hard for me to fucking roll the cardboard. Now I have to fucking fold and the middle with accordion and then roll it.
Like after fucking origami.
Pretty much. I'm pretty sure I said I'll take it. But I don't know why.
I was probably start.
Yeah. My arm at 8 turn on the coffee. I'm ready to get up. That's not too bad. Because I'm saying I'm thinking, he's not giving me any fucking do. So I kind of really thought that I'll wait for the good.
There's no go. Yeah. You need to go out? Go? Did you go out or not? You go outside? Let's go. Come on. Go outside or not? No.